It's a damn good day for 17 games of Age of Empires 4. I mean, that is the potential we're dealing with here, folks. Welcome back to Finals Thursday. That is right. The most important day in the week if you are obsessed with KPMM. But not to be left alone on its own. Of course, we have got Friday coming up with a brand spanking new Showmatch with a brand new game mode. If you didn't know about that, you would have actually noticed if you had to look at Reddit or had to look at the Discord, because we already dropped some deets on that. But man, we have got a pretty cool day ahead of us. So we are going to be kicking off with B versus Wham in a best of 5. We'll be following up with Anatan versus Numidan to see if it is going to be a rematch. If Anno is going to find his way to the grand finals again, maybe against B, or possibly, maybe there are more upsets to happen here. After all, anything seems possible for Numidan after the way he was able to strike down Dumu 3-1. Courtesy of a final game that featured Dumu on the HRE. You did just hear me correctly. I still can't believe it. That Civ got through, that Civ actually was allowed, and that Civ actually lost. Gonna be a crazy week, though. Interesting from a playstyle perspective as well, to see how these groups are going to clash. I think Anatan Numidan, I want to say they're kind of similarly aligned in the way they played the game, so it should actually make for quite an exciting series. By the way, shout out to you guys. I'm seeing great progress, but we are not done yet. Remember, we've got a few days left with Opera GX, so I want you guys to make the most of it. Make sure you remind people to be downloading it, installing it with our link, creating an account for free, doing all that supports the channel. I want to see us hit 300. I think with the epicness that is KPMM Finals Thursday and the Hims Cup show match, you guys are amply capable of that. So impress me, exceed my expectations. It all helps. So, draft is currently underway. We're now going to start slotting the bad boys in. So we've got B on the left and we've got Wham on das right. And in terms of maps we are looking at here, yeah, no surprise, Canal got banned. I mean, I'm not surprised by the person banning it as well. Of the two, if I was to try and guess which one would allow Canal through, I want to kind of say it would be B, just because I'd say he's more the wacky player here. I think that's pretty fair to say. He's very unpredictable, so giving him a map like Canal, especially after we haven't seen it for a long time, would be a really big mistake, I think, from Wham. In response, B has actually banned out Excavation. I think Excavation, like we've been talking about this behind the scenes, I think Excavation was cool when it came in, but it's a little bit figured out now. It probably is going to end up being a gimmick map just because of how many of the stone camps there are. Does download the mobile app help too? That's an interesting question. I don't think so because of the way that track links work. I definitely recommend doing it. Anyway, the helpful thing about having it on mobile is you can actually seamlessly cross your progress between on the browser on a PC and browser on your phone. So it's definitely handy to have. From a does it benefit me standpoint, I know that with the campaign that we're running with OpportunX, the focus is on new PC users. So it's people who download, create an account on the PC that will count on the statistics end. But like I said, for your own use, I definitely recommend it. It's very handy. Now that is very surprising. Yeah, so Roose makes it through the banning phase again. I guess, I mean, when you think about it, like with Kawasan, people I think are quickly agreeing that Knights Templar is pretty giga strong there. And so Shushi. So it's almost like because of the map draft this week, I think that Roose got slightly discounted. Shushi got slightly amplified, and Knights Templar got significantly amplified in the draft. So really cool dynamic. It kind of shows you how maps can actually dictate the flow of things and change the meta a little bit. There are exceptions to the rules. I don't think HRE is ever going to be allowed through. HRE is just all-rounder too good. They just do everything and more. Appreciate you, Veteran. Oh, also another reminder. We will likely have... Let me double check that it's working correctly today. Yes. So there will be pop-ups for AMD coming in today. When they come up, make sure... Wait. Huh? They should be popping up today. I don't know what I just done. That was a bit weird. Alright, we'll keep an eye out for it. Yeah, so we have like an overlay type thing. So basically when you work with brands, some of them have a built-in like overlay thing that you can use on your streams. So it'll automatically run the ad integrations. And I'm a little bit paranoid the one today didn't start. So let's pause, let's resume. And we'll see if it pops up. We'll keep an eye out for it. It should do, though. Yeah, that's because the AMD one, reminder when it pops up, click it. It's an awareness campaign. So just doing that. And reminding people to do that as well as the other thing. That's how else you guys can help. After all, you're just sitting here enjoying some games. Also, a few words typed in the chat. So, this is interesting. B gets both Lancaster and Roose, which is like very dicey for WAM. I don't think that WAM has nothing at all that can work on proceeding. He has got, I'd say Malians, Mongols. I think Mongols is a bit of a bait, is what people are discovering. It's like not as impactful as you think. Better not fill up the entire screen. Oh no, not this advertisement to pay for broadcast that I watch for free. Whatever will I do, says okay. And then we do have the Order of Dragon Deli at the end. Yo, Order of the Dragon's been a very interesting one, by the way. I've been talking behind the scenes with people about like the balance logic of them. And it's very weird because at the highest level, they're not that good. They're like maybe a mid of the pack Civ. But when you go outside of higher ranking lobbies, they are the most oppressive Civ in the game. I think it really boils down to Men-at-Arms. Like if you aren't proficient at the game, you're not very good at microing, etc. Men-at-Arms is like a giant question mark puzzle you don't know how to deal with. It's pretty rough. I don't know if they could ever really change that. Because, like, you'd have to somehow make Gilded Men-at-Arms cheaper than what they were if you're going to nerf their stats, right? It would definitely be a weird one. I think in general in the history of, like, Age of Empires 4, the most low-ranking gamers have struggled with dealing with Men-at-Arms in particular. Which makes sense because, you know, even if you manage to catch up, get cast stage, start getting crossbows, you know, if you're looking at high-level players, they micro it through, right? They start step away all the time. But I think for low-ranking players, there's not as much start step. And if you kind of stand your ground against crossbows, you're probably just going to die. Oh, I just remembered. Let's update the title. I didn't put Midweek Muster in my own title. That's not smart. Alright, so I think we are getting the picks for game number 1 in now. What have they cooked for us? Alright, give them a sec. I mean, for receding, B has a few options here. Roose can work quite well, as can House of Lancaster. I think Japanese, like, B's front-loaded end of his draft is all viable for this opening map. For WAM, Kind of the same, actually. Yeah, like they actually balanced this out quite nicely. Mongols against House of Lancaster I haven't been too crazy about, though. Mongols against Roose feels redundant. Like, what can you hit? I think because there's Roose plus Lancaster there, it maybe keeps Wham away from going Mongols. He probably wants to keep Shushi for the flexibility onto Kawasan. So Malian seems the most likely here out of the Canadian. Now, knowing that info for B, I think there's a few options. House of Lancaster makes a hell of a lot of sense. I think they do okay in that matchup. Japanese would be curious. I think you kind of... It's kind of a weird one because you think like Javelin just counter Yumi, but there's so many Yumi it gets weird once the castle play comes in. Probably better for B if he just reserves the Roose pick until later as well, with the Malian pick in mind. I mean, Roose has a lot of applicability here, right? With maps like Dry Arabia. We've occasionally seen them on coastal cliffs. They can feel a little bit funky there. And then the other map, which was drafted by them, let me just double check for you guys. It was... yeah, regions. Yeah, I mean, Roose works there as well. So, like, 3 maps in this rotation, Roose makes sense for, which is why I don't think you, like, rush the pick out now, right? You just save it for somewhere where you think your opponent's going to, like, strong arm you. The interesting part, by the way, is, like, if you look at the statistics recently, Roose hasn't... I think someone's telling me, based on, like, the tournament performance, in the last 2 weeks, Roose hasn't been doing that well, which... It's a little bit curious. I think it's like baiting statistics. So what I mean by that is if you like look at the results of, say, Masters are still qualified number 1, which is what I think is like one of the reference points. In fact, we can do this now. We can open up Opera GX, have a look. Always use Opera GX, folks. So if we go here and we go statistics. Okay, so actually, no, Roose does do well there. So where was this like belief that they do bad? I guess like maybe in the midweek musters, but I feel like they rarely get through, and when they do, it doesn't mean that they're used well. Yeah, look, they have 3 losses this week. Or last week, rather. Last week, they got 3 losses, but look at the difference. They're banned 43 times. And in terms of the players that got their hands on them, I wonder if we actually have that data. So Myriad, Sort of, and Deep Shine. So, like, no offense to the players involved here, right? But, like, of the ones that I listed there, in terms of ones that, like, you could see being able to leverage that well, I'd say mainly it's Myriad. Obviously, Sort of is warming up fast, but maybe not quite that level. Like, I think if you put Myriad versus Sort of, probably going to see Myriad coming out ahead, like, 7 or 8 times out of 10. But this pick, like, I don't know. I don't think Roose is weak, is the takeaway here. Although and this is, like, a classic example of, like, stats don't lie, but people sure as hell can. All right? A stat can say that something looks strong, but, like, you have to dive deeper than that. Right? It can give you a number, but it doesn't give you the story. So... For me, I still think like the king pick is Atri Roose in most cases, except for when you add in water, as we saw from the draft between these two. All right, I think they're finally setting up the lobby. I don't know what's taking so long. Yo, WKP, more like W Packer. What is up? Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Love all the sub support. Immensely helps in assisting the running of the channel. By the way, what do you guys think of the latest YouTube video? Do you guys see the change in the thumbnail design? We've taken it a bit of a different direction. I'm probably going to look to, over the coming week or two, try to align like everything color and branding wise. I mean, I really like green, but the problem with green, I'm wondering, like, we probably just can't, because I think historically the problem with green has been Age of Empires 4 is a very green game. So if you have like the text and you have the logos and everything be green, you're basically just camouflaging it within itself, sort of thing. Gave you that thumbnail advice months ago. Cool. I mean, I think it was acted on in a different way. It's just we have a different editor with a different vision. I like it. It's something we used to... Like, I noticed like with what happened with the latest thumbnail, so if you guys haven't seen it, like, here you go. There was a time where we tried this, and it, like, didn't work out as well on its own. Where, like, basically, you shade things around the thing that you care about. But I like that you cut them out proper. We'll see how the flags go. I was a little bit worried this might be too cluttered, but we'll see how things go. I think the main thing for me is, like, I don't know if we need the KPMM logo if people care about that detail. Because, like, the best thumbnails, like, generally, if you study thumbnail design, like, the biggest takeaway you have is, like, two to three elements is king, right? Because if you add too many things to a thumbnail, no one knows what they're looking at. Like if you think of all the YouTube videos you click on most frequently, guys, there's like very keenly one or two things that just pop out to you straight away. Yeah, excited to see what this person can do. Already similar to the other thumbnails, and like I like how enthusiastic they are. They're already like talking about editing videos. I'm like, yes, let's go. So should be able to explore the content plans we've been really hoping to be able to do so with. Was the text too small and there was no matchup showing? Yeah, like we'll see how the matchup like matters. I don't. So I think the matchup thing to me, we'll see how like useful it is. It is useful, right? But I think also there's a balance between like how much you can put on one thumbnail. I agree on like the text being bigger, but that comes down then to if the text is bigger, then you can't as easily have flags, right? So it's always a balance act. Like that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Like there's so many things you could put on something, but like you have very limited space, etc. Don't watch non-China games. Yeah, but that's interesting. Like there's different ways you can focus on the fact that like China's in. So for example, with this thumbnail, like some of it is pretty cool. Is actually when you look at this thumbnail that you've done, you can tell that it's Lancaster versus either Abassid or Abassid with without even needing a flag. Right? And because it's multi-TC, you're probably assuming Abassid. But then if you clicked on it and it was Abassid and it's multi-TC, you'd still be like, what? Meaning the matchup is important? We'll see. I'm happy with the first one, though. So I'm looking forward to seeing what else they can do. Like, the problem with the idea of, like, you always need the matchup is, like... I think it definitely has value. There are some video types you can definitely get away with it where you don't need it, though. But yeah, like, as long as it's... I think the best way to approach it is probably, like, where it's not too, like, space-consuming on the screen. And that way, like, if someone really is looking at that detail, it's almost like they just get the monocle out and zoom in. All right. But yeah, excited for this. I'm hoping what we'll be able to start doing, like, I've had some plans around, like, highlight content and whatnot that I'm hoping we'll be able to get towards in the coming weeks. So yeah. 2025 going to be a good year, folks. Oh, yes. All right. I'm going to run a 1.5 minute ads now before we get into game. And we will get Le Prediction started up now. Oh wait, is the I just remembered, is the mini map's gonna be off to the side like a weirdo again, isn't it? Maybe not? It might actually, for once, have not moved itself. Thank God. Well, the flags are there now, folks. So there you go. We'll see how it goes, though. Curious to see how big it can potentially get. Oh, I need a Red Bull as well. Oh. Oh, he does actually punt out the Roose straight away, by the way. So Roose versus Malians on receding. Oh, that's right. And we're good. One and all, it's time for a series that almost always delivers flashbang superstar moments. That's right, we've got B going up against Wham in a best of 5 here in semi-finals for midweek muster number 26. You did hear that correctly. We've now done this for 26 weeks. I'm getting old. My bones, my hips, they're going. I can't hold on much longer, Sarge. No, it's been a crazy ride, man. I've been reflecting recently on like the support, the growth we've been seeing. Like I've been quite happy with the results, and I hope it continues to grow into something bigger and even better for you guys as well as the players that put their time in tirelessly. I mean, Wham, he's done a decent amount. He took a little bit of a break, slowly returned to the KPMMs. B, on the other hand, has been a consistent force of nature. This man almost never misses midweek musters. He loves these things. He adores these things. And we adore the entertaining vibes he brings in, but this may be a little bit less crafty and creative and more linear. He got the Roose pick on Receding. Receding, of course, being the map from Hymns Cup that we've been doing on Fridays, which creates new maps that are bald or ED themed. And this one, as you can tell, is maybe hitting a little bit too close to home for our aging demographic of gamers. Great start by B, though. You just see how fluid and fast this is. I mean, with the deer stack so close to your base, a little bit surprised that Wham didn't maybe try to contest that at all. He was hyper-focused on getting the merchant camp. Yeah, so quite the trade-off. So you're going to get an extra 45 resources a minute, but your opponent, if you think about this, like, it's interesting. So you're getting an extra 45 resources per minute, but your opponent's going to be increasing their gathering rate from 0.75 to 0.84, which equates an increase of about 12%. So what that means is once B has about, 10 people on food? Let's say 12 to be safe. Once he's at 12 people on food, it should be better than a merchant camp. Obviously, right now, that's exactly what he's achieved. He's up to 13 people on food. So with this build, like, this is the thing. Like, this is the only civ that I think can be so nonchalant about the merchant camp on this map. Because any other civ would have to go and gather gold. You don't. You get your gold by gathering food. So, like, this is very, very smart by B. It's, like, actually big brain when you think about that detail for Roose. And I do chuckle when people say, Roose are not that strong. They are. They really, really are. And yeah, we won't talk about what happened with the eyebrows. This is what happens when you try to do them without a mirror. Yeah, like, you pretty much just have small patchworks left, and you're going to have to get a marker pen to fill in the rest. So B, going to be on his way to shove a second deer pack. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if he just, like, doesn't go pro scouts. And this is the other value as well for Roose that's crazy on points of interest maps. Like, the points of interest introduction has been an intriguing change to AoE4, but I don't think it actually weakened Roose's presence. There are some matchups, some maps like Enlightened Horizon, where I think, yes, spear spam will scare Roose away. But on the lighter point of interest maps, just being able to spam scouts to secure is so, so good. And it's really good on this matchup as well in particular, because Malians don't really want to build into Donzos. They're very expensive for what you get. Even more so when you consider that once a Roose player sees you're doing that, he can just bypass into Castle Age. So Mantis soon to complete. Golden Gate is going to be ever so slightly ahead. And we've already got decent gold gen on the Hunter Cabins. That's going to be 50 resources between these two every single minute. Which means, like, considering when he built them in this game, about a minute from now, they would have paid themselves off. Like a corrupt cop in Chicago in the 70s. Or the 2020s. Anyway. This shov's now coming through. And Wham has done something a little bit different here, folks. Yeah, we're not going to see him trying to contest pro scouts. Honestly, I actually think that's quite smart. The thought here is, like, your opponent already has removed one of the 4 deer stacks. He's probably already starting to do the second. Can you really compete with the Roose timing? And Wham seems to have come to the conclusion he cannot. Yeah, you know your opponent would probably get at least 2 deer stacks as well due to the split on the map. You have to remember that typically Malians play better as an anti-pro scout civ than an active pro scout civ. While it does seem like a somewhat predictable map to block your opponent with your warrior scouts, which are better, what's to really stop a Roose player from building spears? Like, building spears is not bad for Roose in this matchup. I actually think it's almost completely as optimal as you can get, right? Decent against javelins, able to blob ahead of, like, Malian's timings on Donzos. Looks like B is just going to pick up and pull home. Did at least cut some of the distance off, so probably 3 deer stacks to 1. What's why I'm done with this necessary requirement to not go pro scouts? Like, what has he actually gained? In theory, it should just be a lot of Donzos, a lot of javelins on a very thin map. Now, the reason that thin map detail is important is horse archers shouldn't be as good as they would on a map like Dry Arabia, I'd say, as there's less exposure points. Remember, we're receding. The map is a lot smaller, a lot more kind of crushed together. Some people say Socotra. I can kind of see we're getting that vibes, although it does definitely have a bit more width than Socotra would give you. Yeah, like, actually quite a lot more width now that I think about it. I feel like Socotra would be... The distance between TC would be here and, like, what? Here? So it's got maybe, like, an extra quarter to a third distance. Ambitious by Wham. Go straight for the big pit mine. And B, of course, goes straight for the greed. Into the tech. Now, one thing to think about is actually Roose players, at least on like paper from a counterpoint system, you actually think that Malians is kind of their worst nightmare. If you do a men-at-arms rush build, your opponent's going to do Musafadi. If you do a horse archer build, your opponent's going to do javelins. I think the problem, though, is more the timing. Like, Roose accelerates that age up so quickly before you actually have a truly threatening army. And that's really what we're seeing here. B is just moments away from triggering Castle Age. At 7 minutes into the game, after also going pro scouts and getting 8 scouts. Just soak that in for a moment. This Civ remains as wild as ever. Wham! Into Undermesh. So it looks like he has some intent to commit to the age. High trade house is going to be coming in. What do you think, guys? Probably not a big one, right? I mean, there's never such a thing as a small high trade house that have a problem, though. Yo, what's up, Groovers? That's a smart lad right there. Appreciate the prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. 108. I'm gonna go with with this tree line. Yeah, probably like 116. Or is it gonna be one of those weird ones where it does 117? Maybe I'm sensing a 117. Right, I'm just gonna try to contest, but I think this is the other thing that makes Roose a bit of a toxic civ to encounter when they do these builds. Like Wooden Fortress. You know, if it was a normal outpost, you might have some hope of a ram into a torch play. It's 1750 HP with 8 garrison slots is a big ask. And yes, I definitely recall the Bronze League Legends 0 gold high trade house. That was on 4 Lakes. I can't remember the player's name, but I was impressed. I'd never to that day seen someone build a high trade house that got 0 gold a minute. And we're not going to see it today. It's even better than we thought, guys. It's going to be... Like, seriously. How? Guys, this is... I mean, it's in fairness, he did crack tier 2, right? But it's 155. How is that 155? Wait, are the trees on this map more condensed than other maps? I don't think so. I'd have to double check with Caillou, though. It looks like they are maybe a little bit clustered. But trees have always been deceptive in AoE4. Just in a top-down view of someone's head. If the top of your head looks like this exactly, I'm a bit concerned. Like, maybe the front of your head looked like this. I'd still be concerned, but... So we've got a poke in. Scouts actually aren't bad at dealing with rams. They do get bonus damage against them. You can see right there. It's not crazy, but for what they cost, decent. Problem is, there's not enough of them, and they're just getting sniped out. And B, I mean, this is looking shaky right now. I think what B's encountering is the awkwardness of this map is limited space. I actually like that you can't just build a gajillion things with no thought to it. There's rhyme and rhythm to this. If you don't think about where you can build and what you can build with that space, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. Triple ram now. B, like, what's the plan here? I guess he's just going to try to garrison trick this to get rid of the rams. It's going to cost him some workers along the way, though. One snipe so far. Repair crew is doing decent, but remember, there's not enough room to keep all them safe, and he's not microing them one by one in either. B instead is going to say to hell with it, pulls more workers. Goes to the torch room. Now, the knight is going to be able to scare this away. So 2 rams down, but B also 2 workers down in this game. Wham, he's not done. No, Wham's rams are never truly finished. He's got 2 additionals being constructed, and the numbers continue to scale nicely here. 50-50 split between jabs and donzos. That's important to ensure your opponent doesn't really want to think about horse archers. But the scary part is Wham will be feeling a little bit on the clock here, because what could actually just kill him is raw veteran archers. The reason why B built a few knights, by the way, twofold. So in small numbers, what's going to be more valuable? A few archers or a few knights? Dead ringer knights are the more valuable. But the other thing beyond that is that you're going to need something to snipe the siege. Now, you could build 100 archers, and then it would only take you 3.7 attacks to kill a ram. Or you could just, like, you know, have 4 knights attack once each and do, what, about between a third and a quarter of the health of a ram. That poke is proven effective, even protecting the hunting cabins, which are allowed to generate more knights. Archers are diving pretty deep from B, though. I mean, it's nice once you start sniping on. Remember, once you have veterancy on archers, they're not terrible at taking out jabs. Something not great either. Donzos are going to be better at our position. Space created, but the Rams did survive that. Pressure will continue. The question now is whether Wham can find a way to get towards castle. You know, how stuck are you? Is there a value in maybe finding Farimba around 20 jabs? B does still have a lot of wood to work with before he's fully exposed. And here's the interesting thing about this tree line, guys. You can snakes and ladders it. So you can chop this way, and then you can build a llama camp here and chop this way again. You can essentially just kind of hollow out the tree line to always stay hidden. So I don't think wood is going to be the dire issue for B, not the way he's postured. And wait. Do you really think this is the top of someone's head? Like, look, you got like the side hair, the bald on top, and you got like the beard and the eyebrows. I mean, if your hair did look like this from the top, then we should have called this one alopecia. Oh, if at first you don't ram, download moreram.com. No, don't go to that website. Don't. We actually have an archer. Okay, this is sick. I'm impressed now. This is a really cool idea out of Wham. Remember what we said about this tree line and what B can do with it to try and stay safe. The archer ship contradicts that whole concept. It's already on the way as well. Another thing that's interesting about this map is that south side, north side, both of them are actually very well shrouded on the water side. You've got stealth forest down here. You've got the main tree line, so it's very hard to see this coming early. Who could have seen this? Wham, in a very cozy position, now on his way to the Frimba. He did reveal his intent a little here, actually. B stepped up and noticed that Wham walked away, so this is alarm bells ringing right now for B. Will he be able to get the ring of the bell for the knockout punch, though? Wham is going to posture. A lot of Donzos to play with. The archers could sweep through that fast, though. Knights are king here. And the Javelin upgrade does come in fast, remember. The key for Wham just by just a few seconds here. You can get into that upgrade, and there it is. Gets queued up. So Javelin is 10 seconds away. Veterancy, however, is 25. B is going to be able to clear up those rams now. Can clear up the pit mine. But there is a little bit of a concern now because Javelineers have a reputation for being toxic. Not just because they have poison javelins. These units are absurdly hard to reach. Yeah, I think B... Like, what's the solution to this now? I guess he's okay with what he's doing, actually. Sometimes you have to be like, oh no, I can't keep going cav, but he's mirroring the Javelineer count with a knight count, which is quite frankly crazy. Yeah, it feels like Wham lost quite a lot of javelins on that retreat. It was like, what, 8 or 9? So half of his comp at that point. He has at least put the B back in the beehive for now. Problem is, the Roose look a little bit more swarmy here right now. It's almost like B is trying to just invite Wham back to his side of the map so he can jump him. One weakness of Roose on this map, mind you, is the lack of relics, remember. Only 2 of them are accessible straight away. So what's usually an organic play for the Roose hasn't actually happened yet. No ranged armor is going to be painful here. Wham, getting maximum damage. B finally realizing the error. Is going to look to fill the hole. It's going to take some time. Yeah, and that's an opportunity for Wham to kind of pin him again. Food is definitely becoming a problem. We're seeing that B, he's already moved north for the gold. The food has to be getting low, right? Okay, maybe not. I'm a little bit surprised he's still got that much, actually. Then again, that is the high trade house effect. Remember, every minute, he's spawning an extra deer. I wonder if there's a world in which B tries to switch siege. It's a very linear map in some ways when you get in this kind of tug of war anyway. And that's where siege can feel pretty good. Like the flanks are a vulnerability, but that's normally against cavalry, not so much against javeliniers. Donzos, whoops, outcropping kind of betraying him a little. Not all the archers here. Wait, has he got A-click issues? He has indeed. At some point, you just want to demolish this entire pit mine area because it is going to grief you. Usually, to kind of be efficient, you're going to be selecting all army and then A-clicking. But if you do that, all the reinforcements are going to stop off at the buildings. Sometimes pit mines really can be the truest pain in the ass imaginable. I mean, of course they can. Like, look at the shape of that. Would you really want to sit on it? Anyway. Never really looked at them that closely. They are quite clunky looking structures, aren't they? Now that I think about it, why does it not require you to put a villager inside it? For what it is. Another thing from Wham that I'm quite liking, actually, he's got quite a lot of cow. Yeah, there you go. He's building them in the ranches. That's usually the weakness of this type of build, is you just feel like you don't actually have enough food. Right? It leaves you very vulnerable because if the javelins ever get wiped, there's no remax. On top of that, because you haven't got the ranches, you can't ever really afford sofa. But Wham is gradually fixing that issue. Keeps going B. This looks pretty funky now. He's switching into horse archers against javelineer. I wonder if this is about raiding. Maybe B's like, okay, I can't long-term win in a direct fight. And looks like the archer ship didn't get any worker kills in the end, so was able to dodge just in time. Is B trying to hide his knight count a little here? Not really. He's showing them all. It kind of felt like he was trying to hide it in the shroud a bit so that Wham didn't overdo it on Donzos. Because then you can kind of brute force a fight, which is what you kind of need at this rate. Donzo count is getting low. B surging forward here. Has to hide the remaining spears at the back. Knight count hasn't thinned too much, mind you. Does he know about the ranches? I mean, you have to be suspecting at this stage. B is just trying to tap what he can off the map. We've got him playing double boar, which is why he's able to keep pumping knights like this. But the boar is not forever. No, it's like, it's the prom date. It's not going to be the one you wed. Not like this old Bessie over here. These things are eternal food. Wow. Another thing that's nice is once you start retreating towards his berry points, like it becomes his own choke points to protect you. However, what's not nice is sacrificing villagers like that. Oh my god. -8. A huge hit there. Nasar relief for B. He needed some sort of upside with the way this is trending. Now, I'm not going to say that's getting him true space, but at least it gets the boot slightly off of his neck here. Does have to fully retreat, however, due to the javelin count being, quite frankly, absurd. 34 of them on the front line. More coming. Make it 40. The knights. Where are they? The count's getting pretty small now. Just need to be careful of those Donzos. Maybe on the front line just to scare away the knights. Knights that will have boys' fortitude soon. I mean, I'm wondering if it's going to be soon enough at this rate, though. Have to be really careful because once you reach this point, you're trickling knights one by one. And although it absorbs the javelin shots, you're seeing the issue is that technically you should never really be able to catch up with your archers. Javelins are quicker. This will eventually become another problem, by the way. I'm quite impressed that this game isn't over. It felt like with the dive that Wham was attempting, it was like do or die by it. But and then when we saw B charge out of the base, it almost looked like he had the game in his hands when the throne was being teched up. But it shows you just how powerful that Javelineer on not being only 10 seconds is. Have they discovered each other yet? Doesn't seem so. We are going to get an outpost going up. That's going to give the tip off to B, which is important because he has got 1 or 2 horse archers that he could send to the north side. Which is exactly what it feels like he needs right now, is a little bit more raid potential. Relic has been picked up. We have not got the Forgotten Ruins being garrisoned by villagers just yet, so no additional relics on the way for Wham. Unless he, you know, steals the one from your side, which is what he done. I was looking, I was like, where's B's relic? Yeah, so Wham already took the hard one. So that's 2 relic gaming for Malians. And the lead is building. And it's starting to feel like B is breaking here. He has got some farms being added in. The sofas are finally on the way for Wham. He's done it. Look at the night count. It's non-existent now. This is what he's been waiting for. Instead of just getting in a melee clash, which would have been a kind of negative, he focused on range to keep scaling that lead. And now B, I mean, we're seeing him try to queue into the horseman here. But the ball must be running low at this stage. Oh my god, clicking boar is so annoying. Why are your hitboxes so big? I think I had it first. I give up. I'm guessing they're down to about 800 food on both. Oh, there you go. 500. Thanks. Shout out to Wham for letting me click on the ball. But B will never get to click on it again. Gonna go hiding in the tree line. Javelineers are riding blind trying to intercept, but even the out of time alone is important here. We also have double trebuchet, so Wham now with the capability of sieging directly into the main base. And we also have boats coming out from B. It is going to be the Springald ships to answer this. Kind of feels good for him, though, that B's double investing Springald. Because now you can just double down on land. Javelins. Oy, oy, oy. Well, Spawn Siege almost immediately loses Siege. The Sofas are going to ride in. Not quite able to get the kill. The Javelins. What was that mango hit? This is the thing. It's just so hard to find high value against Javs. He's going to at least keep the siege weapon alive. I think if B can just get a little bit of bream room or maybe kind of funnel the fight, then the mango play makes sense. The problem is at this stage, we aren't talking about funnel. We're talking about width. Like, look at this. He's got 26 workers to the north side on gold. He's probably going to start like maybe harvesting berries soon. I mean, he's going to need to get food somewhere. At this stage, B only has 14 food workers. Not a highly impressive number. No, I mean, the fact he's still queuing up knights with 400 food, I don't know how you actually keep scaling like this. Siege is his only solace. But with Wham's timing into mass sofa, it feels like a solace that's already been answered. A safe haven that's already been infiltrated. Boats are at least on the way around, but maybe? If you can force a fight and Wham isn't looking, you can kill a lot of workers. Problem is, do you really want to force a fight? Because these army numbers tell a tale of someone who is a little bit scared, or should be anyway. Trebs are going to be sacked, but it doesn't matter. Sofas wrap around the back. Mangoes get taken down. And that is going to be a game 1 win for the Canadian. An impressive start against B. The most consistent grand finalist we have in Age of Empires 4. Not just that, does it against the Roose. The Gigastack Civ that feels like it can do no wrong. It's going to get routed off of this bald man's head in game number 1. Wham had 0 chance of winning according to Twitch. Wait, was it all betted against him? Never doubt NA. Like, maybe do, but like things other than gaming. It's going to be an early lead for the Canadian, and I am impressed. I mean, this is like, when you think about the strategy that's employed by B on the beginning, I mean, it felt like he was in a really solid position. It looked like he was going to get his tech for free, but as we know, that Farimba is never that simple. Ooh. Interesting start. I'm trying to think if that's like uploadable, and if so, what it's called. Not sure. I also need to delete some of these older videos. Oops. Everyone who voted B loses their bird feed. It does indeed. Thus is the price. I guess Pro Scouts isn't always the answer. Or isn't always required. Because I think we had like a very interesting discussion about the dynamics like that early game and what it does with your economy and like, you know, how you don't need the merchant camp, etc. And that kind of fits the theme. So Roose versus Mali, game 1. It was a win for the Canadian. Now we're going to be heading into regions. Mongols, Japanese. Okay, I quite like Japan in this one. Yeah, I'm trying to like there used to be a time with the Kura Storehouse build where just Mongols ate you for breakfast, dinner, and lunch because like it makes sense. You're kind of just setting yourself up to get countered when like the Kura Storehouse farm's always exposed, get burnt. Also, just a civ that's very good at rushing gold and kind of blocking the greed plays. But I think with the vibrancy that is the Yumi way of life, like this civ is like looking a lot better now in this matchup and many others. And yeah, we can get predictions kicked up and ready to roll. Oh, by the way, reminder, when that AMD link does come up, I saw it come up earlier, click on the link. It is imperative. If you want to see AMD come back and sponsor AoE 4 more. Because they're willing to. That's the other thing that I always like to highlight with these types. Like, you know, it's very nice to see these big brands actually come and sponsor our small fledgling esports scenes. Let's get it ready to go. I'm trying to think if they've done anything to like cripple their draft later, but they've still got pretty solid picks. Kawasan's going to be the interesting reserve one where you have to save like Shushi and maybe Ibids now. There's an argument that like using Japanese here instead of on Kawasan is a little bit intriguing. I'm also curious to see where he wants to pick House of Lancaster. And in we go. One and all, it's time for game number 2. B with the Japanese going up against Wham on the Mongols. Which I can't switch over to because he needs to deploy. And oh my dear God, what is that deploy? Wait, what? Alright, I'm curious as to what Wham is cooking here. Because this is a bit diff. And I want to believe. By God, but I feel as if in the last year I can count on one hand the amount of times a Mongol player has built his TC away from a tree line and it hasn't felt terrible. This is curious. I mean, he kind of had no choice, right? Like, look at the goal placements. So, Wham, what does this opening mean? I think this opening means that he does not want to contest Dark Age, which is very weird of Mongols, but I think makes sense. The Japanese spear opening is quite fast due to how cheap the Rax is. On top of that, normally they don't need to contest you long term. They can just return and shove deer. It's interesting when you think about the economics of like Japanese spear opening versus Mongols. So for Mongols to really get running with it, they need to spend 150 wood and then another 150 wood. So you've already spent compared to Japan, to start producing the spearmen the way you want to, the equivalent of 3 extra spears. So I think that's why Wham didn't see value in it. Is like against Japan, if you play a hyper long Dark Age, they're probably just going to skip out on you into feudal. And the other thing that's kind of weird in this matchup now is Yuumi are good. Yuumi are really, really freaking good against these spear spams. Like, I actually think the Deer Shove is definitely part of why Japan feels very good for these Dark Age players right now. But it's the fact that if you can get your opponent to spam spears as well, you're basically setting them up to get countered by Yuumi. And this Deer Shove's a bit weird. Where are you going? Get back in there. So probably no pro scouts on either side. And Wham isn't going to try to trade with the enemy marketplace, so don't expect a silver tree. Remember, on regions, there is no marketplace. Only Dumu is manly enough to build silver tree on maps that don't have trade posts. And win with them, actually. Ironically enough, it was this matchup as well. Different map, of course. All right, let's see. How are the predictions going? 72% for B. So some people are looking to cash in on Wham's impressive start to this series. This is rough, man. Like, what's the plan from Wham here? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Because I don't think you can stop Japan from getting castled now. They got the Deer Shove in underneath TC. They have a backspawn in gold. And backspawn and goals are really important here against these early aggro plays, by the way. The reason is that if you build a single outpost here, it cuts the rotation, which means your opponent, if he wants to hit the other side of your base for whatever reason, has to rotate all the way back around. Yeah, I'm going to do the full motion. Yes, I did just draw something phallic with my mouse. Look, don't judge me. This is what the tree line's making me do. Is there a world in which Wham actually just plays for, I don't want to say fast imp straight away. There's something aligned with that. I mean, he's gathering the wood, so presumably we are going to get some sort of production building being dropped. Sheep count is decent for the time being. It's going to be 12 compared to just 7 for B. And looks like B is going to be a nuisance now. Yeah, which makes sense considering Wham still hasn't got a tree line, folks. Not only that, it's kind of worse. This is another reason why people tend to build their TC on the tree line. If you move your town center, you aren't near the straggler trees that inherently spawn around your town center's location. That's why he looks so weird over here. I think his TC spawn point was maybe here? With these 3 trees around. So yeah, bit of a funky one. And stables? Really? Okay, I mean, I don't think B realized the jackpot here. I mean, why would you, right? Your opponent's already teched up, so you show some respect because your spears can't even be feudaled. For all you know, it could just be 2 Keshiks that could club you down. So he just comes in to lane the deer, says no deer shove, and walks all the way home. Which is quite comical for 5 minutes into the game. No double TC production, by the way. It is just going to be raw Keshiks. 2 on the way. Okay, but presumably for this to work, Wham's got to be thinking about a second unit comp. Is there at 6 on the wood line, so archery range could follow this up quite swiftly. The reason is your opponent already built a rack, so if your goal is to only build Keshiks, like, you shouldn't ever be getting in. Whoa, he's actually doing pro scouts. Really? That's interesting. I think pro scouts is like starting to feel like a bit of a bait on regions. There's definitely a decent amount of deer out here. There's 12 in the center of the map, and then you have 1 deer stack at home. He could have maybe came out here and gird, but I get why Wham doesn't want to do that. It's not like you're playing a Civ that could wall this in to feel safe against Matt Samurai Rays later, or even Yuumi earlier. And outpost spamming would just feel weird here as well, because like you didn't get a deer spawn that spawned on top of a gold. If it was at least that way, then you could build the outpost there, with the idea being you'd eventually use it for your step readout as well. So just trying to play full safety. Now the interesting thing is actually if B had just been going for like fast castle, Wham probably gets all the deer. But because it's Yuumi play, this is a bit more convoluted. You think you should... Wait, what? Arch rangers and Raxes have built-in towers. You should be able to garrison them. Yeah, come on, though. There's a tiny... They're very tiny. Like, look at the size of this little Yuumi compared to that tiny tower. Yuumi? Oh, that's sick! He body blocked to protect the villagers. Almost gets a Keshik kill because of it as well. Elegantly done by B. Steel Arrow already coming in, by the way. So Wham has things to worry about because he can't really match the blacksmith timings when he's going pro scouts like this. He's going to be delayed. B, just everything looking very fluid. We already have the Daimyo on the way. That is going to give him access to the Yuumi Bannerman, which is almost going to put him on par for normal archers 1-to-1. Where buildings where military live cannot defend themselves? Is it though? Because like the guys that can defend themselves are already out of here and then roam in the battlefield, right? Like inside here right now, we've got the plebeians, you know, the peasantry that needs to be taught. This is something that like Age of Mythology's Lantians, Poseidon understood. Where when you kill the buildings, like a little angry peasant guy came out and started poking you. No luck on this backside, by the way. And there's that outpost to cut it like we talked about. So B, does he just look for the age 3 now? I mean, he's nicely insulated, isn't he? He's got a decent amount of spears to deal with the Keshiks. The archer timing is always going to be quite late by comparison. In fact, Wham isn't even bringing them out. I think both of them are just looking for castle. The nice thing about Japan with this build nowadays is having to go Yuumi doesn't feel like you punish yourself anymore. It's a useful unit. It scales nicely. Whereas before, you guys remember, right? Like, just a few months ago, if you had to start spamming Yuumi, you're like, oh god, what did I do wrong in this game? How did I get here? It's comical because the two units that it felt like you never wanted to build as Japan were the two that are being built a lot right now, which is Spears and Yuumi. The Spears, usually it's only a few in the early game, normally for the deer shove. But before that, Japan typically tried to wait until they were in Imperial Age to build spears, when they got things like the Nagiari buff. So tech up just around the corner. This is undoubtedly going to be step readout. The question then is whether this is fast Imperial. Against a slower Civ, maybe. But Japan is very aggressive out of the gate upon castle arrival. With the floating gate coming. So Wham's, maybe going to be looking to build more Keshiks, I guess? Just trying to distract by some time. A bit dicey. Maybe there's something more cost efficient. The problem with going Keshiks here is, think about the gold. You've got these two 4K veins, and that's kind of it. Then you have to be in the center of the map. So step readout can extend that life quite a lot. But if the end goal truly is Imperial Age, and you're burning a lofty 80 gold per unit, you're going to struggle to keep that timing. B now hunting. Well, Outpost is going to give an early warning. Wham does have the Yam effect to be able to run away. I think that's why B didn't dive. Against a slow-moving opponent, you do so, because without Yam, like... I mean, look at the move speed with Yam is the easiest way to go. 1.5. They're quicker than Yuumi. Like, quite a bit. What's the opening going to be from B? Just the standard Mount Samurai, like we were talking about? I think Mount Samurai beginning does make a lot of sense here. If you're paranoid your opponent's trying to go fast imp, then you need something that rushes to dive. And Mount Samurai are one of the best units in Age of Empires 4. At mid-game diving. Arguably the best. Yuumi's veterancy already going to be queued up. We do have the Keshik priority coming in from Wham. I genuinely think this is just fast Imperial. Look at what he's done with the Stone Folks. That's very important. I think you would have started queuing up Keshiks at double pump if you were like focusing on that detail. Instead, it feels like what Wham is doing here is planning to flood a bunch of Spring Order placements. The weird one about this is like he's going to have the food and gold, but the wood has been the wonky thing due to the placement. What a weird build. I'm kind of digging it. Relic's going to start being picked up by B. He does have range damage 2 on the way as a priority. The problem is B has to play with an element of respect here. Like, assumption is your opponent could be Keshik diving you. You're also thinking, what if, there's like a big army waiting out there? And that's why he hasn't really rushed out the base. He just kind of kept this at home. So Mount Samurai will eventually reveal what's truly happening. The problem is that this pacing, by the time they'll reveal what's truly happening, Wham could already be building the Karganet Palace. Yeah, this is like the most blunt, unforgiving, shameless fast imp build I can think of. He's starting to make it a bit more humble though. He's got Keshiks plus crossbows coming. So yeah, the arrival of the Mount Samurai seemed to convince him otherwise. So first blood drawn. The first relic about to be drawn home as well. One of the Mongol villagers are wearing armor. It's not really armor. Some of them are wearing a shawl. It's a very fancy looking shawl though. Okay, B has a crap ton of Yumi now. Is he trying to bait? I think he's trying to bait him. He's dangling the Mounted Samurai to force Wham to build a counter. And then the idea is to flood him with Yumi. It's bold. But we talked about needing an army that can dive fast, and Yumi is amongst the best archers for doing exactly that. If you guys don't want to dive into Warzone with only 10 frames, though, click the link that just popped up in chat. I need to get back to trying Warzone now that I've got my new AMD CPU, actually. I remember on like my old system, it was impossible to play that game because the performance was not great. But with the new shiny CPU... I'm actually jelly of the people that have the X3D versions, though. I might have to talk to my AMD guy and be like, please, sir, I love my 16 cores, but can I get an X3D at the end? Well, let's see if this dive is going to have an XD at the end of it. Or if it's going to be an RIP for Wham. He has not started the tech up yet. And B is already addressing the outpost concern. I think the timing isn't right. I think B caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. Perfectly, in fact. Even the spears that survived that long, just adding in the torch power. So double outpost down. Wham now has no access to wood. And only triple pasture. This is not a lot of food. Not to mention the fact you need more outposts. Great read by B. And now a wrap around here. The Karganet Palace to be built, but B is ready to deny its existence. He dives in. Keshiks being clashed with. The crossbows get chased away by the Yumi. He turns around now for the burn. Yumi essentially just being sacked on the Keshiks to allow the burn through, but that's not working. So B, sleeping the wheel a little bit. Yumi will target fire onto the repairing villagers now. And we've got a little bit of the princess of the next castle moments here. Almost like we're playing Super Mario, but the burn is going to come through. Workers will go for the repair again. And the Yumi, they're finally going to start targeting them down. So he does get some worker kills here. Wham. He's still not in the Imperial yet. Yeah, this is getting uncomfortable. With one spear on placement gone as well, there's enough Mounted Samurai left here to clear this. And I mean, at that stage, Wham, he might have an age up, but guys, like, what gold? What elite decks? What anything? And the first roll is going to be Palace Guard. I mean, it's probably the best thing you could get here, but there's already 12 Mounted Samurai. On top of that, Wham has 0 outposts to defend himself with. Yeah, this game is over. B knows it as well. He just walked in and went, wait a second. Where is anything? And he sees the villagers. They try to sneak back. That's going to be GG. So game number 2, be able to strike back uber fast, actually. Really interesting the way he played this as well. Not a lot of people would have kept the Yumi home that long, but you see how it just pays off. There was no weakness, no vulnerability. He almost just gave Wham this false sense of security to go and get himself killed. Interesting. That was very clean execution out of B. Yeah, just kind of a firm reminder about why it never feels good to build your TC away from a tree line as well. So left side win. Let's see, game number 3, where are they taking us? Okay, so next up we've got Kawasan. We talked about like B throwing away a lot of good Kawasan picks already. So it's going to be Ibids next. And I think that's why Wham chose this map. He has the Shushi, which is a really powerful pick. Whereas his opponent is theoretically quite weak on his picks. Ibids can be quite effective here with the discounted options. So if you go for the advancement wing, you can actually pump out into aggro units very fast. I also think sometimes Desert Raiders is slept on a little bit because Desert Raiders can build rams. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of it on Kawasan, actually, considering how popular military wing is for the Abassids for that exact reason. And I am struggling to find Kawasan on a K because I'm an idiot. There we go. Oh, I'm going to run a minute of ads now as well. Oh, and looks like Twitch just done it itself before I could. XD. The stream on YouTube is lagging a lot. Is that true, YouTube? I don't think so. It seems fine to me. Well, the CPU is cool as can be. It's at like 41 degrees. It's definitely not that. Yeah, I'd say luck mad, maybe just refresh. It might just be on your end, bud. Wait, what's this community leaderboard thing now on YouTube? I haven't seen that before. With XP. Huh? Yeah, I was going to say, I just thought I'd double check. We've got like 90 people watching on YouTube. I was like, well, I think it should be okay there. Damn, like that's the most I've seen YouTube talk all week as well, like consistently at once. Do I need to start target talking to the different communities? Come on, guys, you can talk to each other. I might see if there's a way to get the bot to post in the chats as well. I'm not sure about that one, though. Well, I love AMD, so love beats like. Checkmate. The problem with like bots being able to post in chat is if you do that, it's like if someone posts some profanity, or someone that like breaks TNCs, I think is maybe the issue. And here we are, one and all, in game number 3 between B and Wham. It is going to be taking place on Kawasan. Wham, this is what we've been waiting for. This Shushi pit that looked just so tasty for this map. B, I think, is up to his crafty devices. Yeah, this is a man who is doing something suspicious, folks. Look at the draft. Look at what he could have picked. He had Japanese. He did not save them for this map. For some reason, he coveted the Ibids. And I, for one, am excited to find out why. Could it be the military wing, so he can use camels to build rams? Could it be the dervish play, and maybe an ignorance on the water side? I mean, it feels like both of them are going to be ignoring the water to begin with, which makes sense. Shushi thrive on the idea of getting this meditation garden in the center of the map. Just look at what's begging to be done over here. Could get probably about like 140 food plus the stone. Hella good opportunities. I think meditation gardens on this map have been averaging over 150 resources, which is crazy. Yeah, like I'm thinking back to the days when Shushi first got introduced. Did we actually have Kawasan in competitive pools then? I mean, probably a good thing that we didn't, because the numbers could have potentially exceeded 200 resources a minute. And it is going to be Loggy Wing. Okay, so Idea behind this would be you can add in a few military units and contest your opponent in any land fight. Need more for Wham? It is going to be that chalant walkout into the center with no harassment opportunity from your opponent. You know, I do wonder about Mongols as an answer to Shushi on this map for this play. Yeah, I think that changes a lot, right? Like, do you ever really want to have to build Spearman and Dark Age as Shushi? That's why I'd rate Knights Templar a lot higher than Shushi on this map. Any civ that can essentially just kind of utilize the water very well, but not have this gamble. Like, I'd say the top picks for this map right now are probably Knights Templar, Shushi, Mongol, Abassid, and then you're probably looking at Japanese Ibids. Yeah, this one's cozy, folks. So that's going to end up being not quite as much as I think he would have liked here because the spawn was a bit weird with the tree line interfering with the berries. Normally this isn't here, it's a bit further off, so you get everything together. No HRE. It's funny you'd think that HRE would make it through the banning phase. I mean, in fairness, it did this week once, right? But it's quite rare. Okay, shared pond it is. No, upsides to B, he can always just set up double dock. That's something really nice you can actually do with the Ibids because it's so cheap, but... Uh-oh. Hold on a second. He can actually pin him against the dock. Did he do it? No, he didn't get around him. Okay, so a bit of a missed opportunity. 3 units can actually pin an enemy unit against like a stone outcropping or a building. It just takes very specific placement, which is, in fairness to Wham, very difficult to do. Because when you try to actually click exactly where you want to go, what ends up happening is you start burning the building instead. The dock does go up. Worker's able to get home. And all that effort is for nothing. And there we go, folks. Dervish Wing, we found why it gets built. It's like that fight never happened. You guys ever think about the fact that thanks to Ibid's Dervish Wing, that one villager could have taken on all 3 of them? Full Optimus Prime moment. You forgot the B even... you forgot the H3 rather even exist in tournaments. Sorry, I messed that YouTube comment as well. Yeah, I think we've had H3 once this week. Actually, no, twice. I think it made it through twice. Was it? I think MSN's draft allowed for it, which was very surprising. In fact, I'll pull up the stats for you guys just to confirm. So this week, HRE has been picked 6 times. Okay, more than I expected. 3 wins, 3 losses. There you go, guys. HRE is a perfectly balanced civ. Should B make a demo ship to try and kill those 3? It's a bit of a gamble on whether your opponent's paying attention or not, right? So it's almost like you need to distract him somewhere else. And nicely done. B, he did sneak out for that northern dock. Archer ship already there, so Wham's shenanigans will not catch him this time. Core can't sign up for KPMM. He's too busy trying to go pro in Valorant. Wait, you still trying to go pro in Valorant, or are you switched over to Marvel Rivals now? Second dock as well. So Wham's at least going to double down to secure this area. You don't game? All right, Granddad. What do we do now? Read books? I read a lot of books too. I'm very fancy like that. I got this book made of like cardboard. It's like 7 pages long. Freya loves it. So Spear plus Chug. Interesting. Is why I'm trying to all in to contest Fast Castle. I mean, in fairness, Chug are actually the perfect answer to this Desert Raider spam. And B is leading into it. Is H3 a free win against any Civ these days? Not if you go ask Dimu about his quarterfinals against Dimu. Against Numidan. Yeah, we did get the deer shove in. This is just an insurance policy, a backup plan. It should be mainly about the fishing. Love this. Just using the dervishes as scouts, basically. You miss deer pushing? Ah, yes, a very rare sight in Season 10. We never see people deer push. Just like we never see dervishes manage to like, I can't believe he almost survived that. He was a fraction of a second away from actually getting away with that. That was absurd. New Desert Raiders here, though. Yeah, a little bit ambitious at first from B, but look at the count right now. There's 2 more Desert Raiders on top of this one. And because Chug is so slow, you can essentially pull the Spearmen away from them and then gradually win the fight. I feel rough for Wham, man. I feel rough for anyone who has to deal with this Dervish strat. It might be actually one of the most frustratingly viable builds in the game. Just what do you do, man? Like, oh, wow. I almost killed him. And all of a sudden, all my hard work is evaporating while my health evaporates alongside it. Ottoman Vizier Imam point, but beefier? Exactly. And also more self-maintained. Like, remember, if you lose one of these dervishes, the strategy still functions because it can heal itself. When you lose one Imam with the Ottomans, he can't heal himself. It's a huge difference. It's weird as well, because if anything, it should be the other way around. The Imam should self-heal, and the dervishes should not, right? Because, like, these guys are faster, they have more health, they have a debuff on the cavalry. Just so much in one unit. It's so much pump. 8 Desert Raiders. We do have horsemen now getting added in. Got to be a bit careful of the fact that you can see that the Steeled Arrow did get taken. That means that there's an extra 3 damage coming your way per volley. And remember, you do have the same range, so Chuganu should, in theory, be able to respond. What worries me a little for Wham is this is full Chugno now. Like, no Spin really getting added in. And the reason that's going to be a problem is you can see B, he's already sneaking horsemen. Does reveal it early, though. That's quite important. So now that Wham knows this, he can balance his military force again. I think every civ should get a mobile hospital in feudal age. That's the problem with Mongols, right? We just need to switch some things around. Silver Tree should be in castle age, and Kurotai should be in feudal age. There you go. Solved it. Oh my god, could you actually imagine? Let's not. For our own sanity, let's definitely not. Got to emphasize just how useful this Medigarden has been for what Wham is doing, by the way. 88 food. Well, more than that. I think it's like 96 food. Just progressively adding 1 extra Chug per minute over time makes quite the difference at this stage of the game. Fishing is looking incredible for him. Meanwhile, for B, I don't know, dog. I feel like the problem for B here is he's fixated on this idea of just being more efficient per unit because he'll be able to heal over time. And that's a great strategy. It works really well early on. But you're now up against 27 Chugnu, and you cannot heal the dead. So this is where things get a bit funky for him. Because remember, for B, by comparison, he only built 5 fishing boats. Meanwhile, Wham went pretty hardcore on the count. He's up at 16 on 1 pond. I guess for B now, the focus point is shifting towards raiding, which makes sense. His Desert Raiders are super fast. So Wham's reading it correctly. I think B's starting to realize H2 might not be his best friend. He's starting to save resources. Oh, wall's not going to go up in time. Neither is the outpost. Wham. Why is he not chasing in? I guess that's because he just wants to keep his economy on the east side. So he wants to be in position to defend the Medigarden as well as the docks, but also where his economy is on land. And he realizes if he chases after this, it's just going to be circles around the base. Instead, I think he's actually getting ready to counterattack. Oh, that's sick. So B was stockpiling resources, and I think Wham got suspicious when he saw that dive. He was like, okay, he must be teching, trying to draw attention. But B started to reinvest. I mean, not enough to defend himself just yet. And a handful of horsemen. Wham is going to love that. We do have Undermesh plus Steeled Arrow here for B. The switch into archers is going to sting. Wham does not have the extra ranged armor to protect himself. I can't believe the chat is trying to justify Kurotai being moved to feudal age. We were memeing. It would be too strong. Chill. Village is in trouble now. Wham finds the dive in. Cuts off a few now. I have a problem here. Look at B's gold. He has just enough to go castle age, but nothing to buy with. So he's kind of stuck. Like, bare minimum, you want to be having enough of veterancy onto archers for a switch. Desirees are trying to cut reinforcements, but difficult to do. And because of that stone on the meditation garden, look what's now coming. Wham is spamming up hand cannon slit outposts to protect himself with the tree line and gold. That's so smart. It means he doesn't have to come home. And what is this brain cooking? B just queued up Master Smiths. Wait, what? All right, this is all about the ranged, actually. This is kind of crazy. Think about the dynamics here. He went Steel Arrow under mesh. He's got Desert Raider archers. That's already buffing all your damage up immediately. On top of that, you're mitigating the range damage to the Chiganu mass immediately as well. So if B can just stay on the course, avoid the tornado trying to suck him in, he's going to look pretty tanky in these fights. But it's difficult to avoid that tornado. That cyclone is swirling. And he needs wood for more archers. This also will give him access to Military Academy, by the way. Which is important for scaling more Desert Raiders down the line, but also just the Archer blob timing. Good cut of reinforcements. He's just going to dive in all willy-nilly. As the Dervishes can't quite be killed quick enough. Meanwhile, Chug, lots of spears are going to break in. He has moved the tree line to the west side. And I think, yeah, he still doesn't know. I don't think Wham's seen this tech yet. But at this point, it's starting to probably feel pretty obvious. Wham. Not going to hide and fall behind. Shaolin Monastery already on the way. He continues to posture. Remember, he can queue up veterancy super fast here. Problem he's got right now is he can't actually reach anything to use it with. And he is bulked up to the maximum now. 26 fishing boats on one pond. That is crazy. Other side of the field, it's still just 6. Yes, proof that just more is better, which is why I always like to have more cores in my CPUs. Exclamation mark AMD. Veterancy now on the way. He got Golden Age 2, so remember that gets him there quicker. It takes 45 seconds instead. Veterancy will kick in faster for Wham, though. And this guy is out of control. 66 Chuganu. And add another 6 on it for the ones in queue. Meantime, B has already snatched away 2 relics, as you'd expect from Dervish Wing. First Monk now queued up by Wham. What a curious game. Does B just give up on the Archer spam and switch into Manjaniques? I wouldn't really blame him here. This is a lot of repeater crossbows. Let's see what the Vet Horsemen can do. They're going to dive in. The Dervishes come around the back. Could go for a wall loll to bait some attention fire there, but Wham. Yep, switches over everything. Okay, so draws the fire away at least for one burst. He's able to break the front line. The Horsemen are going to be chasing in here. The B able to push him out of his base. And Wham actually losing quite a lot of Zug on the retreat. Yeah, not turning around as much as you'd like to see here. A few horsemen are going to dive through with the double ranged armor. Folks, it really is making quite the difference here. It takes ages to get through them. And that huge, swollen military lead that Wham had, not as big as it once was. And the gap is closing fast, but the issue for B is a lack of horsemen. I think he hung around too long there. Confidence surging. It looked so good when he had the ponies, but the moment they drop, the backline melts. I can't believe that B. Maybe just overly confident, but just because of how good that fight was going. So stand his ground now. Has got more of the camels and the ponies coming out. Bull Boys are also going to arrive in response from Wham. Can Wham keep this up is the big question, though. Because of the amount of fishing boats he has, these deep waters are always going to exhaust, right? So, in theory, he should run out of resources eventually, but I think this surge of gathering has beaten B. Bloodied him in the streets, because he still only has 6 fishing boats, and the army is gone. GG's going to get called. Wham back in the lead, and it is scary how close Master Smith was to cracking that. Just a little bit more food, and maybe we're looking at a different outcome, but once again, the rarely seen Iron landmark gets another L next to his name. Yeah, very curious game, the way that one played out, actually. So, second game win for Wham in the series. I'm wondering if he could have added in more fishing as he went. I think the highlights about the gold, I don't think actually the gold was his biggest concern now I think about it. I think it was the migration of the tree line. Because if it wasn't for that, you could maybe have got 1, 2, maybe 3 more fishing boats, a few more archers going. I mean, that was... In some ways, that was probably the most tame looking I've seen Chuganu in a long time. The horsemen actually almost ruined them. But yeah, well, as soon as we were like, oh wow, actually Chug looked balanced, the backline versus backline happens, and then you're back to, oh yeah, Chug are fine. They don't need any help. +2 kicked in for Wham just at the right moment. Yeah, I mean, well, that's classic Shushi, right? Not many civs can mirror the tech timings that they're capable of. All right, so next up, we are heading into Dry Arabia. And it is going to be House of Lancaster versus Order of the Dragon. Huh. So 2TC OTD, I guess. I know Wham and Poppypaw in particular like that build. And that would then leave us with Coastal for... What, probably... I'm going to say, Coastal would be... What, Delhi Ottomans? Or Delhi French? I don't think B wants Jean with French being there, right? Game 5 could be fireworks, man. Reminder, by the way, this is only semifinals. We have another semifinals afterwards, and then grand finals. Could be a very long day. And let's flip them around. They love stone. The feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it. One and all, welcome back to B versus Wham semifinals. We got Lancaster up against Order of the Dragon. A matchup which I think is going to be a testament to 2TC versus Mana. Yeah, interesting thought here because B on House Lancaster, it feels like every game, even when they don't want to go Manas, they end up with them. While Wham, him and his brother have a reputation for 2TC Order of the Dragon. I think they do it more than any other players. In fact, I'd say between the two of them, they do it more than every other player combined in pro play right now. Could make a lot of sense here. We've seen some civs try to answer House of Lancaster with 2TC, and I think mathematically for Order of the Dragons, it makes just a bit more sense than others. Time being, though, B, it is going to be the Dark Age racks opening. Why, you might ask? We all know why. So this is going to give him plenty of food if he needs to cast a rush. On top of that, it is an insurance policy against Order of the Dragon, because Order of the Dragon, if you guys remember, in Season 9, i.e. Pro Scouts meta, Order of the Dragon was probably the biggest winner compared to where the win rate was before. They surged up to being like a top 6 pick from being a bottom 3. So I think part of this is rooted in B's paranoia that that might happen in this game, but it also just gives him a sufficient gathering rate. In fairness, it is like a little bit weird for Lancaster to be doing this because sheep are just better. But obviously, you can only get so many sheep. Remember, with sheep, you get a 20% better gathering rate, which means you gather at 0.9 food a second, and deer by default at 0.84. Interesting matchup. I'd agree. Not one we really get to see often. Yeah, which makes sense. If you think about it, a lot of people have been leaning as House of Lancaster as almost like kind of a variant choice to go into Enlightened Horizon instead of something like Ottomans or Japanese. Whereas Order of the Dragon feels like a civ that would not be caught dead on point of interest maps at the moment. And I'd have to double check this, but I think it's because, if I'm not mistaken, gilded units do not capture the POIs quicker than standard units. Now, don't quote me on it like that. That's my assumption as part of the reason, because, like, in theory, like, bulking gilded spearmen sounds pretty damn good when you look at their stats. They are very strong. In KPM, it's either a 3-hour stream or an 11-hour finals. No in between. Feels like it. Sheesh. I mean, the players we got playing today, I mean, I could easily see us getting 14, 15 games total. Okay. So Arkan coming through, but he did already commit to the mill. Interesting we got wheelbarrow this early, but yet he didn't walk out onto the deer, but you see what it's now really about. Stone gathering begins. It is indeed going to be a 2TC or the Dragon game. The wheelbarrow is going to guarantee he can get across and build it quick enough, because I think he's trying to be greedy here. Yeah, like with this spear opening, in theory it's meant to be a nice denial of like greed plays such as 2TC. But gilded villages are insanely tanky, and also have higher base damage than standard villages. Looks like B had to split up scouting to look for the second deer, so he has found it. We'll look to long shove at home. We do have Lancaster Castle coming, so despite the fact he's shoving double deer underneath his TC, it's still going to be Lancaster Castle spam. Forestry is the most important tech. Yeah, when you play Forest Nothing. Also, when you're a Chamber of Commerce guy, because remember, that allows you to, you know, get your first trader out efficiently. What was the predictions like, by the way? 69% for B. Nice. I'm starting to think you guys just really, really want to see a Game 5. I mean, I would too. We talked about the potential Civ picks. There's some interesting matchups to finish on Coastal Cliffs with. So, second TC. It is going to be in that corner, right? Like, this is so nice. It pads to your primary TC through the tree line. It also stops 360 rotations on you later on. Instead, whoop. No, he's going to go wider instead. Okay, he goes across to the deer. In fairness, I see. Wham doesn't actually know that this deer is here. Yeah, he got like a very fortuitous spawn. Double deer back is pretty nice here. Is this just going to be FC? I mean, B right now has got 6 on gold, 11 on food. And he is doing the deer. Plus, he's going to have survival techniques coming. Yeah, this is FC. And I really dig that. We've seen a lot of FC Lancaster against these greedy plays like 2TC. And it is oppressive how impressive it is. The dagger throws are really good at getting kills. But that's against normal villages. I haven't seen anyone try this against gilded villages where it takes extra dagger throws. Because remember, the Earlsguard that Lancaster gets, they do 17 damage with a dagger throw from the White Tower build, which means 3 of them will do 51 damage. So you need to get a 4th in there to kill a villager from the gilded side. Also, on top of that, because Order of the Dragon builds villages slower, they're more space efficient when it comes to garrisoning. And then things like the repairs, etc. So, like, in theory anyway, it should be a bit harder for Lancaster to bust this TC. Not to mention the repairs on top of that all. I guess maybe the flexibility here is, like, you could technically do King's College. Because what's your opponent got? And that gives you some malleability down the line. Like, if you start seeing heavy cav, you can go into your own with the Collar of S's to get the plus armor. Or you can just play things like Gilded Crossbow versus Yeoman, where Yeoman can at least range the same as those crossbows. I mean, let's be totally real, though, right? It's going to be White Tower. One's in chat if you think it's White Tower. Two's if you think it's King's College. I'm trying to think if there's a tech that would make sense for King's College. Maybe Hobbelars? Hobbelars is kind of sick if you think your opponent's going to do Gilded Crossbows. And boom, there it is. King's College coming in at 7 minutes 20. Have we actually seen this before? I feel like this is a first, at least in like the last few weeks. Maybe someone done it as an experiment when the game first came out. But, like, what's the reasoning, right? Like, your opponent's gone 2 TC. You would have expected White Tower for the rush point. I think B just understood that, like we were mentioning for the different variables, it's going to be very hard to get kills. He can still play into those Osgard. It's just he can now get some flexibility afterwards. And we are getting the stables drop. Yeah, and before you look at this go, GG, man. It's 2 TC Order of the Dragon. What's B got? B actually has quite a few things on offer here. He got Pro Scouts for a 5-finger discount. Remember, he shoved double deer stack with free spearmen from the racks. That's insane savings. Like, that's crazy savings. Pro Scouts normally itself is 450 resources. You've already saved enough there, even after the expenses of the racks and the spears. But then on top of that, there's relics. Knights to open up with. Wham is going to hunker down. And those relics we just mentioned is exactly what B is now rushing for. Other interesting thing is, even though B hasn't built manners yet, doesn't mean he won't build manners ever. There's not really much to stop him from just building them in a minute or two. Right? Because like in a minute or two, he'll have all the relics, bar one. And then Wham, for now, is quite content in this corner. But when you look at what he's walled in, there's actually like not that much gold for Order of the Dragon here. And Order of the Dragon is a gold-thirsty civ. Spear spam on the way from Wham, though, is going to be marching out. Necessity now for sure, but probably doesn't feel good to have to build Spearman against Lancaster. I think it's because he knows with this type of build there won't be any Yeoman yet. But it's almost like you're just begging to get counterplayed here. Remember, Yeoman are one of the best spear counters in the game. Wham walls. But he'll try to assure me that everyone has to wall. I think that was the best part when I confronted him on this. I was like, Wham, you really like your walls. And he's just like, yeah, man, like everyone has to wall though. Like it's not just me. And then we get games where we'll just watch him always be the first to wall. In this one, it makes sense. Like your opponent has gone for an FC build. You went 2 DC. The walls are just fully understandable. But yeah, it always makes me chuckle. It's just like when he says like he doesn't like the mangonels and springolds and how they work. He does it because other people have to. And I will say that like Wham is the most... I think he's the most consistent player I see use the mangonel Roose defense after like greedily teching. He does it very well, by the way. Like, it's not a flame or a criticism. It's more actually like an identification of someone's comfort and actually a praise of how well they play. Burgrave, of course, pretty much mandatory these days with Order of the Dragon, especially with a build like this. You can't really justify 2 TC and Regnants. You'd have no pressure. And at this point, I think he just knows the relics are forfeited. There's going to be bare minimum 2 relics going back to B's base already. So, correct call. Burgrave now will be more cost efficient than having Regnants. The problem for Wham in this game is going to be where he's getting gold. Because you can already see that this gold vein is down to 1.7k gold. Before he's even casting. He is, of course, holding 1,000 gold in reserve. But that's the thing about these golden nugget goblins. Well, I guess they'd be golden nugget orcs because they're so big. You just tend to burn through it so fast with OTD. Have you ever seen Castle Hankaneers with Burgundian imports? The only time you would have seen Burgundian imports is when I'd done that video of setting a world record for Agincourt. Outside that, like if you're talking about 1v1, no one ever goes for Burgundian imports. It's in theory very strong sounding, but the problem is too many civs have a range component nowadays for Burgundian imports to make sense. Because if you do get that tech, although you're getting the Hankaneers cheaper, they also hit for less than they would in Imperial Age, and they also have less health. Burgundian imports, to me, is a tech that makes sense when you can justify Hankaneers in the late game, full stop. Because then you're paying 510 gold to save 60 resources per HC. Which is pretty nice. Okay, so B has knights plus yeoman coming. And the yeoman were already invited by the spearman detail. I think yeoman can do reasonably well against gilded crossbows. It's not a wash of a fight because X-bows hit so hard. In fact, that's where the inspired warriors buff will be pretty useful for Wham. Ooh. Does get repaired. Not fully though, so there is a gap. B. Scary thing for Wham right now is the fact that he doesn't really have much breadth protection. He's got a few units and he can't really spread them too thin. So that's advantageous now for B. The knights can just sliver in, go left, go right. That's when you can start reaping souls. Sing shot being rushed by B. Now that is curious. Well, there's a lot of spears. It will give him a quick wipe on them. Also, with this many villagers, you can kind of just paint the picture of what happens with the press of one button. A lot of gold to work with here for B. One thing that's interesting is Wham is now going into go to Knights. Now, this is a problem because your opponent went King's College. Collar of Esses is super strong against these Knights. And the thing is, like, I think Wham is probably aware that it's King's College because he hasn't seen any Ulfscarf whatsoever. But at the same time, I guess he feels like he just needs something that can frontline for him, and men-at-arms against Knights is a bad idea. Like, at least with Gilded Knights, you can pull away inch parties, but if you're going to build men-at-arms against these Knights that will have access to Collar of Esses, you'll still die. It's just you won't be able to run away. Triple Sacred Site also locked in. You don't really want to be popping Langschnecht out on Yeoman. Yeoman get double damage against you. It's a quick way to die. Quick way to dive here. Jumps in. Collar of Esses isn't there yet. Great timing by Wham. Spears. Need to be protected, so Gilded Knight will just keep fronting. So he's able to shove him out of the base. That was really well played, actually, by the Canadian. And Esses is still some way off. 25 seconds out. This is the nice thing about Yeoman, though. The movement speed does allow you to retreat away quite nicely. He can even try to trade out with the chasing spears. I think Wham's probably feeling like the timing is about to go against him, so he needs to be very careful. Because one of the things that I think is quite annoying with Collar is, I hope they change this, there's no visual indicator of when that tech comes in. It's going to sink shot to scare him away. Looks like it wasn't even needed to get the extra anti-armor in here. It has now completed, but the Knights have already flopped. Yeah, look at this. There's literally nothing, I think... No, there's nothing that tells you that Collar of Esses is there. I imagine this is something they'll probably fix with the next DLC. Because we talked about like the logic of why both the civs from Knights Across from Roses are variants. Is because they didn't have the budget to build a lot of things from scratch. I think that's why the Collar of Esses tech didn't get a unique upgrade effect. It's important as well for feedback for the players. Like when you play against HRE, you can tell the moment they get the heavy maces. Because they suddenly are carrying maces. What does that tech do? Collar of Esses is basically HRE's heavy maces on House of Lancaster for Knights. For Knights and Demi-Lancers specifically. So what it does, as you can see it there, it gives the +6 heavy damage to their strikes. So, put it another way, it's a 25% damage buff against heavy units. It's pretty damn good. 25% doesn't sound like a lot until you remember we're talking about a unit that already has substantial base damage. Oh, and while you got a moment before they fight again, if you want substantial frames, look at that right there. AMD Ryzen's back, baby. Click the link. It's always nice when they actually line up when nothing's happening in game, so you can actually talk about them. I feel like it would take a lot for me to ever switch back off of AMDs these days. Those lads have been doing a lot right for quite some time. Wham might be in a position to do some right himself. He's finally starting to raid out with the Knights. Walls are going up, though, so B is trying to mirror the move. And also play for some greed. He's going towards the ball. We do have some manners, only 3 so far for B. But he's already padded himself elsewhere with Sacred Sites and Relics, so his economy is actually not too bad. In fact, if we look at income, which is now more important, we can see the food is holding on for the time being for Wham, and that is going to become permanent. Check this. Although he's been gathering berries, he's got a pretty load of farms in there. 17 already. Yeah, I mean, B's mirror here is legitimately just to get 9 manas online, which is going to generate him 540 food a minute. He's got longevity issues. It's not like he has farms coming, because you have to remember that Lancaster isn't truly like English, and what I mean by that is the farms aren't insanely cheap. So what does B now see as his win condition? Because it feels like he had a timing in mind, but Wham done a really good job at surviving it. I wouldn't be surprised if B's goal is to simply build 9 manas and then rush Imperial Age. We've been seeing that build quite a lot out of Lancaster. They look really solid on these fast imp timings. The other thing is also his ability to scale an army. Remember, because of the fact he's spamming manas with Lancaster Castle, he'll be able to get a crap ton of yeomen almost instantly. Great pin there, by the way. A little bit risky to use the villagers, but he did body block them up against the building. Brought time to kind of chase in. So gets one the Gilded Knights. Loses, I think, was that 2 workers in the end? Won't be able to get the other gilded, though. Wow, now with the full infantry switch. So men-at-arms to follow this up. Isn't that worse than Gilded Knights? So 2 issues here, right? Like, yeomen are very good at kiting. And these knights have got +6 against heavy anyway. So I wonder what the thought process is for Wham. I think it's the gold issue we mentioned before. Like, he's getting some gold over here, but it's out of the base. So at least by going men-at-arms, he's able to be a bit more lean with his gold. And then focus on just using more food. Yeah, I think it's like more of a necessity of economy than a desire. And you know you can't build spears against these knights on their own, because spears will just get destroyed by yeomen. Especially with the sync shots. I do like the horseman detail, though. Horseman's really smart. In theory, a horseman should trade better for cost into these knights than Gilded Knights, because of the lack of effect from the heavy damage. Sneaking raid to block out the gold. He is bumping it. We've got Undermesh coming in as well. He's already got the ranged upgrades. Not really worth getting the melee tech upgrades when you have knights. I mean, if you've got insane amounts of gold, sure, but outside that, it always feels weird to do because knights are already such high base damage. Like, if you get +1 melee tech on a knight, it's equivocal to less than 5% damage buff. So right now, the game has just kind of reached a poke and see what happens stage. There's no all-in from either player. Wham's army is looking pretty decent. Whether he can push in is an entirely different question mark, though. I think it's a bit risky because although he's got these wood walls, there's a lot of knights to burn through them. So for Wham, I think the goal here is just to get into Imperial Age. With Owl's back, you can use it to secure the gold in the Sacred Site. In fact, he's already doing it with normal keep, so there's a pretty cool 1-2 play here to an L's back on the east, or maybe just go for the 8k. Villagers are going to get hit up by the Yeoman. What is up, Inept? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you, and welcome back to Swarm. Don't we get any Lords of Lancaster? We do occasionally see Lords of Lancaster. It's just the Lancaster Castle is so good and robust, it's hard to ever resist. But hopefully more in the future. I think Lancaster's going to need some heavy reworks to it. I love the uniqueness of all their units. It's actually just their economy at the heart of it, which is too polarizing. Check this. A unit that went from polarizing to pretty damn good and fun to see working. It's Springolds. Hated him in the anti-siege role. I quite love them as anti-infantry. Unfortunately, those are not infantry targets. That was insane value. He gets him with the knights. He gets a snipe. And he'll even get them all out. Now, they are heavily injured, and we have to remember that this was not a Regnitz build. It wasn't a Relic Rush, so Wham doesn't actually have multiple prelates to heal up damage. It's a bit of a negative. In fact, I would have loved to have seen him prep prelates on a delay so that he can get his hands on his 5 warriors. I don't think that's now going to happen this game. What might happen is a sandwich, though. Good read. Wham saw it coming. Yeah, because there's enough knights here to body block the gate, and then you just get munched. That might get chowed down upon, though. Yeoman. They have got a sync shot. It's coming off cooldown in 10 seconds. And this is where actually the gates can grief you a lot against sync shot, because you cluster up to go in. Kind of saturates the damage. Burn through is going to begin. We do have villagers trying to dodge. B, did he get a glimpse of that? That would be huge if so. Doesn't seem like it. He wasn't looking. He does now know about the keep in the center. The Elsback is going up, and B, he sees it. He knows it's happening. The delete on the wall comes through. Wham looks to chase him away. And B, he was investing in the all-in. So Wham caught him off guard with this play. Yeah, he's going to go to the next stage, while B is still about 2 minutes away from that possibility. Big difference, actually, considering the upgrade timings for Wham. I mean, gold has been difficult for a while to access, but not with this keep drop. And B, he doesn't actually have the ability to stop it right now. Food income is also phenomenal for Wham. He's at 36 farms around Narkin on Order of the Dragon, which means he can keep on pumping these trash tier units, spearmen, horsemen, etc. Speaking of trash siege is on the way. B has to build all the rams. He needs this gone stat. I like the switch into spearmen from him. Going to be really impactful for that negative armor effect. Needs every little bit of help he can get. But my concern right now is while you're pushing into this castle, Wham's pushing into you. With upgrades coming. And on top of that, you just gave him the gold at the front of the base. Yeah, Wham's put B in a very awkward position here where it feels like no matter what move you make as B, Wham's going to get what he needs. Pretty crazy. Time being, though, he's going to focus on denying the big 8k. Dive comes in onto the castle. Cannon emplacement's going to be there in a matter of seconds. Sink shot. Onto the troopers stab at the back here. We have got the sprint emplacements, or supposed to try and clear the way. They're doing a good job actually up against these spears. And B, trying to brute force his way through. Villagers are going to start getting cut down, but the castle's still alive, and the knights need to engage on the east side. They hop on in. Horsemen were held in reserve. The yeomen are now target firing into the gilded crossbows. B, he's almost cleared the castle. It looks like it's going to be crumbling down, but the cannon emplacement has definitely added a lot of power into this. However, Wham, not able to win out, has to retreat. He went into this fight with 0 elite techs. So for all intents and purposes, they were neck and neck on quality. But maybe not for long. B, now that he's done with the castle, can turn his attention towards the base again. That means the gold is about to get idled out. Spearmen have already arrived there. Wham will at least have techs coming in. So it's going to be elite horsemen, elite knights, or elite men-at-arms rather, and elite crossbows. Did he get the space necessary? He still has got almost a 10-worker lead. And B is still not aging up. Honestly, I think despite B looking like he got a pretty damn good fight, Wham's willingness to sacrifice like that just to delay has got him what he really needs. Now, farm clusters are coming in, so realistically over time, B should be able to claw his way up into Imperial. But now, his focus is on getting a big win in the fights. Also, going to try to clear up the rams. They're very good at doing that. The gold is being tapped fast. Already down to 1,600 left. And Wham, with almost 2,000 gold in reserve, definitely has enough to keep this up for quite some time. Not just that. University techs are viable now. Yeah, especially like elite army tactics here goes a long way. And yeah, I don't know why people are talking Chinese at me. I think they looked at Wham's economy and went, whoa, that looks rich. Must be China. Nah, these are Order of the Dragon numbers, and he is pumping. Not just that, he may be able to achieve the unthinkable. A rare sight here. As B is on the verge of losing this series in game number 4 and missing out on grand finals. Something that has not happened in several weeks. This is wild. I can't believe it's happening, actually. Like, if we go and check the Midweek Masters, in terms of consistency we're talking about here, B has been present in the last 7 grand finals in a row. Last 2, of course, falling victim to Anatan. Oh, sorry, Anatan, then Louis. Before that, on a long win streak, B has become the boogeyman for many people in Midweek Muster, especially with the arrival of a new expansion where new things have to be discovered. But Wham has discovered the answer. He has full control now. It feels like it's a matter of moments here. B is running out of steam fast. He has no ability to get into Imperial Age. He has not got enough troops to hold on. And Wham has damn well done it. Military Academy is now on the way to seal the deal and give him that final push to push Our final boss out in semi-finals. Absolutely crazy. And that puts Wham on a collision course for revenge up against potentially Anatan in grand finals. The man who took him out in the last Him show match. I gotta give it to him. Wham is looking scary this week, man. This is an impressive series execution up against B. Village is now being hemorrhaged. B, at this point, is just going through the motions. Absolutely incredible work out of Wham. He seals it in the fourth. Damn. Really, really well played by him, actually. No one ever expects the Fast Castle College. Lancaster Castle, College, I guess. I mean, that was pretty wacky. Doesn't B also play an AOM? I don't know. I haven't really been tracking AOM. I think I heard something about it, maybe. But, like, he was playing in the previous weeks as well, right? And he was still doing really, really, really well. God damn. I just got news about the new map. I don't know if I would have called the new map that, but sure. Let me let Cal know. So, first semi-finals done. It is going to be a 3-1 victory for Wham. And I think it actually lined up perfectly for the start time of our second semi-finals, which is going to be between Anatan and Numidan. In fact, look at that. The lads, oh, mate, they are efficient. They're already drafting. So let me update everything, and then we'll switch back to the scene. So receding is always to open us up. And guys, this time, Knights Templar will make it through. Yeah, this is interesting. We're going to switch back. What did they definitely allowed Kawasan? I feel like Kawasan always slivers through. Excavation was also not banned. No, funnily enough, Anatan is sick and tired of regions. So regions and canal were the two banned maps. Yeah, so like thing with and we just like I think we just announced the map pool. We're keeping canal in for one more week just to see if it's just like whatever it is. We'll give people a chance to see if they want to pick it. It was the least picked. It was the most banned map by far this week. Do you know of two places to keep water? Well, damn. Oh. Actually, I know of two places to keep water. Kawasan, there you go, because you've got like 2 ponds. Wham beat Lancaster with OTD. He did indeed. Pretty bloody impressive. All right, let's update that. Walnut tart. Can't say I've tried that. Not sure if it sounds that compelling. Whew. By the way, reminder that as epic as today is going to be, the epicness will also be continuing tomorrow. I actually need to add an image thing to show you guys because tomorrow we've got more Anatan, not just today. Oh, and it's also Antotan, good old Antotan. We've got Antotan returning to defend his title in Hymns Cup. As he rightly should, because in the battle against Boldness and keeping it up, he's trying to keep a record up with a head full of hair like that. And Puppy Paw is going to be coming in to see if he can avenge his brother Wham from last week. Going to be an interesting one because we've got a new game mode for this one called Keep It Up. Guys, you got to give me credit where credit is due, man. We're always on brand with this stuff. Oh, yes. It should be a fun one, though. Is this finals? No, this is semi-finals. So Anatan versus Numidan, and then the winner is going to be going up against Wham in ABO 7. These guys can keep it up. We'll have to see, man. I'm really excited for the keep up game mode. I'm exploring it as a possible variant game mode within standard series. And we'll also be doing more along that line in the future because I genuinely think there's a place for things like, for example, Regicide on specific maps. When I done the Age of Empires 2 tournament, the Garrison, that was something I absolutely loved, is that they had a map specifically where a king would spawn. I think that was a really cool detail for kind of keeping things fresh and different. Okay, let me quickly also update the bracket while we're at it. Didn't even get the 5 games in the end between Wham and B. I'm a little bit shocked. All right, be honest, be honest. One's if you expected Wham to win that series. Two's if you think B was going to have it. This is where everyone's going to be like, one, of course. I knew. I never doubted him. Sus. I think someone kind of said of B. It's not that B is playing bad. It's that B thrives in environments where things haven't been figured out yet because he is an innovator. He's so good at that. Because also the thing is, like, B is very good at reacting on the fly. So for a lot of these players, they go and they encounter something, they're not quite sure how to deal with it yet. Whereas now, as things start to settle down and people get more familiar with the meta, that advantage isn't as big as it once was. And I think that's where we're seeing these other players getting in and getting the wins against him, is because they're now familiarizing themselves with the formats, the new builds. So yeah, basically, it's not as much that B has like lost a step, it's more that others are just catching up. Okay, so now it's time to catch up with the draft. We need to talk about the fact that why is there an Abassid pick on my screen? Well, we have got Excavation. In fact, Numenon's draft is loaded quite interestingly for Excavation. He's got Abassids, he's got Ottomans, and he's got Byzantines. All civs that use Excavation's stone generation very well. If you guys remember, Excavation is the map that spawns 8 of those points of interest where you garrison them to gather stone. Not just that, we've also got another garrisoning stone map because we're going to be opening up Receding in the series. So, G1 Receding. Probably House of Lancaster. I think Anatand has he consistently picked that? I think he's been fairly consistent in picking that. Yeah, and it's going to be up against Ottomans. I mean, we did say it was good for this. And I'm good for that raid. What is up, Elio? Thank you very much, my friend. I saw Eliana was casting the games in French. I hope you enjoyed that Wham versus B series. That one was pretty crazy. Didn't really expect it to be done in 4 like that. But now we got like a very interesting one. Game number 1, and we're going to be seeing House of Lancaster versus someone that I really wouldn't have expected here. Ottomans. I'm still trying to process the plan here. I guess it's going to be like racks opening to secure the sites, and then you generate stone to generate an army in feudal age. Yeah, and like, does Lancaster want to contest you? Because like Lancaster has been a very interesting civ. I imagine like a lot of the pro players start to notice as well. So the thing with Lancaster is because they get 20% more food on sheep gathering, they can accelerate their production rate in Dark Age. So they actually compete quite well. So we've seen Lancaster get picked quite a lot in Enlightened Horizon and play that Dark Age aggro. The final map, let me double check actually. Yeah, Cal, is there a way so we can manually change those yet, or has that still not been changed? I think you need a manual override for like map pool. The final map, so we've got Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia, Excavation, and Kawasan. Oh wait, they all shoot this time. Yeah, because earlier we had like Red Bull Wall, like the Red Bull Regions map wasn't like showing because it's not loaded into the back end. By the final map, what do you mean that one? Yeah, that one there. So Numenon picked Kawasan and Excavation. It's just you can't quite see it, but like Excavation has loads of like little holes and the little points of interest on it. Oh, and the band. You're right. The band. The band was Regions. The one that's a question mark is the Regions map. Because in the draft, it says the Red Bull Wololo, like the whatever Red Bull Wololo Regions map, to clarify, because obviously there's 2 tournaments going on right now, ours and the Steel Series, and we both use different versions of Regions. So we chose the RBW one because it's the most up-to-date one. I'm not really sure what the thought process was with how Steel Series chose the other one. Wait, both use the same? Did they? Did Steel Series change? Because originally there was a notification put out by Cascade. He said it on my server as well, that we were using different versions. Okay, got it. They changed. There you go. That's good then. I think it just makes sense that way, because like it's the newest one. We might as well use the newest one, because like I don't know if you found any. I don't know if anyone found any difference. I couldn't find any difference between the 2 versions of Regions, other than obviously they crash each other. And yeah, Cal, don't tell them the secrets I revealed to you. This new map's gonna be a banger. And you know what else is a banger? Boom! Those right there. Guys, we just had that pop up. We've been sponsored by AMD now for the 5th time. They believe in AoE4 on this channel that much. All they want in return is for you to click the link to find out about the latest AMD processor, the 9800 X3Ds. Awareness campaign we're running with them. They want you to know that these are the go-to CPUs for gaming, which I'm sure many of you already know. But click it and find out for yourself. Don't need to buy. No pressure to buy. If you do, it's always a bonus. But the main focus is to get eyeballs on to hype up how good these CPUs are. And I can speak firsthand to like how good the Ryzen's are. I'm gutted I don't have an X3D in there. I've got a 9950X. I really need to talk to my AMD guy about getting the X3D version sent out because they are absurdly good. When it starts, it's literally 2.5 minutes from getting in now. Which means you guys also have enough time to do me a solid and download the Opera GX. You did see the count going up. Guys, it would blow my mind and make my month if we could get past 300 new users, because that would mean our second campaign was even more successful than the first campaign we ran with Opera GX, to see if we can get them to come back again. Because the more that we get these sponsors to keep coming back and supporting the channel, the more tournaments and other things we can do. So all you have to do with that one is also free. Exclamation mark Opera GX. You click it, you download it, you create an account for free, and you get to use this sleek, beautiful browser where you can even have the Emperor of Mankind's finest in your background if you want to. There's loads of cool features in it. It's got a built-in VPN, which I find very useful for checking out things that I wouldn't have access to in my country, wink, wink. But you also have things like the gaming corner, which I find handy. I can see what's coming up. Like Elden Ring, guys, is coming out tomorrow. You guys know that? I wouldn't have realized that without this thing. Also this. System Shock's getting an anniversary remaster? Dude, I would not have known about that. I always hear good things. I need to play that game. Neon Abyss is also getting a sequel. I don't really care about killing floor 3, but it lets me know anyway. Yeah, really cool browser. We've been using it now for 2.5 months, and I've loved it. It also has loads of cool things in there that allow you to optimize the amount of RAM and CPU it uses. So if you're someone who's not got a Ryzen 9800 X3D, this is probably for you, because then you can at least take the budgeted approach of minimizing the CPU usage on your browser while you watch my stream. Wink. So that you can maximize your frames in Age of Empires 4. Because this game is a freaking frame hog. Has GTA 6 the end? They know, right? Like, okay, it's probably going to get dragged back again. Yo, what is up? Striker 3411. Sorry, that's a very loud clap. Prime subber for the first time. What is up, my friend? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He's a smart lad. He's realized, whoa, I've got this free sub that if I don't use, I'm giving Bezos money. Don't give Bezos money. Bezos sounds like embezzles. So, embezzle your money into me instead of giving it to Bezos. Choose your embezzles wisely. No one's ever heard that comparison before, right? Can't run AoE4 and RuneScape 3 at the same time? Sounds like you need the 9800 X3D. Or Opera GX, so it doesn't consume too much in the browser. Yo, what's up, Octavio? I see you with the Prime sub as well. Big salute there. Smart lad. Get him in, guys. Let's get a sub train going on Finals Thursday. You got 7800X? Wait, but have you not got the X3D, though? Have you only got the X? That's rookie numbers, mate. That's rookie numbers. I got the 9950X, and I already want the 9950 X3D. Like, the performance up from that to the other one, I was like, what the hell? Oh, got it. You got the less optimized one. Got to get on my level, cow. 9's bigger than 7. That's why all women are willing to date guys that are 5'9". Wait, that's the beginning. Yeah, go get the new one, man. 9s are always better than 7s. That's why everyone's willing to date the guy that's 5'9", but no one will go with a guy who's 5'7". Interesting, then, because in this next set, coming in at 6'11", we've got Anachad as House of Lancaster going up against Numidan, who is so tall, nobody has been able to capture this Swedish giant's height. No, they can't even get a picture of him because they'd have to look so far up that the sun would blind them out. Numidan kicking us off with Ottomans against Anatan's House of Lancaster on Receding. The map shaped like your weird uncle's face. Okay, that may have been a bit too personal. Yeah, this is interesting, though. We've seen a lot of Lancaster, not so much of Ottomans on this map so far. And what's more interesting is Numidan's draft is real funky. We've got Receding, which is a map that has these stone-generating points of interest, but he also picked Excavation, which, if you guys remember from earlier weeks, is that one with 8 of these points of interest on one map. Crazy. And we already had the deer lane. Yeah, he was aware of what's happening. Anatan has gone spears. This is an interesting matchup on points of interest maps because you'd think the Ottomans just have an overwhelming edge. But it's not that simple. You see, Lancaster generates spears very fast. Not because they produce them quicker, but because their gathering rate on sheep is superior. They gather from sheep quicker than you gather from deer by default. That's why Numidon needs to try and keep up. We already have a deer shove coming through. Anatan is going to try to lame it, but it's already triple spear, about to be quadra. In fact, he could lose the scout if he's not careful. Body blocks would be good. Good reaction. Anatan quickly pivoted, so he will get away. Actually, I don't even know if he pivoted as much as auto-pathing saved his ass there. Either way, it works out. Deer shove will resume. He only managed to lame one of them so far, and the rest are full HP. So a lot of food coming in safely for Numu. And let the spear race begin. Why do people say Otto has Dark Age spear advantage? So, two things, actually. First of all, they only pay 90 wood for their racks compared to the 150 standard most play. Now, this is a big edge. We've seen it with Japan, for example. They've constantly been doing Dark Age spear spam. But the other thing is, as you continue on, having this fight like this again and again, stabbing again and again, somehow not bleeding out from someone having stabbed you 8 times already, which, by the way, has always been weird. Eventually, the divine healing of the Grand Sophian Imams will come to save your day with Fieldworks. Fieldworks is why Ottomans are so good at Dark Age Spearsmen. Because the longer you do it against them, the more it feels inevitable that they are just going to jump you with heals. And wait, it's like, what is going on here? Is he trying to cheese him out and buy a little bit of time there? He tries to run off now with the villager, but great reaction by Numi. He's going to chase this down. That's going to be -1. Anatan did at least get enough stone from that to afford a mana. So not the end of the world, but like, well, in some ways it does feel like the end of the world when you realize you can't build manas until feudal. So he still needs to actually age up before he can utilize that. He does still have the stone gen coming from the center Forgotten Ruins, but at this stage, I think Anno's probably going to try to stay in this until he's got 2 manas and then run away. Because Numu could just blast you now. He just doesn't realize it because Anatan has cut spear production to gather gold. Dark Age of Empires 4. You know, I actually love that the Dark Ages are good now. I think Points of Interest is about to bring in the healthiest Dark Age meta we've ever had. If you think about it, the only time where Dark Age meta was a real thing was back when we had cheesy outpost rushes at day 1 release. He's like, oh, he's not looking. Okay, he's not looking. Oh, he's looking again. Oh, he's not looking. Oh, I love this guy, even when the cheeks are getting clapped. Numidon is not a pushover, by the way. I know a lot of people would have came to this series the expectation that Anatan is going to roll, but reminder that Numidon took down Dumu 3-1. And the way he done it was gobsmacking. That HRE French game lives rent-free in my head this week. Tech up now on the way. It's going to be Lancaster Castle on the stone and the gold. So he's going to be nicely secure here. Yeah, actually, I know got a pretty good spawn. The berries all spawn north side, so you didn't get this weird thing where, like, you know, there's a stone up here and a gold over here. Gets it all in one location. Food might be a bit of a problem over time. He never got a deer shove, and he's only got 11 sheep to work with. Another thing that's interesting about this map, by the way, all the sheep tends to spawn around your starting TC, so you can gather them within like the first 20-25 seconds max. It means your scout can then focus on things like the points of interest or the deer shove. And by the way, like, that's another interesting thing. Have you noticed that for all the complaints about deer shove, we don't get that same problem on POI maps? Now, some maps, POIs are just too good, you only play for them, but there's ones where we actually have deviation. Like here, we've seen some people value the merchant camp up here for 45 resources a minute, while others value the deer shove. This is what we've been talking about with, like, the idea of having different food types on the map. And the same with new points of interest on top of what they've created. The more options you have, the more versatility of gameplay you get. And in an interesting way, also the more, I'd say, flexibility maps can have to additional civs being functional. I like that. Because if you think about it, like by doing these type of changes, what we're essentially doing with Age of Empires 4 is playing into its biggest praise, which is that you have options. I saw someone's comment about them switching from StarCraft 2 recently. And they said, I can't believe I spent all these years perfecting one build that made sense instead of just playing this where I get to diversify. Now, it's an oversimplification of what makes StarCraft great, but the reality is that AoE 4 has always bragged itself on this idea that the game state is in flux. It's always changing. The problem with that statement is while historically it has been very true later in the game, until about a year and a half ago, it wasn't really that true for Feudal, not to a true extent. Felt fairly linear, I want to say. And Dark Age was always linear. But in 2025, I think we have the most dynamic state of game choice we've ever had in Age of Empires 4. And I, for one, am all here for it. There's only so many times I can watch the same 5-minute opener as a caster. And we do get those imams we talked about, by the way. Age 2's already in, so they lose some value now, but actually they're surprisingly good against Lancaster, because usually the problem with imams in Feudal is your opponent's going to start building archers, and once he has about 20 archers, these guys just die straight away. They can't show up. And you might be going, oh, well, then he's screwed, right? Because Lancaster love building archers. It's all they do to me in the late game, KP. In the late game. In the early game, it's a bit more tricky. You have to spend all your resources on manas. Manas don't have the same attack speed as a yeoman would, so they're not as threatening. Numenor? We talked about the value of autos on these type of maps. It's all about that stone gen that he's been utilizing from Forgotten Ruins. So he does have his military schools coming in. He also, because he went this way, saved a bit of wood, also going into the stone outcropping, right? He didn't have to build a mining camp at all. The push can be done on every map, while POIs are just on minority. Then let's switch it around. POIs in every map. But also, like I've said, it's not just the points of interest we need more of, we need more food types. We were talking the other day about an interesting meshing of POIs and food types where you'd have like a rabbit hole. And rabbit holes could spawn food until they're burnt down. Nice dish up, by the way. So Numu, a lot of food safely on his side. Anatan's just going full greed. Yeah, so this is going to be level 3 mana unlock soon, looking at the gold. He hasn't got enough food for it to be anything else, so should be seeing open field system taken in a second. If he wants some map control, he could actually lean into the Demi-Lancers now, but I don't think there's really any pressure point for him with this many spears. If this was another Civ, you might just do it to spears anyway, but it's because there's spears with imams, so like nothing will die, right? Don't want to kill rabbits, too cute. I mean, I used to say that, but then they kept eating all my crops in Stronghold. And they made the most adorable squeak when I shot them in the face. But I shot them in the face. I shot a lot of them in the face. Actually, I've said that too many times. I'm going to get demonetized on YouTube now. GG. If you have not heard the death squeak of Stronghold's rabbits, Google it. It's like a sort of thing. Less piggy, though. Would Numu ever do 2TC? Probably not. I think he's just stockpiling for Castle Age for 3rd military school, and then obviously the Vizier point for another one as well. Probably just going to stick in this. No, right? Like oh no, he actually pulled out. Okay, a little bit surprised. I thought he might excavate the relics because he's already got double imam. So if he techs castle, he could have hoovered them up and got 3 relics in like the first minute and a half of castle. Variant of deer called stags that attacks anyone who attempts to shove them? Yeah. Or like, let's just have bulls. Wild bulls. Whoever picks the color red. Okay, then. That, as funny as that would be, probably not. Yeah, there's loads of cool ideas. Bears would be an interesting one. That just do not stop chasing you and are very dangerous. And like almost become territorial of where they arrive. Giraffes. I mean, I know what people do with the bears. People will literally drop the bears off at the enemy base. But it's interaction points. I like it. I like this push from Numu. He catches Anatan in the infancy of a yeoman switch. We do have the Muster of the Nobles on the way. It's going to be coming in just 20 seconds. And it is going to be time to get maximum value, I think. Maybe 1 mana shy. I don't think you can afford that final one. So it's going to end up being 10 of those Nobles. Sipahi got a little bit ambitious on the dive. Did not get healed. And 1 ram. This is tricky, man. I think Anatan laid his base very well. So this is the thing. Lancaster looks really dented to a lot of people, but there is actually strategy. Anatan's placement is because he doesn't want to fight. He wants to make fighting as hard as possible. It's Scorched Earth strategy. By forting the Lancaster castle, he has his strongest building on the front side, so he's not losing his DPS behind it. Makes this type of dive difficult. Had he built the manas out here, you'd already see Numidan taking value away from your economy. Oof, painful loss there. Has to queue up a new meta. I believe that's going to be active production, yeah, so has to pay the expensive 180 cost. Double ram now. Triple would be good. He's going to wait for it. They have the blacksmith text on the way. It's kind of unfortunate the way this is played out for Numu because he doesn't have that big advantage of technology anymore. Steel Arrow is already there, so, you know, the Sipahi aren't as threatening as they normally would be for Lancaster in this matchup. Looks like he's going straight towards the manas, I think. It's interesting, actually. Like, in some ways, this is risky. Although we talked about the perks of it, the negatives of Lancaster Castle Ford. If you do get enough rams to take this down, you immediately lose all these archeries. Right? There's going to be no mana fire coming in. Not to mention the health. The Crystal Clash. I mean, if you do take this down, it's like removing 4,500 HP from the eco buildings. Enemy Lancers try to go in, but they're not quick killers into rams. Numidan's going to stick to the fight. The Imams are just far enough back they're not getting struck down. Sipahi count is looking healthy. Numidan is looking in control. Lancaster Castle about to flop dead. And keep an eye on the Sipahi count. The Sipahi count is how you'll win or lose this game. Meta does get sniped, but the Imams are once again being ignored. He finally target fires them. Does get rid of one. Second one to be targeted, but the Sipahi flood through. Spearmen have to react. Not many of them left alive. The Imams have been sniped, though. Numidan, has he done enough of this? The triple ram is still alive. The spear count is down to 4. And the Sipahi count is good enough to get in there. He's pushing him back. Numu on the verge of winning this. Needs to keep that push going, though. It's looking healthy right now. The manas are starting to fall. Anatan cannot scale an army quick enough here. The Sipahi have been cleared, but they achieve their objective. And now, with Anatan having no melee units, he has no answer to the triple ram in his base. Villagers have to be that answer. Numu, he is going to back up, which is a bit surprising here, actually. That's going to give the villagers access. Let's go back in the archers now. The meta, a little bit too tanky for 10 yeomen to deal with. And yeah, I think he realized he has to get back inside the TC, so pulls away. Anatan's goal here is to try to get Numidan to keep diving so he burns his army. So Numu's just trying to flirt this with the idea of being around but not being in. Rams are going to finally be cleared and quite a decent amount of damage. It wasn't enough here. It's a lot of idle time being achieved. Anatan is going to be rushing onto the gold, but Numidan is now just flooding archers. For good reason, folks. These manas may provide economy, but they no longer provide damage. No, they are just an eco-liability in some ways. Numidan, he is going to start bulking Sipahi again. The deer is running out soon, so he will need to extend into the center with his 3 remaining. He could not play ball. He could actually play south side, but I think he doesn't want to risk it against yeomen that are kind of like a pseudo-raiding unit. Wow, he's convinced him. He just calls it. GG comes out. Numidan was able to do it. Anatan, I think the thought here is that there's no way to run. He's moving on the food here. It'll idle him out, and then the game is over. Crazy game number 1 out of Numidan. And he is quickly becoming the scariest player of midweek muster number 26. It wasn't enough that he slayed Dumu 3-1. He now already has the lead against our current champ. Dude. Numidan is crazy, man. This is Numu's week right now. It's starting to feel like it for sure. I don't know what we call that. There's a new dark horse, maybe. in Midweek Master. Yeah, Numu's crazy, man. All players should fear him. No one. What you got to play dirty like that? That's true, though. We do need NA's pride in the Midweek Masters. Give you anxiety. He's not been cutting it, I'm afraid. Although his Abassid has been enjoyable to watch. All right, so let's get ready for game number 2. There's something just crazy in my mind about if this ends up being Numidan Wham finals. Like, playstyle-wise, I think that would be very interesting between those two. So game number 2, like, honestly, I could very easily see this being a 2-0 lead. So Numu, it's going to be Knights Templar on Kawasan. All right, let's get predictions up and running. Are we the correct side? I hope so. Oh, click that link, quick! You know what to do, guys. When the AMD link pops up, you give it a quick, cheeky click, and then get back in the game. Be aware and be scared. There is a new dark horse in the running. And no one knows what he really looks like. It is the enigma that is Numidan taking an early lead against Anatan and now looking to double it up here on Kawasan with the Knights Templar pick. One and all, Anatan has gone for a powerful one himself, Shushi in game number 2 in the yellow. A good map due to the meditation gardens often in the center. But look at Numidan's immediate answer. He goes for a Rax opening. Critical that Anatan sees this early. Normally, Knights Templar, you're expecting them to actually go for the pond. Because remember, this sieve actually gathers wood very well, so producing fishing boats is a huge edge. It also offsets the weakness around your commandery taking villager slots to produce into. Now, Anatan is wrapping around the back. I'm just hoping it's key he looks here. Now with the way that Numidan's pathing, it is absolutely crucial that he sees this. And I think he did just about glimpse it. Okay, so Anatan knows about the racks. That's good news. The reason that's good news, folks, is if he hadn't scouted that, in about 30 seconds-ish, he would have started moving villagers out into the center. And they would have been sniped. So very key ingredient to success here is knowing that that player is coming. Now, Numidan, he will not find any dot play. All of a sudden, these spearmen, I don't want to say they're worthless because they would have stopped the 150 resource meditation garden. But they don't really have much more value beyond that now. Yeah, and now it feels a bit weird, right? Like, do you rush? What? I was about to say, do you rush Feudal Age? But apparently, he catches him running out. However, Anatan has snuck onto the east side as well. Okay, but the question is, does Numidan look? Right? Because if you forward your opponent's attempt to get on the west side dock, you got to be a little bit suspicious of the east as well, no? This is very different. Folks, we've seen a decent amount of Knights Templar so far this week on Kawasan. And they're normally the greedy party because of just how good they get fish. Right? Like, this is a civ that generates a lot more wood than practically any other civ because the interaction where they don't need a lumber camp. They also get food alongside that. It sets them up nicely to greed fish and get a decent tech timing. Offsets all their weaknesses. But Numu is cooking different, man. Like, dare I say, no, I'm not going to jinx it. There's no way we would see axe throwers here. As much as I would love to see it, this is probably one of the worst civs to do anything but French commander against. And even that struggles a bit because the Chug noob. Like, if you build Hospitalier, the Hospitalier have less ranged armor. And also, if you do axe throwers, the axe throwers have 0 ranged armor. So Chuganu, like, kind of kills every commandery choice that Knights Templar have. The one that at least does the best of the 3 is definitely Chevalier. You love the Hospitaliers? I mean, the Hospitaliers are really cool, but they're just too clunky and I think very situational even if they weren't clunky. The reason they're clunky is, like, sometimes you want to heal with them and they just end up fighting. To me, Hospitalier needs a toggle button to either heal or attack. The fact that they do both and you have no control over that, just like, or a very limited control over that, makes them pretty bad. Plan's going to come through. Anathan has aged up, But he's not rushing an archer ship, surprisingly enough. Numinon is going to be looking to take control of the west side pond. So I guess now you probably just keep your scout around here, right? So your opponent can't sneak a dock. Anatan is suspicious of what's happening on his own pond. Yeah, I think Numidon's just trying to maximize value. And for Anno, because the spears are attacking here, he's probably more paranoid that there is a dock drop coming. Unfortunately, the timing could not be worse. What? Okay, no, this is sick. This is actually sick. If Numidon keeps the spearmen here and kites with them, he can get the dock up. Scout does see it. Numidon, he may have pulled too far away, though. Here we go. Villager is now at risk. So Anatan, great reaction there. He got suspicious. He reveals the play. Yeah, just great intuitiveness. Like, great instinct there from Anatan. A lot of people would just been kind of jebaited. They see spears. They assume that, okay, you know, it's just him trying to do whatever he can with the spears. To read through the play so quickly, it is, I mean, all the more credit to Anatan as a player. We do now have a dock drop coming in on the other pond. Numidon did not get the optimal timing. Archer ship is going to be too little too late. So Anno, now with a foothold on both ponds. Which doesn't sound very comfortable, the idea of sticking your foot in the pond. I mean, I don't know. Like, ponds don't sound very refreshing. They sound kind of swampy. That's what we need, guys. We need that, like, Halloween-type theme season again. But maps like... We need a map like this where the sea people just come out and start attacking you. Okay, so Spears are wrapping around now to resecure his own pond. And now that means that Numidon has to worry about the safety of economy for Anatan that he cannot mirror. No, instead he has to double down to secure his own. And I know, like, I like the way he's playing this. He's not rushing boats out here. It's not worth it. Your opponent's already got, like, archer ship, spring all double dock. And you know he has double docks. You see the one here, and you scout this one. So building boats out, not really worth it. Like, you've already achieved a lot by forcing a springald emplacement. Springald boat, rather. Springald ships cost over double what a dock would. That's a good trade. Don't like that you're forced to go on water. I'd agree. Some maps are fine with it, though. Like, I like Holy Island's design. I think Kawasan is a nice design as well. We've seen games where, like, although the pond happens, it becomes about more than that. Water still has its flaws for sure, but there are some maps where it's worth featuring. Like, we were talking about bringing Archipelago back in, and I was just fervently against it. I just don't think Archipelago is really what anyone wants anymore. How does Chevalier match into French Knights? Chevalier will perform quite poorly against French Knights due to what you mentioned, the healing. What's more interesting is Chevalier versus Roose Knights. I think that's a matchup Knights Templar can win because although their Chevalier are worse, their ability to pump wood is like very good. Can match up well against Roose. Look at that Chevalier. Nice grab. Finds the first worker. And we do have Chuganu spam. So good timing from Anatan. I like this transition. Chevalier will lose pretty hard into Chuganu quite often. The problem you run into is like look at the ranged armor and then look at the base damage on this. So you see, even if you get the armor upgrade, it doesn't mitigate all the damage down to 1 like a normal knight would. I keep hammering this point home because it's just so important. Like Shushi, I think, are actually a resoundingly, surprisingly effective answer against most things that Knights Templar do. At least in feudal. And yes, game number 1 was won by Numidon. Pretty bloody impressive G1 as well. Oh, sorry from last series. Yeah, wham. Oh, sorry, I forgot about predictions. I just thought they were being handled. Oops. Okay, how many fishing boats we got here? 8 versus 8, so they're even on economy there. Now, normally you give an edge to Shushi because on this map, they historically always have this meditation garden. But this is where this game is now very different. So Numidon is not as eco-weak in this matchup as you'd think. The meditation garden at home didn't compare to the one we wanted to order at the shop. He only got 80 resources on this. Yeah, double is quite feasible in the center of the map. Slow scouting in. He wants to see what's next. Numidan is actually holding a lot of troops in reserve, so his goal seems to be to use the Chevalier to poke raid the reinforcements before he takes the main fight. I like this. I like this switch. We talked about this after, I think, it was Myriad's game, wasn't it? Myriad's game up against Anatan. But I think in this matchup, it's probably just better value to go Horseman. Because sometimes it's not about the quality of it, it's about the bulk. And if you don't have more ranged armor, it feels weird. So if Chevalier have the same amount of ranged armor as Horseman, but you're paying substantially more. 120 resources versus 166. Now, obviously, there's more health for that. But I think the other thing is also the production time. Which I guess the production time is like a lot closer than I remembered. 19 seconds versus the 22. Yeah, sometimes I'm kind of baffled by how quickly these get produced. In my brain, they're always like 27 or 28 seconds, down to like 24. Maybe I'm wrong about it. Maybe horsemen aren't worth it. I mean, specifically against Chiganu, though, it is more damage, even if it's slightly slower attack speed, which doesn't matter in the melee. And they are reaching into melee now. Looks like there's a good strike by Numidan. The patience pays off, and Anatan is going to lose the 4 Chiganu. He's got a few trying to reinforce, but too little too late. Great timing there by Numu. Much needed considering the state of the economy. Yeah, falling behind pretty fast here. So we'll sweep apart and aside the last of them. And that now gives him access to what he's been waiting for. We've got safe passage on the way. And more curiously, we actually have a Palace Guard switch up from Anatan. Against Chevalier. Okay, so what does this tell us about what Anatan wants to do? It feels like this means the plan is to find his way towards castle. Like, there's a very strong timing here when you're around like 8 to 10 PG, you go castle. And it just gives you this unkillable wave of troops. When did Chi become so busted? They always were. They always were. Another incredible thing, like, I praise Numidan for that win. You guys should be giving him a second round of applause. He took that fight without Steeled Arrow. That's how dicey that situation was. Like, Anatan basically had the strongest window, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm pretty sure he had Steeled Arrow, if not Undermesh as well. The thing about Shushis and Chinese, they're two of the best civs in the game at doing this. And the economy is still a little bit concerned, but Numidan's now starting to inflate the gold income. Got Safe Passage Sanctuary coming in. Gold gen should be pretty decent. Yeah, it's going to be the 130 gold to the west side. This worked out perfectly for him. Yeah, sometimes you spawn a little bit close to one of these sacred sites, so you don't get maximum gold. But he has the perfect setup. So very hard pilgrim line now for Anatan to intercept. Could easily put him behind. Like, if you think about the raw maths involved, like if a pilgrim is generating 130 gold a minute, which is what's happening roughly, they spawn every minute, right? So once they start going in, it's consistently 130 per minute. A villager at this stage is going to be like, what, maybe 40 resources? So this is like 3 workers worth of gold gathering. Probably closer to 4. I know sneaking a tower would be cool. He definitely has the potential, right? Due to the lack of vision over here. Doesn't seem interested, though. Chug hop into the front of the base. Numidan was smart about this. He was actually harvesting the forward tree line first, due to the spawn, obviously. That means the safety, the bigger one, is now kept until when he's friend. I understand. I think just contemplating the age now. Not a bad idea. Then again, his army does look quite scary here. It's only 7 Chevalier and 29 archers. I mean, this is... Sometimes Chevalier looks comical. Like, other times they look giga-busted, and sometimes they just look like a roll of the eyes. And this is one of those situations, you know, you kind of need 20 of these to really be scary to Chignu with the extra health. Otherwise, you just start flopping too quick. Anatan, while having a sizable military force, is now on his way up into age 3. Mount Academy on the way. A lot of people as well. 29 to rush this up. He wants the veterancy. I think he maybe got seen doing the tech up. Numidan is now trying to punish him. So this is key. He rushes the tech. He's got the gold for it. Veterancy going to be coming in 22 seconds. He needs to buy time. Villager with the forward outpost going to get punished. Chevalier going to start diving in. Numidan cannot mirror this time. He could not even come close. And he could not get the grab. He's trying to save up for castle now. But this is looking rough. The only upside is that those Chuganu are slow. What comes next might not be, though. Regional inspection, 30 seconds out. This could easily be the Palace Guard flood. Has at least got the Hulk to assist on the shoreline. I think, do you just do heavy spears here of Angevin? It gives you a front line. And that's something that he direly needs right now. No, he goes greed. It's going to be Genoa. Okay, so the crossbows are going to be a good answer against the Palace Guard. You can somewhat kite the Chugao, but not really. That was the most casual dive to kill pilgrims I think I've seen. Oh, look. Perfect timing. Meanwhile, wait, what are these positions? Last time I checked, yellow is meant to be on the left side of this fight. Somehow, Numidan wedged himself behind the entire army. And now he's chasing in. The problem is a lot of the Chevalier are dying. He has thinned the Chuganu count. In fact, he's all but erased it. The Palace Guard is a different matter. They're going to be difficult to deal with due to the extra armor. I say that. Anatan. Wait, what? He went for range tech 2 and he just lost all Chuganu. Which means he's delayed getting the ranged armor too. So the Palace Guard are going to have to leave. Oh my god. What did Numidan just do? I mean, how did he even get to this position? That was absurd. I cannot believe that. Numidan is definitely behind by quite a bit on eco, sure, but militarily in a strong position. Veterancy coming in 30 seconds. Anatan now also switching over to crossbows, which just enables the archer spam even more, which is what you want as Knights Templar. Wood is what you gather good. This guy's wild. I'm speechless at Numidan this week. I mean, we always knew he was a capable player, but what he's done so far on the stream this week has blown away expectations. The 3-1 over Dimu, that game 1 against Anatan, and now the state of game 2 here in this best of 5. So who benefits more from the slowdown? Well, Anatan can now start rushing relics. Numidan, not so much, but he's got plenty of other ways of getting passive gold, remember. Late game Fortress spam is a realistic look for Knights Templar that will beat practically all other passive gold income. He's an OG player? I mean, he wasn't really, right? I think Numidan started playing in Rebel Warlord Legacy's Road to Rebel Warlord, which is about a year and a half afterwards. Then he took a very long break, and then he's kind of intimately come back and gone on breaks again. Very talented player. Always been curious to see what he could do if he's able to fully commit. We do have Templar Brother now coming in. Crossbows of his own. Clash begins. Chevalier not going to last long against that many Expos. But the backline is what makes me worry a little for Anatan. Numidan still has a lot of leverage there. Thanks to the father MAA while clearing some of the PG. The pilgrimages are still happening. Finally, Anatan looks to do something about it. Lancer going to start wrapping around the back. So Denala Gold, a big risk now for Numu. He does not have any stone gathering, so there won't be a keep drop to consolidate control on that sacred site. Luckily for him, Anatan doesn't seem to be paying attention to that detail, though. So 169 gold per pilgrim. We'll end up getting a good timing to deny the relic, though. Nicely played. So it looks like a 4-relic game coming in from Mano. The backstab troopers are going to get cleared. And PG on the deer also dealt with. Numidan has done a good job of maintaining his military lead, even if in some ways it's deceptive. The quality, of course, not as desirable as you'd like with mass archers. And the Nest of Bees now revealed. Love the positioning. Anatan, he plays up into the Ford Siege Workshop. Okay, so kind of tricky now. Numidan is going to try to switch into Templar Brothers, but there's only so much fish you're getting out of this pond, right? 14 fishing boats, pretty good. Doesn't hold a candle to Anatan. Gathering berries, gathering everything, and even the fishing count, up to 22 fishing boats on his own pond. Numidon lacking extended lines is crazy to me. I think, did Anatan get that as well? He did. He got extended lines and built more fishing boats. Now, that does mean he's going to drain through the food, but we've already seen the value of burst gathering on those ponds. Like, sure, in like a 50-minute game, it's going to hurt you, but earlier on, it can give you the edge you need. Guys, 50 range units is going to lose. Sounds like you just need to micro more against the nest of bees, right? I mean, like, it's not as if these units just shoot everywhere, right? It's not like this is the battle equivalent of just having a chain gun across the field. What's up, Faplop? Machine gunning those subs out. I appreciate you, bud. Okay, so Veteran Receive Horseman now from Numidon. Shouldn't food be his issue, not gold? The Pilgrims are still getting through, and also, wow, he's still got this relic. So 3-2 split in the end. And Numidon's now gathering stone. So this is going to be, what, a defensive keep in his base, probably? Feels like he needs it at this rate. Slow this down. I mean, was the trap really necessary this early is what I'm wondering. Mango, good hit. Enough to scare him away. Anatan just blindly ran headfirst into that. That was actually sick. That slows things down a critical amount here for Numidon. He's about to have the stone necessary for a fortress drop. Yeah, apparently just sending out tributes to buy more time. So where does he drop it? I mean, the Sacred Site kind of feels like an obvious one, but he genuinely might need it in the base. Mangoes are going to get injured, but able to pull him away just in time. We're now up to 6 Nest of Bees. 6. These are totally reasonable units. And this is not just going to end up with the entire army disappearing, right? Because that would not be fair. I'm getting a bad feeling right now. Double Mango dead. Horseman erased. And congratulations! Your 80% ranged army is now against Nest of Bees. No! Knobs always makes you look like a noob. There's just something about this unit. Doesn't matter the caliber of the player. These things peel you back like a banana. Numidon, I mean, he didn't even commit for the fortress in the end. His spring replacements. I don't know about that hot... You filthy son of a... I guess everyone's just getting inspired. I mean, this is what we normally call the Louis walls, right? Oh, I mean, Louis does it across the map gradually. After the siege changes, I think B was the first one who started doing this quite a lot. I don't know how I feel about it catching on more and more. Oh, God. All right, Nimu. It looked like he was on the course for a 2-0 up. But then Nest of Bees had something to say, as they always do. These bloody units. He doesn't even need the full wall, guys. He just needs the forward. Mangoes are going for the wallop. He's also stacked them together. Knights can't get around the back. There's enough spears to hold that back. And, oh, no. Look at that. Siege counter siege. Oh, no. Villagers coming in for the repair, but at this point, it just feels like an uphill battle that you're never going to be able to climb. So game number 2 going down our hands. We're getting some distance again in our semifinals. And a reminder why Shushi has looked so dominant on Kawasan. Knights Templar and Shushi are by far the 2 most popular picks. But one of them has Nest of Bees. Full stop. Goddamn Nest of Bees. What a unit. So, let's mark it up. 1-1 apiece. Numidon's map choice. Does he choose excavation now? He could hold it for longer, I think. And he does. Dry Arabia. We're getting Chinese versus Delhi. Okay. Did Anatan expect this? Did he maybe think that it was a Coastal Cliffs Delhi pick? A Coastal Cliffs Chinese pick, rather? Because it could have made a lot of sense there. It was either here or Coastal, right? Whereas Delhi, I think this is probably the best place to put them on. Like, we used to see Coastal a lot, but I think Dry Arabia just feels very comfortable for them due to the wide breadth of, like, capping into teching. I mean, like, historically, this has continued to favor China, right? Like, they've been quite cozy. It used to be due to the Barbican drop, not so much these days. But still a pretty good one for them. And then, like, later on, we would have Excavation, where you've still got Abassids or Byzantines, which makes sense. And French could be used for coastal by Numidan. And then Anatan would have Mongols, Zhon, and Japanese. And I think Japanese on coastal could be decent. Actually, like, any of his civs, now that I think about it, like, all three could kind of make sense. I guess Excavation has to be Mongols, which has looked really cool if you can get TC on the Uvu for the double villager production. Because, like, on that map, because there's so many stone excavation sites, if you get, like, 3 or 4 of them, you can basically get, like, 100% uptime on double production from your TC, which is crazy. Like, you basically just get 2 TC. Not quite out of the gate, but, like, a few minutes into the game before people are, like, even feudal potentially. All right, let's get ready to go, though. My God, it's so hot today. And what's up, farm man? Hope you're well, mate. It's been a while. Hope you're keeping good. All right. Let's see who's going to be the big keeper in this one. And in we go, folks. An absolute classic for Dry Arabia. Chinese in the hands of Numidan. 1-0. Anand has the unfortunate affair of having to play Delhi into it. A good strike back in game number 2. But it seems maybe he used those Nesta Bees a bit too good and reminded Numidan just how good the Asian civs are. Yeah, Dry Arabia. I mean, this map, historically, this matchup has been pretty damn good for China for a very long time. The Pro Scouts might have changed things a little bit, but I don't think it necessarily changed things for the worse for China. On the other side of it, with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, I might be tempted to say Delhi fare a little bit better. I think the weird thing here is, like, Tower Victory used to be the way that you kind of competed with China and Shushi with these repeater crossbows, but I don't think you ever want to go TOV nowadays. Even after the recent nerf to Demo Faith, it still just feels too delicious of an opportunity to pass up. And yeah, reminder, this is semis, so winner of this is going to be going up against Wham, who's warmed up and ready after slaying the unslayable B3-1. Yeah, I think if you had to come up with all the configurations of what Grand Finals would have looked like this week, the least voted for one would probably have been Numidan versus Wham, just because B and Anatan's consistency and how they've been playing in the last, like, 2 or 3 weeks, and B much before that. But honestly, with what I've been seeing today, I mean, yes, the Wham one's obvious, but outside of that, I think this set is one where, like, Numidan definitely has a good enough draft, and with his execution to take it. So double deer stack on the east side. This is a pretty damn good spawn for Nimu. He could just kind of shove this in casually. Like, you might not even need to go Pro Scouts. Yeah, chill. Puppy Paw is fine. He's been practicing and prepping for other things. We'll be seeing him tomorrow in a very different format. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, the keep it up game mode, like, guys, all I'm going to say, I'm not entirely sure 100% what to predict or expect, but we're cooking up some very interesting formats that should deliver probably the best Friday we've seen so far this year. Looking at the rest of the spawn, actually. What the heck? It's almost like a mini regions with some of these things. Like, oh, look at all this stone over here. Oh, look at all this gold. And then the deers always close together. Yeah, I don't think anyone got like a resoundingly over the top advantage when it came to spawns. Maybe like a slight edge for Numidan because all the tree lines are forward actually. So kind of an easier base to shut yourself in with. The Imperial Academy on the way. Pretty much everything going according to plan. This is why we need another patch, man. I need to see Delhi and Chinese having to change the opening build order. Remember when people argued about whether Imperial Official was worth it or not? And now it just feels like all the top players have accepted you don't IO unless you're doing some like super long Dark Age or playing Water. I remember Crackety saying about how he asked Louis about it. And Louis couldn't give him a clear answer on why it felt better. It just felt better. He's like, well, that's not good enough. Huh? Okay, so... Do you just do the Archer build as China here? It sounds weird because you're expecting Ghazi. But like, Archer Spears has been looking pretty good with China. It would be ironic as well, because I've seen Anatan do this, even against things like Delhi. Probably the most prolific Archer opener when he picks Chinese himself. So the math you worked out is quite close. I don't think it's a major gain, except that Faster Fuel gives you way more options what to do next. True, and it's also like long-term. I guess like maybe further down the line, the fact that you have not sacrificed the villager here. Actually, I don't know. Like I want to say like long-term weight maybe matters. It doesn't make sense because long-term one villager is going to make up like, you know, a small percentile of your economy. I think one thing it probably does is makes you a little bit more, not impervious, but reactionary to like aggressive plays early on. In a weird way. Like obviously it doesn't make you reactionary in that you can build spears as a reaction, but like defenses, getting the wood to do so. Because you have one more worker. Like at this stage in the game, yes, now we have all these drop-off buildings, but at the very start, when you build an Imperial Official, it's only for a mill, right? And then eventually there's a mining camp, but you don't often see people supervising that. So rats coming in. And like mathematically, when you think about it, you're adding 20% more. So let's say if you want to use the Imperial Official just to supervise gold, and you only have 3 workers usually on gold, maybe sometimes 4, like that's not even worth an extra worker, right? So Numu does have spears coming, which is usually what we expect to see against Ghazi. He's taking the more defensive route. And I believe Pro Scouts has already been queued up. Yeah, so we're 3 minutes away from that. And Numidan, he has got 3 on gold. So he's definitely leaning Pro Scouts himself. And he can even get a head start on it with the deer shoving if he wants to. Normally, deer shoving like this would feel really bad against, say, like French or Jean. Jean obviously just the XP of herself, but it's more the French knight. But when it's Ghazi, you know you can just turn around and stab them in the face. And great laming. Anatan just trying to remove some of the value on that deer shove. Cold Woodlines gives the illusion of a closed map? Yeah. That's why I always found Gorge an interesting map. Especially since they nerfed walling. It has an interesting level of making you feel exposed. Nim already has Pro Scouts? Welcome to China. You look away for a second and they supervise. And a little pro tip here. It's always quick because they're always supervising that mill. And there's that archer follow-up. So Numu just getting a little bit of dynamic, a little bit of depth rather to his composition. Anatan is sticking to his guns though. It's just Ghazi. I guess this makes sense for Sacred Site win condition. Lets you flex between all the sites, whereas Numidan's very slow. And in some ways it feels even worse for Numu because he built spears to then go into archers, and archers are already countered. And then on top of that, remember, he already built stables to get Pro Scouts, which he's not now using to get Horsemen. That has always been the interesting thing about the Pro Scouts meta. Ever since it came in, it added an extra level of potential counterplay already existing that didn't. Because you weren't building a stables to build Horsemen, right? You were building it to build Pro Scouts, but you had the option for Horsemen. Now imagine that flexibility in other buildings, like an archer range at this stage, or a Rax. And we do sometimes see that with Rax, by the way, like the flexibility to have men-at-arms with spears. But even then, it's kind of different because the pro scouts versus horsemen is not military versus military, it's eco versus military. The more I think about it, it kind of like reminds me, or not reminds me, but makes me think of a situation where you'd have a TC that also could produce like a spearman. Now that sounds insane, but like you get the idea. Like you probably would never use it for any villages, but the idea to be able to do those things. Hello, Fred. You want to say bye-bye to stream, do you? Quickly then. Say bye-bye, stream. Oh.
Bye-bye, stream.
Okay. Off you go. Go play. Ugh. You're okay, darling. This is a lot of Ghazi, by the way. He's finally adding in archers, but he went pretty heavy-handed on this. Yeah, I would have expected maybe an archer transition around like 10 Ghazi. So Numenor now just gets the more cheap, efficient comp of Spearman, which is good for him because his goal seems to be to go fast castle. So he's just remaining a little bit more lean. And also, we've already had a decap in the center, so denial, before it feels like it really began to mount pressure. I guess Nim is looking for castle by about, like, what, 11 minutes here? Anatan, at that point, should end up with roughly, like, 12, 13 scholars. So he can start teching himself. Double Sacred Site is pretty good on the gold trickle. Unfortunately, less than double. He's already lost a second Sacred Site. Yeah, when Freya wants something, you can't say no, huh? Yeah, I said your name. Now go play. I literally built you a trampoline. Go play on the trampoline. No, go play. No, trampoline, go. A lot of horsemen now from Numu. Oh, he's just going for like the classic melee blob. This could actually work. It's kind of crazy, like the melee blob and how big it's getting. I've seen China do this a lot. I've seen B do it with multiple civs really efficiently. The other scary thing is like the more that this happens, the more potential for attack that arrives, weirdly enough. Because of how quick veterancy is. It takes you under 30 seconds. It's pretty crazy. I mean, Delhi definitely a civ that can eventually match that, but they don't really have the same scale point as you would as China. Right? Like, you'd have to be up at 20 plus scholars, and you'd have to make sure you have most of them in mosques to mirror that. What a funky stare down. And looks like Numa's backing up a bit. Okay, so does Anatan now sense it? This is the weird thing when you just get into a stare down. I feel like quite often at the highest level now, stare downs, tech ups become obvious. And that's why we've seen players take risks where they'll dive with their like military into your base. Because when you have a stare down, but then you stop turning up the stare down, there's a big question on what you're really doing. Yeah, I know. Go ask Mummy about it. I don't know why your crowns are wet. Don't know what she's been doing with those crowns. No, probably trying to eat them. I know, even now getting baited into spears. I don't think I'm not sure he actually is aware that there's a tech up now. I mean, he's kind of checking, but there's the confirmation. So it's going to be an age up. He's going to dive in. Numenor not paying attention. Gets grabbed. Big hit. Wow. Anatan, I can't believe he got that deep. I think he just felt safe because the outpost was going up. And now 6 workers down. I know, happy now to back off and just start thinking about technology. He starts stockpiling Castle Age, and I mean, Numenor, the idea makes sense what he's going for. The timing just doesn't. If Emma is watching the stream, if you could kindly come and collect our daughter that is carrying a muddy box around my studio, that would be great. Oh, there she is. Thank you. Has learning now on the way. Okay, so Nimodon has got Lancers coming. No, whoa, he's just... I just love this. Like, the game was decided in G2 by Nesta Bees. I guess we just punt our faith into them. I mean, in that game, Nimodon ended up with a lot more range units than you'd like, which is what allowed Nesta Bees to be so good. This feels like Nobs from a position of weakness. He has, like, no map control. There's still a lot of map to play for with Sacred Sites and Relics. And your opponents, in terms of their actual military units, like 50% cavalry. Curious to see how this is going to work out for Nimu. Hasn't upgraded the Horseman yet. Might be worth it just so he has a Raider. Men at Arms switch up straight away by Anno. PG response is going to be coming. Like, this is the point in the game where Delhi get a pretty big surge, right? I mean, you're already seeing it. It's going to be 4 relics being brought home. Nimodon only able to get 1. And it was the one inside his base. Horrible position. Sacred Sites are still ticking, but that can at least get decapped. Nimodon apparently feeling like he has an opportunity here. Looking at the military numbers, I'm not sure that's true, though. Anatan's done a good job of keeping pace. He's been bought enough time that at least the Archer veterans is going to be there. Ghazi only 40 seconds behind it. Yeah, and on top of that, the men-at-arms already arriving with no counter to them. I mean, this is the problem now, right? It's like Nimodon is looking for an army that just overwhelms. Chokepoint fights, you only need a few men-at-arms to hold. Now, there are Nesta Bees, sure, but it's not crazy out of control 4 or 5 yet. So that means that Anatan's archers should get to play. It's going to start burning in. Nimodon just trying to actually open it into a front line. Scholars are up to things. I don't know what the hell's happening there. I guess he's just trying to absorb fire. Nesta Bees is going to target the backside, though. And that reload's going to be big. This is the strike he's looking for. Archers. They're all so low. Are you kidding me? He still hasn't killed them yet. They're finally starting to die. But the damage is already done. Oh my god. I cannot believe that. Anatan, it looked like he was going to lose half the archers. A full reload sooner. Instead, he keeps them all alive. Ghazi able to flood in and clean up. And that is going to be a clear out. Nimodon has nothing left to throw at him. And Anatan now with an overwhelming military lead. Great patience from him as well. Shaky position. Those Nesta Bees not able to find maximum impact. So we go from Nobs OP to Nobs up in the course of 2 games. Holy crap. That was quite the turnaround. Oh, and you know what? Shout out to AMD for also pitch perfect timing. Click the link. It just popped up in chat. Oh, did you guys notice how crisp and clear the Nesta Bees shots and fireworks were as they shot in? That's due to the encoding power of our Ryzen CPU. Couldn't do it without them. But damn. Great game by Anno. So now, 2-1 up. Delhi-Chinese matchup. Not the boogeyman here that most have experienced. And that means, I guess we're now going to be seeing excavation. No. Excavation's left till last. Next up, we're going to Coastal Cliffs, and it's going to be Japanese versus French. Now, guys, this is the map and the Civ that got Nimodon that ridiculous win over Dumu to seal the deal when Dumu had HRE. So do not ever underrate the power of Numu on this Civ. Coastal Cliffs with Japanese, though. I mean, this is a matchup which we've seen Japan has struggled in the past with because of the fact they don't have crossbows against the best crossbow Civ in the game. Earlier on, however, these Dark Age Spear Spam plays have been looking pretty damn good. Oh, one sec. Got a message to respond to. Holy crap, guys. Why is it so hot? 1 sec, I'm going to turn on my fan. I just forgot I had that. Ah, sweet breezes. And we need to flip the civs, don't we? Blink. It's your worst nightmare. That's right. The most memorable game of the week featured this man right here on this civ, on this map. But it was up against the HRE. So Japanese has to be an easy breezy, surely. Anasand, on match point, trusts in Nippon here on this Finna map, while French coming out from Nimu. Maybe a bit of an interesting pick to some people. Normally you think of civs like French for the widest map possible because of all the raiding points, but we've seen them more than just that. They are a boogeyman when it can come to these sacred sites later on in the game. Let's see how this is going to open up. We do already have the Dark Age opening coming from Anatanda, and it is going to be targeted towards the enemy base. He's heading over for the gold now. Numadon, fully aware of what's coming though, scouting it out early, is going to lame the deer and rush the gold. Love this. Anatan's going to try to snatch some sheep away. That's nicely done. So he already stripped away 3 of the deer. If you get a fort, it would be pretty nice. I think he's not willing to risk it, because the problem is if too many sheep die here, Anno might say, okay, that's worth a tower and just a house. So he doesn't want to give it to him. The spear has finally arrived in the enemy base. Numadon is about to have enough gold for age up, though. Probably not to hang around. I mean, if you wanted to go for more than just age up, you'd probably need more workers pulled than this. But great early read. And that has had Anatan have to reevaluate and focus on the deer shove now. Which is quite funny, actually, because like that means Numadon could have kept gathering. Yeah. Like, weirdly enough, Numadon could have actually just stabbed away at that spearman and then kept gathering. But how was he to know, right? Like, he already took damage on the sheep. Was at risk of losing the scout to that many spears, so he left. Okay, so potential edge for Anno. Hasn't scouted where his second deer pack is yet. When he does, I think he's going to be a little bit unhappy. It's quite far out. And he's not getting the full deer shove value we see Japan thrive on, right? It's only going to be 4 deer, so a decent 1,400 food. Or another way to think about it is an extra 7 sheep. Looks like he might think about laming this side. So I guess maybe the goal here for Anatan is to try and force Numadon to pro scout, which would slow him down quite a bit. That would open the door for Japan to potentially get aggressive, but I think more importantly, just look to castle. How do you guys vote on this one, by the way? 59% for Anatan. So pretty tight, actually. Be honest, you guys just want to see this decided on excavation. I am curious as to how Anatan's draft is going to function. It did feel like Numadon drafted for excavation, so to have it go all the way to that map would be the dream. I think that's why he took this approach of choosing coastal cliffs. Like, he very clearly knew what he wanted to pick on this map. He wants to essentially strip more options away from Anno for the final one. Now, things that are good for Anno, he has a really good spawn for the gold here, by the way. Like, this is so much safety. Just one outpost could easily protect a lot of this. It's also very wallable. Like, I think overall he's got a pretty good defensive spawn, which is quite important against French, considering how frequently they night raid. Speaking of those knights, he is back on the gold, so they can come in, but considering the mill's already been dropped, he did already get wheelbarrow, but like looking at the macro, this feels like maybe knight into pro scouts. I mean, you have got a lot of deer to target here, especially after laming the ones near your opponent's base. Yeah, even another one getting killed a bit too early there. I guess Anno's just trying to make sure this deer isn't too close to the base so that pro scouts gets too much value. And there you go, it's confirmed. Yeah, not your usual. You don't often see wheelbarrow into pro scouts. The idea is that, like, if you have one, you shouldn't need the other. But this, I think, was partially a reaction to the spear spam. is that Numinon knew he might get idled off of the gold, so he wanted that mobility to get back and forth quickly. And then with the age up. A little bit of wood's being gathered. Outpost already in the way. And this is looking quite a bit like a hunker down. He's only got, like, what, 6 on wood? Oh, 11 is much more interesting. Okay, so he's playing age then. We have seen Japan thrive a lot now with these feudal plays, but you're up against one of historically the most dominant feudal civs in the game. Sneaky Boys is better than grass every time? Oh, yeah? Tell that to a Snoop Dogg secret party. How many people have successfully sneaked in there? And how many people have enjoyed the grass that exists there? Checkmate. We're going deep. He wants to hoover as much food as possible before the Mountain Samurai arrives, I guess? Does he maybe play this into arbitrary swiftly, is what I'm wondering? Where you just hoover up the deer and then you stay in your base with Guildhall while building arbors. A bit risky. You would be giving Japan momentum potentially, at least at first, and then you'd also give them the potential for 5 relics. But that would set you up for your hyper late game where, like, presumably French still runs away with it with mass arbitrary. Space like this can get chased away. Looks like Numenon's committing. I know, adding in more space. I mean, I kind of get it from a defensive standpoint. Now going horseman as well. Okay, how's his food looking though? He's sitting on 11 sheep. The deer almost gone. I think he's got another one under there somewhere. Oh, one over here. And then he's got the farms littered in. Anatan, funnily enough, hasn't switched over to those farms, by the way. And I think it's because of the daimyo level. Like, you don't really want to be going farms over sheep, deer until you've got that. Well, definitely not deer. Because remember, with deer, you can get survival techniques to make it better, which he didn't get. Even without it, though, by default, it's better. And even better than that would be the wheelbarrows for berries. I know, it's always a weird one on, like, if it's worth doing it straight away, because, yes, it might be worth less than some other food sources, but it's infinite. Like, the value of infinite food there is very important because it slows down the drip feed of limited food running out. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's getting kind of weird now. I guess on a standard map, Anatan may have just rushed a few villages out into the stone to get the extra for a daimyo here. But Coastal Cliff spawns that further away, so it's not an option. It's not a safe option, not a comfortable one. And Numu actually adding spears. Okay. Alright, this is getting a bit interesting. Then again, Anatan made it that way when he went for this horseman switch up. He even tried to hide it, as you can see towards the back of the TC range. So the horsemen are pretty impactful once you do get that daimyo because of the Uma Bannerman effect, plus the extra melee tech level. They're definitely not going to beat knights, but they compete reasonably well for what they cost. Who's ahead in this right now? I guess the longer the feudal goes with nothing happening, you kind of favor French a bit because of the TC generation. It's like Anatan, I guess his goal with this play was to essentially block pro scouts. But Nimu's got 2 stacks. Like, I think he's happy if that's where he gets stopped. And then you've got to ask the question, like, how valuable are horsemen long term? Do you really want to be upgrading these into veterancy? Is Numinon going to give you a reason to? I feel like there's probably not. Maybe Anatan is just trying to insulate himself against the potential for it to be like a rush switch into arbitrary in the mid game. You have seen that quite a lot in the past in these more weird castle matchups like French versus Japanese or French versus Irish. And has now encouraged Anna to go into the Yumi. So this is where I think like the 2-unit comp was weird for Anno, but the moment it becomes a 3-unit comp, I think he's quite happy. Remember, Yumi, very low base damage, but double damage into spears is where things are full thumbs up. Yeah, I still think like the best comp for Japan is, wherever possible for this point in the game, is Japanese Yumi plus Horseman. The Spearman is like kind of an detail. Onabegeisha are really way too expensive for what they are at this stage. But Yumi plus Horseman give you so much mobility and key counterplay. Because you're able to like Uma up, and then you can essentially just prioritize Yumi to defend against spears. Looks like it is going to be that Uma Bannerman. Numenon's pretty close to an age up though. Yeah, he's done a good job of actually keeping pace, which I guess shouldn't be too surprising when you consider he only built 4 knights in total. He's been quite lean. But we've seen he can be a killing machine with this. Like, I think, if I'm correct in the Dumu game, actually no, he did scale knights, but we've seen him in the past. He'll do these builds where there'll be barely any knights, and then midway through castle, he's just flooding 10, 20, 30. Lightly looking at Guildhall in this game. No. Okay, so he is committing in the castle then. Royal Institute with 4 knights. And he's going to be adding more. The stables confirms that. For a second, I was wondering if we were maybe looking at just an efficiency archer play where you just go straight into artillery and then you get the crossbow stirrup stack down the line. But no, this is all about ponies. It's funny as well because, like, what is the Japanese answer to artillery? There isn't a great one, right? Horseman's your best. Mounted Samurai can be a little bit weird. Onimusha aren't going to feel great. Yumi aren't going to feel great. Spinman definitely don't feel great. Onabegeisha do not feel great. The weird polarizing thing about French is like the Arbitre's armor changes everything. Hobbs at Expo, so you can do anything you want. All right, we kind of have like a polarizing like situation between the twins. In a game early in the series, you had Puppy Paw going, this guy has too much range, he's lost. And now we've got Wham coming like, if you have arbs, you can do anything. Oh dear. I feel led around in circles at this point. Oh, okay, got you. You mean you can do anything you want versus it? You think spears will be arbitrary? Isn't that like one of those, yeah, if you don't move, yes. Otherwise, no? I mean, Gambason's is just so good. Okay, so Anasand, he is going quite heavy on the infantry still. He prioritized the Yumi upgrade, and we do now have the Mount Samurai on the way on a delay. And what is up, Faplop? Not too much of a delay before we got that sub in. Appreciate you, mate. Himadon, a lot of knights. I mean, do you really want knights on like a thinner map? Or would the Arbor play have made more sense? I guess now that he's gone Ruins 2, like we said, it maybe feels a bit weird to do Arbor Ruins 2. We very rarely see that. So he's just trying to capitalize on knight detail, but like he's getting nothing out of them yet. He's having a clash before he has any Ruins 2 upgrades that matter. Warlord pickup is going to be worthless. Immediately get sniped down. And Anatan now surging forward. Numadon in danger, just getting ran out of this game on Coastal Cliffs. Yeah, it feels like momentum has fully swung. Like, well, any dynamic balance between it is gone. Numadon's in full turtle mode. He has got Royal Bloodlines on the way, but he's a minute 15 out. And not many knights currently. There is also a gold issue as well as a food issue. The gold's pretty far out on the flank. The other one is part of the wall. The ball's pretty out there. Game definitely not over yet, but Anatan's starting to get this kind of suffocating control on the map, and he has got an Onimusha switch up on the way. Okay, game on. Uma Bannerman going to buff the entire comp that matters at this rate. And Mounted Samurai are already a very interesting unit into Knights, folks. Mounted Samurai do not trigger the damage buff that French Knights get for 5 seconds. If Deflective Armor is on and you hit them with a French Knight charge, you didn't register damage, ergo you don't get damage buff. So that's a very important little detail. Add in the Onimusha on top, and you can see a world in which like Anatan's comp just rolls over. In fact, it's going to roll over the tree line right now. Nice jump. Good reactions out of Numi to pull away. Like that he's trying to use this Yumi to raid before they just become irrelevant. Because the more knights in the field, the worse these kind of feel. They almost start to be used as kind of like a toss-away tank unit. What's going on over here? Nimodon never actually picked up the rest of the deer. I guess it would be difficult to get home. It really does feel like the onus in this matchup now is on Nimodon to attack. Like, I'm not seeing a weak point for him to strike at. I mean, he's got 12 knights, so you'd think he'd just raid, but that's why Anatan's very smart in his positioning here. Him camping the center is smart. It stops his opponent from just flank rotating, because he'll get in the base at a similar pace. But his army will have more staying power. Because at home, Anatan can build a few spears, some Onimusha, clean casual. If Nimodon only has archers at home, good luck holding on, honey.
Now you're
And what is up? Holding on for those beautiful raids. Vortex, thank you very much, my friend. Hope you had a good stream. You've been sorely missed in the KPMMs. Hope to see you back soon. Welcome to our second semi-finals. Could be very close to just hopping straight into GFs here. And as gamers who sit in our basement all day, most of us are seeking a GF. I can't give you the type you're looking for, but I can give you a Grand Finals. Grand Finals is looking likely to be Wham versus Anatan right now. He's still trying to get these hoes like, oh, maybe? I mean, Nimu needs it as well. The food income is not looking great. He has got the keep drop, so that's going to stabilize him a little bit, but I think Anatan maybe just plays for Sacred Sites. It's not a great win condition for Japanese because they don't have castles in Castle Age, which makes absolutely no sense. Why did we call it Castle Age? It looks like he will actually deny the deer. Well played. This is becoming quite constrictive. He's playing for the gold on the east side now. Nimu, If they just straight up fight into each other right now, I think Nimu-dan will be forced back underneath his castle. So, like, what he's having to do here right now, it's necessary, but it doesn't feel reliable. And I think Anatan is about to test that statement. Let's prove us right here, because the Yumi are marching in. Nimodon does, of course, have the royal bloodlines. He's going to just surge forward. Spear's been held in reserve. The Onimusha are starting to snipe down those lofty knights. Archers, they're trying to target fire the spears, but the Onimusha is an even bigger problem now for Nimodon. He's on the ropes, and it looks like the knockout blow is coming. Villagers will have to leave the area, but that means the army gets abandoned. There's nothing left for him here. Anatan's going to dive in. He's going to get the GG and flex the new breed of Japanese over another one of the scarier matchups. Yeah, we've heard in the past a lot of talk about how, like, this matchup feels pretty rough. French have crossbows and you don't, and the game doesn't trend well, but Anatan saying no entirely, and it means that he will once again be in the Grand Finals, but this time it will not be B. No. Anatan is going to get a grudge match rematch. He just played this matchup in the Hims Cup, where he was able to beat Wham. But now, maybe a little bit less chaotic with KPMM. We'll see if Wham can strike back. Okay. G to the G, Mr. Anachad. A 3-1 scoreline in the end. Means the boys should be drafting shortly. So let me have a look and see if that draft is live. All right, I think Anna's just getting a drink or whatnot. So we'll have Grand Finals in a second. The new unbeatable Japanese, nothing can defeat the Civ. Whoa. Calm down. I mean, they are pretty good, yeah. They've been looking pretty solid. I'm just gonna list those. I'll try to figure out that one out later. I don't know, like this. I don't know if it's worth uploading an entire series. Maybe. I think that one might be uploaded together. Had a very interesting start to it, in particular. Rise of Japanese is one of the most interesting things to ever happen in AoE4. Ever? Don't know about ever. It's quite intriguing, though. Okay, draft just began, so let me reset this whole thing now. We'll update it to BO7 time, baby. Whoop, whoop. Just a reminder, every map going to get used potentially this time around, which means finally we will get a canal game, right? Right. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. That also means that Ottomans should be quite a high pro pick, but the surprising part is actually they haven't been picked at all yet. I mean, Japanese plays on Canal very well as well. Opening map is going to be important here with receding. WAM already has got House of Lancaster. Malians or Roose can make a lot of sense for Anatan. Even Japanese actually looked pretty decent there. Mongols gives a bit of flex, but we've been seeing Mongols almost looks a bit baity on receding. They haven't really been delivering. Feels like often you get all this stone and then there's like nothing else to it, right? It just doesn't feel like enough, weirdly enough. Is this the final? It is indeed. Hence why we have updated the title to Grand Finals. By the way, before we get that Grand Finals, reminder, if you like these type of things, I haven't got confirmation on whether we're going to be doing midweek muster again next season. So we're going to have to start figuring out other ways of getting prize pools, which is why it's so important to always support any sponsor you see on this channel where possible. Easy one for you guys, the Opera GX. While we wait for the draft to complete, ! Opera GX. Go download that browser. Create an account for free, use my link, and it'll make sure they know that I sent you, and maybe we just actually get Opera GX to come back again and sponsor us for another month. Big shout out to them, because it's been I think it's the second month in 3 months they've sponsored us, which is pretty good. Like, for those that don't understand the sponsor market, it is actually pretty tough to come by sponsorships that go month to month to month to month. A lot of brands have moved away from annual sponsorship with paid integrations to seasonal. It's like, even if they think you're really, really great and like really, really good for an integration, they might only like sponsor you 2 or 3 times a year. Where were the moderate finals? The moderate finals were the semi-finals. Finals versus grand finals difference? I mean, finals Thursday is all the finals. We've got the semis into the grand finals. It's the final day of our tournament of the week. And now we have the final matchup. Question is, what is matchup game number 1 going to bring us? Oh. Okay, that. All right, guys. Look at Anatan's draft. Pick 2 civs you would not expect him to pick on receding. List the 2 civs of the 6 that you wouldn't expect here. This is quite interesting. WAM has picked House of Lancaster, which wholly makes sense. They've looked ridiculously effective on that map. Are you Malian? You sure about Malian? Malian has actually been picked a decent amount here. Because with Malians, you've got the pit mine very close by, back gold. You can generate food. Like, one of the issues as the receding goes on is, where am I getting food? Ivids? Ivids would be one of them. The other one would be Jean. It's a Jean pick. Now, that is very curious. I think he's trying to leverage the fact that normally people want to be out on the map against his opponent. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected Jean here. Mustafadi Warriors versus Onabugeisha Feudal. You don't want to ever do that. Onabugeisha will annihilate you. Like, Mustafadi will have a sad time. If you go castle, it's different, because then you get Farimba. And then, like, Mustafadi laugh, because Onabugeisha do nothing. What happens when you garrison Jean? Does she get XP? I think I asked someone about that. I can't remember what the answer was. I think she didn't. I'm not sure, though. I'd have to double check. All right. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads, by the way. So if you guys want to get a drink, get something to eat, now is the time. Also, maybe take this opportunity to download that Opera GX we just hyped up and talked about. I'd really love it if we can reach 300. 300 would be betterment on what we got last time we done the integration, which means it will increase our likelihood to get them back again in the future. So click the link. It's literally free, but it does support the channel immensely. Boink. And there's the ads, which will make people think of the other way they could support the channel. Eyebrows, eyebrows. KT is starting to get H3 treatment in tournaments. Sort of. It depends on the map pool because Kawasan is in there in particular. Kawasan is really good for KT. Kawasan, like, I think KT is a top 2, top 3 pick for Kawasan. And there's, like, other maps where they can do okay-ish anyway. Yeah. But the main one is definitely, like, Kawa. I think Canal will also be a good map for Knights Templar. Because you've got Far Sacred Site North and South. Well, you got 4, haven't you? So you've got so many options that you'd have to cover to stop them from pilgriming. And then also, it's a Civ that plays water quite well. I think you don't want to play Spear Spam to begin with, though. Yo, what is up, Flodo Baggins? Smart lad. Prime subbed up again for the 5th month now. I see you, I salute you. Let's get a sub train going. Remember, guys, we've got a best of 7 ahead of us. That could easily be 4 more hours of streaming. And I wouldn't want you guys to have to worry about all those annoying ads along the way. What can I say? I'm just a thoughtful guy. Just double checking some of the background. Boring without goats in the tournament? Bruh. We got some good players. I know what you're about. Just feels like you just want Marine Lord Beastie jerking off in finals all the time. Like, we've got a lot of good players in AoE4 these days. Like, dude, how you gonna say we haven't got, like, goats? We got, like, Dimu, we got freaking Anatan, we got B, Wham. Like, sir, huh? I mean, if you're just, like, a Beastie or, like, a Marine Lord fan, boy, like, fine, just say it, but chill. There's plenty of good players here. Imagine supporting and just cheering on good gameplay. That's a crazy one, right? Wouldn't want to do that. Saving the image for every time you update the bracket, or do you have the PSD directly in OBS? I don't have the PSD in OBS. Is there a plugin for that? So I have an image, I update Photoshop to bring it in, basically. Oh wait, did I update the brackets? I forgot to, didn't I? Oopsie. So originally I wanted to find a system that would be able to just pull the data from like a Wikipedia page, and I had someone who's like looking into that, but I don't think they ever like made any progress, sadly. But good eyeballs. I'll quickly update that now. Oh, we got a sec. You can do it vanilla. All right, you have to send me a doc on that because I didn't notice it before. That's very handy. Like, that would be nice, because otherwise, like, what I do is every time I just open Photoshop. With this PC, it's not too bad. I can do that without, like, any hit, like, you know, by performance. So, like, you basically would be able to switch this scene and then edit it on the scene, is what you're saying. But yeah, that's really handy. That I like. All right, we got predictions up. Nice. You update the PSD file in it. Oh, got you. I understand now. Okay, yeah, that's still really handy. Yeah, it just saves a step, so that's pretty handy. Game number 1 of our grand finals, and curveballs already being thrown. One and all, welcome back to Midweek Muster, where an unorthodox pick has appeared on Receding. The map that you hope you don't look like when you hit 40. That's right, we've got Anatan on Jeanne d'Arc going up against Wham on House of Lancaster. Now, Lancaster has been seen frequently on this map. I think it actually might be the most picked Civ at this point. Makes a lot of sense. This is a map that has got the Forgotten Runes to generate stone, which allows you to get into your manas. The opening spear spam is pretty good due to the gathering rates on sheep, so it gets you the deer shove in. And also, because of the smush nature of a lot of resources, defensive landmarks such as the Lancaster Castle can feel pretty cushy. Jean, on the other hand, is a bit of a puzzling question mark. I guess you could just play standard knights into pro scouts, and also because it's a map where you know your opponent wants to be out on the stone, they're probably going to invest in units, which means Jean will get to fight. I haven't really seen how good or bad Jean is at diving static emplacements either, because it feels like she very rarely goes up against Lancaster in tournaments. Wait, they're adding a bracket module to like OBS? That's pretty handy. That'd be nice. Yeah, I was saying with like these brackets, like the ideal thing is I wish there was like a system that you could just pull from a Liquipedia entry page to populate. I don't know how you'd be able to cleanly do that. Like probably some sort of AI assisted thing where it knows and matches names to places. We do have ball shenanigans over here. Wham has got the spearman. Wham should win this. Antan's goal isn't to capture merchant camp, it's just to try and deny his opponent. VMix, the 3K OBS alternative that does the same thing as OBS? Well, that's not true. The difference is like when you need multiple people. Yeah, like if you're a one-man production, I don't really rate VMix. The moment you got more people, that's when it makes sense. Okay, so Skull Cavalry on the way. Pretty much everything standard here. I'm disappointed at the lack of Chamber of Commerce on this map that has not got a trade post. It's outrageous. Good late game of Hull here. Those carrots will do some serious damage. Yep. Do I rant about those? I think if I had to list the most broken units in Age of Empires 4, I think the carrots might be the most broken. For those that don't know, House of Lancaster has, I think it's like Pride of the Fleet or something like that it's called. It's a tech in King's College that increases the damage, range, and health of carrots by 20%. Which with Admiralty on as well gives you 12 tile range on those boats. Now, we're probably not going to see it here. It's not often we get to that phase of boating. I think so far in Receding, we've had that phase of boating happen once with Chinese into the giant Baochuans. Even then, actually, I think that game ended up being a loss for the Baochuan boys. Lancaster Castle, as expected, is going to be dropped on the front side. Wham is going to be producing more spears. I think this is for the additional deer shaft. Yeah, Anatan doesn't really look to be contesting it right now. So by the time he realizes what's happening, the deer is probably going to be very close to the mana spam. So good read, good timing by Wham. Anatan, I mean, I guess this is just going to be a good old-fashioned Archer Knight Ram all-in timing. We've seen this from French before, and it's looked pretty good. The difference there is, of course, French accelerates economy a bit better this early on to get into those details. VMix has so many things that are missing that could be filled by the community, but isn't. Yeah, but like, what's the value play of filling it by the community? I haven't looked into it much, but I don't know if VMix actually offers like to pay people to develop those things. They probably don't care at that pricing. It's kind of like saying, oh man, Adobe could do so much more with all these community elements. It's like, they don't need to. Everyone already pays them so much stupid money. So we have got decaps on the way. This is really good for Manasand. With the knights, he'll be able to easily clean up the villager. So I guess for Wham, maybe you're trying to like just bait a timing here where you run a spearman in and then run the villager out. Because otherwise, Lance Charge Club, dead. He's even bringing the scout over to decap faster. Like, tick-tock goes the clock, mother ducker. Gets the charge in without any brace from the spears. Nicely played. A little bit of micro outplay there, Bano. Whoop. Does actually go after a full HP spearman instead, though. Oh, no. Well, that was disastrous. There was a half HP spear begging to be stabbed to death. Got completely ignored. So -1 knight for Anatan. Nothing lost for Wham so far. And that gets him the space to get the villager home. And I think he's just switched over to active gathering. So he's not trying for any of these shenanigans on the POIs now. Photopia and DaVinci Resolve keep Adobe far away. I haven't checked out Photopia. I've been hearing good things about DaVinci. I think, like, for most people with Adobe, Photoshop is still the one that, like, has the brag and pull power. And then maybe, like, the AI gen tools. But Premiere, like to me, quite often Adobe Premiere just feels very basic, and also has some very dented issues with like encoding issues. I noticed that was like a very big problem when I tried to encode in AV1. It wouldn't accept that format. Luckily, as a business, I can just business expense these stupidly expensive things. Although that does mean less money. I don't have much money. Wham is on his way to much money, though. Third mana coming in already. I think you just like start scaling army soon, right? Because you got to be a bit cognizant of the fact that like Anno could start to prep towards like an all-in timing with Rams. If you have no military to defend, good luck killing those Rams. Archer is getting medical to the ball, so more XP come for Anno. Yeah, the funny thing as well, by the way, like you guys know why Adobe is so popular, right? It's pretty much because they bribe universities and whatnot. Like they give them free access to these services, or very heavily discounted access. So they just go for them by default. It's similar with why Mac is so popular amongst like the Adobe and Photoshop community. It's not because for some reason it's better on that platform. It's just Apple had the genius idea to just like very much subsidize purchases of like Macs into universities, knowing that after people completed uni, they don't even know how to use Macs. I feel bad for those guys. I also feel bad for Anatan. The Demi Lancers have arrived, and that is a range on. Oh no. Oh, she could just be dead. Like, there's no running away from this. You have no armor either. That tickle of 8 damage actually adds up to quite a lot. Jean down. Does at least take one Demi Lancer with her. But not a great trade. And it's about to look a lot worse for Anno in game number 1 as Wham is about to trigger an age up. Likely a white tower. Actually, I think you could just go, yeah, King's College. Because if he gets the Collar of S's, his knights win. Man, this is heating up too much. I was then getting ready. I thought they were going to go chill to go into a whole discussion about like what Adobe does with colleges and how MasterCard, etc. does the same with finances. But we'll save that for another time. Because this feels like the do or die moment now. And Anatan looks very much ready to die. 5 knights to his name. Wham is about to auto upgrade his 4 mini knights, and then with Collar S's, he'll add in like another 60% damage on each of them against heavy. Yeah, I guess at that side, at that stage, the positive is at least you didn't get Melee Jean, who would have taken even more damage, but it's a small positive. I like the idea of what Anna was thinking here, by the way, with Jean. Is like, remember, it's much easier to snipe Lancaster in villages compared to other villages on Goldstone, etc. Because those ones would have outposts next to them. But with Lancaster, you think that a manor is good enough. A manor might fire back, but a manor doesn't let you garrison. So conceptually, the idea is cool. It just feels like Anatan wasn't able to hit a timing. I'm wondering if that timing was really ever there. Meanwhile, I'm definitely outplayed him on the opening when we saw him get that spearman hit into the knight. That was a really critical moment. Saved a villager and also killed a knight. Now, wow, I'm just going to run around circles while he waits for the tech. Collar of S's is 30 seconds away, and then I think we're like maybe 30 seconds on top of that away from Anatan throwing in the towel. He hasn't really got a tech up on the way. His knights are worse than the enemy knights. And Jean is nowhere near level 3. Yeah, this is looking like a 10-minute beatdown. Yo, chill, Crackety. Yeesh. You guys ever realize you could just like funnel through an AI to like redo this video and replace Adobe everywhere with bees, nest of bees, and it would be very on point for Crackety. All right, charge in. Goes to the body block. It's gonna have to torch down instead. Not worth it right now. Better to just keep scaling. Anatan looks pretty stuck. And the Color of S's means this fight is now going to be insanely hard. Divine Restoration already got used. He's even just peeling away all the injured Demi-Lancers. Just denying any potential for that level 3 Jean. And now in the staggered retreat. This is the other thing about Jean. She compromises you. You can't just run away. You have to guard her. Does get the recharge. But now it's barely any Demi-Lancers and just raw Better Knights. It's ridiculous. It's 30 damage compared to 19. And that's Jean now chopped down. That, folks, should be GG. So, Wham, going to be taking a very early lead here against our reigning champion. I mean, we did talk about this being an unorthodox pick. I wonder what the deeper thought was for Anna. Maybe it was just that idea of being able to casually snipe villages one by one. I mean, organically, that has been how Jean has thrived a lot in the past. Seems like he doesn't want to wave the flag just yet. I think like Anatan doesn't quite see the full breadth. Like he doesn't have the vision we do, right? But he's going to be starting to feel it. His pocketed resources are getting shut down. The knight count is over double in favor of Wham. This is something I kind of dig about Lancaster compared to English. Is like, although they have these yeomen that make you think they are a ranged civ, they're actually like secretly a very good cavalry civ. Collar Vesses is one thing. Then there's the Hobalars with the hill training. They have a lot of unique cavalry elements to them. Which kind of shoe on the wrong foot when you think of Agincourt. But this one is going to go the way of history. English on top in G1. Does the villager deposit the resources when assigned to another task? Stone to wood, for example? What are you talking about in general? So villagers will deposit resources in the drop-off building, or if you construct a new building, they will immediately try to drop off the resources as long as they're not interrupted. So, like, that's actually a more efficient thing to do sometimes than, like, let's say you're chopping a tree line, but you're going to walk further out towards gold. Instead of dropping off the lumber camp, sometimes it's better to walk out to the gold. You build a mining camp, and then they drop off with it. So you'll see that in high level a lot as well, because it does come in handy quite a bit. All right. So G1. Wham kicking us off with a lead. And we are going Canal. Wow, no time wasted here. It's going to be the Ottoman pick. So Ottomans against Mongols. A lot of spears is about to be on our screen. And the Mongols used to feel really good here because of the trade options. All right, going to run a minute of ads, guys. Doink. What an interesting one. I'm actually excited. I haven't seen Canal in so long. Wait, what do you mean kicks by new tags? Oh, what? The videos have new tags? Yeah, that's my new guy. Shout out to him. I don't know if they want to be known who they are. But they're working on things in the background, which I love. Do you prefer using DaVinci because the Fusion tab and color grading tab is so much better? Interesting. I haven't really looked into it that much. I haven't focused too much on like video editing because I'm so much of a freaking perfectionist. I know I'd hate it. Wait, he can like as the he's an editor. He's signed as an editor on the YouTube side. I didn't realize he could pretend to be me there. Lamau? I have been impersonated. All right. Anyway. One and all, it's a classic returning here in Midweek Muster. Oh my god, I haven't seen this map in so long. It's Canal. To some of you a dream, to many probably a nightmare, but we've got a fun one here. Anna's hand on the Ottomans going up against Wham on the Mongols. A classic spear bout. It's been a hot second, folks. I'm actually excited to see this. So a little bit of peer behind the veil. This is the most banned map of this week by far. Nobody wanted to play this. I don't know if that's really as much a hit at the map as it is a hit at the fact that there's another qualifier going on right now and that doesn't feature this map. right? Because like we always try to be thoughtful of tournaments around us to include like usually at least 1 or 2 maps the tournament's going to have, so that players can also feel like they get extra practice value. But I also like to have new maps coming in to test new things, but also maps that aren't there, so that people who want to hide strategies don't feel like they're just exposing themselves. So like it kind of that way invites everyone to want to participate. But yeah, Canal, for whatever reason, has been neglected. I thought we'd see more of it picked just because of how good Ottomans in particular have looked in the current meta, and historically how good they were on this map. Yeah, I missed this map, man. This one's a cool one. I'm a little bit gutted we won't be seeing Knights Templar. You can see they actually got banned by both players. Because Knights Templar would be very intriguing on this map with the close and fast sacred sites. I actually think like this could be A tier. I don't want to say S tier map for KT because they were probably sucking the racks off at the start a little. So, Otto's really cool thing about Ottomans and why they feel good on this map. We always talk about the Vizier points, but even this is super high value. You can afford a dock into a Rax and pay almost the same price as your opponent getting a Rax. Remember, the dock's only 90, the Rax is only 90. Meanwhile, for Wham, he went Uvu, and that's already 150. He doesn't want to oblige the Rax play. It's going to be a rush into Feudal. Interesting. We used to actually see Mongols who tried to take this fight, and when Canal was being featured in EGC tournaments, what people quickly learn is like you don't contest Ottomans on Dark Age. It feels horrible because the more spears you spam, the worse it gets. It's a great read. Just goes for the bypass. That's going to give him access to the archers swiftly. Anatan will likely try to play forward for a dock on a delay here. He has still got the villager out in the open. In fact, what would have been cool is if he pushed this deer in towards the dock, because then he could have just been gathering and hanging around here. But I think instead it's just going to be a rush second dock. Probably all the way over here, actually. If you can test your opponent's side, he can't get on top of it. Like, you can essentially set up here, tech behind, and then follow him with an archer ship. Interesting. They have a funky TC placement as well, but if you're wondering why did Wham do this, it's because of the spear attack. If he pulled the TC back on the tree line like you normally would, he wouldn't be able to touch his goal. So this keeps options open. Sheep count is looking damn good, by the way. 25 sheep to 4. You did just hear me correctly. Now, the corners haven't been checked. But the fact that Wham somehow has 25 sheep, while his opponent only has 20% of that, is absurd. I mean, he's at least got the fishing, so it's not the end of the world. We do, however, have a dock attempt, but the spearman is going to be there. Yeah, so it's going to end up with both of them losing their unit by the looks of it. The spearman should be quick enough to get the kill. And the Khan will get the other one in response. Final charge kicks in. Even if you got past that, there's another spear. So good to know. Wow, I'm a little bit starved right now. He's going to try to sneak out a second. Uh-oh. I mean, he's H2, but we don't have archers. No, he's legitimately just trying to get the dock. What the fish? All right, this villager right here is on a journey, man. What is the idea? This is interesting. We have got Magadai coming. I mean, he's already built an archer range, so it could be a second unit type, like Spearman. I think he just wants to try and sneak an outpost in, maybe. And now? Okay, he's going to be coming back to the safe dock. Got it. I guess maybe he was trying to, like, wedge himself into Anatan's economy. Yeah, because he has the stone. So I think what Wham was considering there was naval arrow slits on the fishing, which was a classic play for Mongols. Instead, he's going to focus on trying to get his own eco up. Back up complete. Anatan. If he could deny this villager once, he'll be able to get a boat out. This is big. Yo, wait, what? He's going in. Yeah, he goes for the enemy villager, but that means his own is going to get denied. Okay. It's a big hit there. Worker is going to be brought down. Magadai now returning back to the other side. Anasan, he's got a demo ship on the way. What? I thought it'd be an archer, but no, he's got a demo on the way to try and deny the dock. Is that going to be quick enough? No, it shouldn't be. The dock should be going up here. Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's going to be about 3 seconds late. Then again, I mean, if you hit the Magadai... Oh, whoopsie, didn't want to do that. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Oh, what was that? Oh, my God. All right, the demo disappeared. I'm sorry about that, guys. The problem is there is a button now to switch to regular UI that they never needed to add, in my opinion. Jeez. All right, so that was a mind warp. The explosive ship disappeared. Shocker. Yeah, it, as expected, didn't stop the dock going up. And we do now have naval arrow slits coming out. God, that was wonky. I mean, there's so many buttons here now. The thing is, like, if you ask most RTS gamers, they don't want more buttons. They want more keybinds. Magadai in, though. Good poke on the gold. I just realized we never flipped the top UI, which has also confused you guys. Sorry about that. I'll fix it now. And I need to... Oh, God's sake, I need to flip the score, don't I? Got there in the end. Sorry, it's been a chaotic day. I don't sleep much these days. My kids don't let me. Yo, what? What? No, 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 not the supply! Not the supply! Oh, no. Oh, no. What just happened? Oh, my God. Wait, was that really GG? I mean, I guess he felt that with this... With the Magadai, he wouldn't be able to get out. And your opponent already had double Springald? It's maybe like an early GG, but I can kind of see where Anatan's coming from. Oh my God. That was quick. It's always sad when you get games like that, because Canal can actually deliver insanely long, epic games. I still remember the first Ibin Mirror we cast when Sultan's Ascend released, and it was on Canal. It was between Beastie and Dimmu. And it was one of the best games we saw that year. Okay, that's going to be another point on the board for WAM. Sorry about that click through, guys. That was a bit awkward. See, this is why I've been begging the devs for there to be a rewind and also a time bar that I can click on. So that if we had a misclick like that, I could just rewind. So you guys didn't miss anything. Oh my God. But yeah, this is looking like a bit of a wash so far. Oh God, excavation's next. Wait, what? Excavation's next, and this is an interesting one. Wham has picked Order of the Dragon. I know he likes his 2TC, but Order of the Dragon's a bit weird on this map. Can you guys figure out why? There's something quite peculiar about them. The points of interest are actually like... They're a nerf specifically to OOTD. Need to complete rebuild their game engine to add rewinds? They should have thought of it ahead of time. Alright. So we need to flip. Let me flip score. Alright, let's get predickies ready. Thank you, thank you. One and all, we have the weirdest pick imaginable on this map. That's right, we are back here in the grand finals on Excavation for game number 3. And Wham has picked the only Civ that sees this point of interest as a negative. Seriously, this is the only one, guys. So think about it for a second. Why? Forgotten Ruins generate a fixed amount of resources by depositing a villager inside. Order of the Dragon villages are inherently, by default, better villages. Do they get 28% more resources off of the 60 stone? No, they just get 60 flat. You have less villages as Order of the Dragon, And you don't get more for the garrison. So this is a little bit of an unorthodox pick from Wham. I think this is due to the fact that like he enjoys 2TC gaming. And this is a way to get towards it, is you can organically gather the stone by garrisoning. We do already have him running out onto the deer. I love this start. Meanwhile, on the other side, we haven't even introduced him yet because Wham's pick distracted us so much. We've got Anatan on the Japanese. Yeah, and he's gone for that Dark Age Rax Rush opening. It's already heading over towards the deer location. He already suspects it. Already scouted it, in fact. Okay, so like Wham, you're gonna hang here, right? You look to leave? Maybe? I mean, you do have strong attacks. Like, funnily enough, these gilded villagers hit as hard as a spearman. And have quite a lot of health. The Wham, I mean, you can hang here until, like, what, 3 spears arrive? Then it gets a bit weird. Just going to start peeling them back one by one. We don't have a rush of wheelbarrows, so definitely doesn't want to start bringing out more workers for this. Didn't garrison the Forgotten Ruins either. Yeah, so I guess maybe Wham's fault is, like, he can get in the Forgotten Ruins if he's not attacked, perhaps? Well, we'll be forced home. I think Anatan's quite happy with this. Now, Japanese themselves may seem a bit funky on this map because, like, what do they need that much stone for? But getting the daimyo level super early can be incredibly impactful. In fact, funnily enough, Japan, we discovered recently, is insane in long Dark Age when you have the Forgotten Ruins point of interest. Because of the stone gen, if you're able to get daimyo, you can actually build a katana bannerman in the Dark Age that has, what did we say it was, chat? Was it 150 HP? I think it's 150 HP and like 10 damage and 2 armor. It's ridiculously tanky for a Dark Age unit. So it's a good thing for Wham that he's skipping out in the age. Mine work is already on the way, and he is actively stone gathering. It is going to be the 2TC build that we know Wham and Puppy Paw in particular love. Okay. Spim's going to make his way around, but these are full HP villagers, so if one spear shows up, he's going to die. You kind of need all the boys. Instead, though, they're hanging around for the Forgotten Ruins decap, which is a little bit surprising considering there's no one in here. It's just been captured to be captured. And he does at least get confirmation, but I mean, with the gathering rates of OTD villagers, I don't think you're too concerned here right now. Actually, maybe you need like an extra. He seems confident he'll be able to get enough stone. Otherwise, you would have started to attack these villages, right? Attack the spearman, rather. Okay. I guess he wasn't confident he can get enough. Maybe things are getting a little bit more worrisome. And yo, we've got Coca. Talk about a rarity. I don't remember the last time we actually saw Coca Township come out. It never gets picked anymore. Safety of Kura Storehouse economically just too good. And Wham. Well, he actually just backs away. Okay. But town centers cost 350 stone. We're 100 short. Interesting. I guess he wants to maybe focus on getting the wood, just get an archer out, and then play for the TC. Because, like, in fairness, if you get 2 TC right now, what do you do with it? You've got 10 sheep, so do you really want to be building 2 TC condensed, or would you rather be able to build the TC on something like deer? I think that's maybe the thought process here. That's also scary for Anatan. Because he went Coca, if you open with an archer, like, everything just gets shut down. Yeah, there's a very big reason why you do not see racks into Coca. Because archery, like, counters both. And you always go racks right now. Shinobi have just gone extinct. Yeah, I think the ninjas are going to feel like a nin nopes here. Wow, moment of truth. I mean, what? He doesn't care. He's legitimately committing to this. I guess you kind of, like, so in the hole, you might as well. Like, you've committed to 250 stone. It's just dead weight economy if you don't go for it. So, yeah, he sends out, what was that, 10? 9. But obviously, they have extra carry capacity, so you'll definitely be able to get enough. Denies 2 of the spearmen. Anasand is on his way with the shinobi, but maybe not quick enough. And wait. He might be. Hold on a second. Wham. You can't be serious. Anatan, the timing. He sees it all. And Wham sees nothing. It's going to be a TC between the double stealth forest on the deer. The boar is also in range. That is an option. But Shinobi, he goes in for the sabotage! And he's already taken so much health off of it. Shiv's come out. Second Shinobi is about to arrive. He's in. And Wham is looking to be out of game number 3. GG called. We are speed running these games. It looks like the age of the ninja is not behind us. What? Guys. It's a grand finals. If we could, like, not end up with a game average length of 8 minutes, that would be great, Ty. What? Oh my god. What is happening? If you can upload the files as a single video, dude, I'm feeling that at this rate. Holy crap. I mean, it's like, I might just call this one the weirdest grand finals I've ever cast, because it's just been so absurd. Oh my god. Okay. What now? It can't get any weirder, right? We've got Roose on Kawasan. Definitely like a bit of a less orthodox pick. Shushi definitely is like the go-to pick alongside Knights Templar. Oh my god. What's happening? This grand finals is like your love life? What, done in 5 seconds? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And off we go. Of course, the day you have off is when it's going to be a quick day. Oh, yes. Okay, are we correctly oriented? Yes. This is quickly becoming the weirdest grand finals I think I've cast in all the Midweek Masters. One and all, we are back for game number 4 between Wham and Anatan. And okay, let me just list the collective time. The collective time of game 1, 2, and 3 is less than 30 minutes. It's like 27 minutes across 3 games. And I'm honestly not sure what to expect anymore. This is just getting weirder and weirder the more we go. We have got Roose, which made it through the draft, surprisingly enough. Pulled out here. Wham, meanwhile, goes for Shushi, which has been a phenomenal pick here on Kawasan, courtesy of the berry play. Now, Roose, in theory, can be quite good, because they don't care about these dock denial civs. Remember, this is a civ that doesn't have to drop off its food at a dock. So, if your fishing boats are just stuck here with no dock to call their own, they can still function. Still wonder if it's the best use of Roose, but the thing for Anatan is if you look at the draft, we are in game 4. And game 4 is important because after it, we're going to have a redraft anyway. So you might as well just punt out whatever remaining powerful pick you have. Roose here in the current year, right? We've actually seen it once last week. It was, I think it was this exact matchup, if I'm not mistaken. Shushi versus Roose, and I believe it was Sortov versus Deniska with Sortov and Roose. He fell miles behind with Roose in the early game. I still somehow found his way into Imperial Age, though. Actually, no, sorry. That was Abassid on the other side against Roose. Or Abassid, one of the two. And he is going to be going for that expected play. So straight into the center. He's already just hearing like the slots noises in his head. Ching, 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 ching. This is a pretty good one. So he's going to be able to get his 144 food. Probably going to clip like 2 berries here. So we're probably looking at about like 156, 162 food per minute. No opportunity to yoink a gold, I don't think. There we go. Ooh, even more. Yeah, so he's going to end up getting, we said, what, 100? So you get 144 if you get, wait, no. He missed these. So it looks like it is actually going to end up being 150. Respectable. I say respectable is because actually we quite consistently see 130 to 150. It's only bonkers when it's somehow 190, which is occasionally possible on Kawasan. This is always the funny thing, though, is like, yeah, mirrored hit on the head. Like, release Shushi would have been 200. But what makes that even funny is you have to remember Kawasan was created before Shushi was created. Which means if this map had been featured in tournaments when Shushi came out, oh my god, it would have been the most outrageous. It might have actually been in one of the smaller tournaments now that I think about it. I'm trying to remember, like, back then. It's been so long ago. I think we were banning Shushi a lot because, remember, when Shushi first came out, they had a bigger radius, but they also had this bug that allowed them to lose the landmark, rebuild it, and it would double the resources. So, wham, now following up with the dock drop, we've been seeing this a lot out of Shushi. If you're going to walk out the center, you might as well stay around to ruin everyone's day. Fishing Fanatan is not looking great. It's only 1 fishing boat so far. Golden Gate is going to be on the way, so you can exchange across, but it doesn't matter. The dock is already up, which means you're going to be stuck in a back-and-forth fight here. Against the Civ that already has got 150 extra food. Mazel tov. Nice Sprung ship on the way. Oh, I like that from Anno. Yeah, this makes sense. I think you don't really want to boat off here against Shushi, so Naval Arrow Slit's a lot safer. Wham could try to counterplay that by now setting up like a Ford Rax. But he's more interested in the boys on the ships. Now, what is quite intriguing here is, like, Wham could just now camp this side away from Naval Arrow Slits and go for a second dock drop. And I think Anasan's aware of that because he's already moving out for his own pond drop. Good read. Wham, still a little bit too honed in on this one site. Is he maybe gonna outpost? No. I mean, you could. I guess he just wants the villager to repair. A demo ship is coming. And yeah, great read. Wham's going to deny it. The demo could actually catch the villager, but it looks like Anatan actually cancels. And requeues. Okay, this is getting a bit weird. The villager has disappeared. He's hiding inside. Demo now coming out. And wait, what? What? It rallies north. Okay, so demo denied. Now, Anno has bought time for his own dock play on the other pond. So there is an opportunity to fish behind this, but like, look at what damage is. Wham's already taking out this dock. So he did invest a lot in boats, but like his timing wasn't crippling. It's not like he was stuck playing this pond for aggro for like 5 minutes. I don't know, this looks pretty good. And oh, that is a gut punch right there. Anno not able to get an archer ship out quick enough. Wham will be present on both ponds. Why not go between mid-berries and club a sheep dead and deny meditation garden? Because there's still like another meditation garden placement here. And then like a backup one here. And then like, you get why there's multiple ones is the problem usually. Also, watching a scout try to kill their own sheep is quite depressing. It turns out 1 damage is not very quick every 2 seconds. So you'd waste 10 seconds clubbing a sheep. And that's important because like you maybe want to know if your opponent is docking the same side as you do. Or maybe you need the extra food at home. You know, especially in the early game, making these type of choices, you're taking something else away from your plan to get it. War junk out. Lodger already feeling a little bit counted. He has got his own attack ship. A second dock is also coming up. Antan is now queuing up the demos. Yeah, Archer ship is still 14 seconds out, but can he finesse this? I think it'd be very difficult with such a small pond. And there we go. He's going to try to shift away. Man, the sails is going to be activated, but the Archer ship is going to be a little bit too late. So I think the best thing you can do is probably deny the scout. Gets the detonation. Have to be careful with Roose demos. Sometimes they just actually don't connect how they're meant to. The problem is the hitbox is a little bit too big. Or rather, like, the raw ship is too big compared to the hitbox. Let me describe it a better way. So, when you've got a demo ship and they're this fat and thick, like, their explosion point is here, but their contact point is actually to do with the edge of the ship. So, like, where they detonate and where the detonation point originates from tends to be further away for Roose ships than other ones. It's a big part of why Roose went from being a de facto GG win of a pick on water to being pretty underwhelming ever since the rework to sea. Oh, sorry, you're right. Why do I think that the sheep had 5? Yeah, deer have 5. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, 12 sheep. It takes even longer, so it takes 24 seconds. Thank you, Batlab. Yeah, 24 seconds on your scout rotation early on. Like, I mean, just give up already, right? So good news for Anno, he does have fishing. Bad news is Wham is now taking advantage of this to rush Castle Age. Say they're one of the worst for water fighting nowadays, actually. That's what we just said. They used to be one of the best, but ever since the change to the dynamics of water with the demo ship play, I think that roughed them up pretty hard. And yes, the bounty system on top of it made it even worse. Someone made an interesting recommendation for Roose, which I wouldn't mind, which is that maybe Roose ships, maybe Roose fishing boats should have the same behavior that Knights Templar woodcutting does. Where instead of bulk dropping off, they just incrementally drop off. I'd actually be fine with that. I don't think it's a problem right now with Roose. Okay, Mountain Academy coming in. So why doesn't Wham rush Shalom Monks here? I think he just wants Zerg. So, like, sometimes you go Mount Academy because you're going to run out of food. So the idea is, remember, with Mount Academy, when you tax, you get some food from the taxation. But this is all about tempo. He's already got enough food. He's sitting on 15 fishing boats. What he wants right now is Zerg. So, it's going to have a nice comp of Lancer plus Palace Guard here. Pretty smart. Actually, sorry, no, just Lancer. I thought that was a Rax. And with the supervision, this normally gets you down to, like, what, 14 seconds or something? With regional inspection, you're going to be vomiting out Lancers in less than 10 seconds. This timing is disgusting, and in most situations is ill-affordable. But with fishing, it changes so much of that. He's already got 3 stables he can afford. Time being, he's not rushing regional inspection, but I think that's a matter of, like, the gold being allocated to Knights to begin with. High Trade House is going to be on the way. Get your numbers in. It's a little bit of a weird one. Should be okay. Maybe like 122? He's only got bounty level 1. That's part of the problem here. Anno does get the info. He knows the Knights are coming. Regional inspection coming in 35 seconds. I wonder, does he have the wiggle room for a monastery? Yep, there it is. Already on it. Full salute to that play. Makes sense here. The Knights diving into the enemy base is going to draw full attention there. So it just allows you to very organically pick up relics. More's coming up. Anno knows what's on the way. It's smart play by him as well, because he's got the back gold. And he is being forced into active gold gathering. Also has the deer as a backup plan in case he runs out of food. High Trade House. Looks like it's going to be 140. Maybe 141. Yeah, pretty damn good for one that looks that bad. I say bad, but there's no such thing as a bad High Trade House. 141 gold on this. Honestly, to get a bad High Trade House, I feel like you have to be trying to get a bad High Trade House. So Lancer spam already looking good. We do have the supervision, so... Did he... He didn't re-supervise. No. Wait, is it 14 that it goes down to? Oh, now I'm questioning my maths. It's maybe 150% quicker. Yeah, I think it's normally 18 and goes down to 14. He's going to cancel on low because... What? Bruh, you just got castle like 2 minutes ago. We have Shaolin Monastery already on the way. This is crazy. I mean, this is what water does to you, right? That's why Kawasan can be oppressive, but also sometimes quite impressive, because I almost want to describe Kawasan as an accelerated version of Age of Empires 4 when you do this. Because both sides are getting their raw economy, which means both sides are blobbing up to the late game substantially quicker. Like, in some ways, this is where AoE 4 can be more intriguing for those people that love late game. Because if you do split the ponds like this, you're going to get there. And you're going to get there fast. I know, already fast increasing the spear count, by the way. And Wham's greed. Is it going to come back to bite him? He has Yuan and... Bruh. Like, just buy something, please. Is he legitimately going double Castle Imperial in the course of 4 minutes? What? Chinese civs, man. I just... Yeah, it's only 21 fishing boats, as you do. Fishing is only a third of his economy right now. Oh my Gideon. What am I witnessing? Anna, in the meantime, has at least picked up 2 relics, so it's not going to be a 5 relic game. One of those relics is going to be paused, though. I have to come back for that one. But while Anatan runs around his base to the Benny Hills theme tune, Wham is dreaming about the number increasing. Yep, like a 14-year-old hoping and waiting for when they're 18. Wham is free, waiting for when he's 4. Is he just... I've seen a lot of weird library builds recently. Is this a library game? The idea of just going straight into Yuan Raiders is kind of sick. Because your opponent probably won't be well defended. I mean, I say that, he has 23 spears. Temple of the Sun definitely feels like the safe option. It would let you boost the damage on your knights further. Which has already been boosted with the 20% attack speed increase. Now on the wall low. It's time. What's it going to be, Wham? Show me the money. Show me the money. I think he's a bit distracted. Yeah, we'll get rid of the horse archers. That is a lot of spears, by the way. We need more Chuganu stat. If only there was a way that we could, with one production building, get a lot of Chuganu out. I mean, there must be such a building that exists. Oh, there it is. Just Chug every 4 seconds. And he's got the Yuan discount. Random one low shenanigans. The Chug should be able to hold on here. The problem is, even if horse archers dive this base, this is not where the food is coming from. So Wham has capacity to get more. His wood is a little bit worrisome. That's the only issue, the only weak point. Might want to consider a marketplace. We've got more pagodas being dropped into. I mean, this is just ludicrous, like. You tried to turn it into an eco race against Shushi. And we got firmly reminded how good this Civ is at playing that race. There it is. It's going to be Temple of the Sun. Smart choice. Wait. Actually, no, he's got Chuganu. Yeah, Shushi library. I was about to say, like, I was like, yeah, smart choice. The infinite. Oh, don't care about movement speed on ranged. So this is going to be about him rushing 10,000 bolts. Which I think was bugged until recently, if I'm not mistaken. But now that it's fixed, it can be back on top. Now, I usually am actually, like, insanely hypercritical of Shushi's library. I think it's often built in games unnecessarily. Like, people tend to get it and not tech it for so long that they could have just bought it on a delay. But in this type of game, because it's Master Chugnu, there's a very obvious path for WAP, which would be elite tech into 10,000 bolts. Pretty powerful, actually. Anatan is trying to prep the counterplay with Horseman. Wham is lacking range too, but that's going to be fixed now. Imperial Reach, the only thing that's really missing here. There we go. Elite upgrade coming in just 13 seconds. This Civ. That's the supervision tech. 13 seconds. Like, really? It's an elite tech, for goodness sake. Boom. Just like that. 21 damage. Against rangeless units. Horsemen are going to be on the way. They're able to mitigate a decent amount, but they're going to still feel the sting of this. And soon it'll be the sting of 10,000 bolts. Remind you, he only needs the 700 gold for that, which, with 3 relics pagoded up, is quite feasible. We have issues for Anatan as well. Gathering gold right next to the pond that Wham owns is going to cost him some workers, so good snipe down there. And the Chug, he's invading. Oh, no, kind sir, please. Well, the longest game of our series may be about to abruptly end. Because that, folks, is everyone's worst nightmare when they queue into a water map. Bao Chuan's coming in soon. He's still losing more over here. Yeah, the archer ship can kill the rest of these golders, by the way. Anatan still hasn't realized. So he's going to be behind on raw economy. Landside, the Chuganu are at landslide waiting to just overflow on top of Anatan here. 5 ranged armor against the 8 damage. Times 3. Doesn't make you feel too tanky. Reminder, you are the counter unit. Not from an age behind, you most definitely are not. And this, folks, is pre-10,000 bolts. If that tech even makes it in time. Wooden Fortress goes up, but... Oh, wow, will you look at that? Range siege. $59 of these bad boys. Bao Chuan at least gets the night out, so Wham prepped for the shenanigans. But Anatan was a step ahead. Horsemen are looking to raid. I think that's the correct call. Like, you just can't fight the Chug directly here. There's so many of them. For Canadian brother said range units a week. Yeah, you're right. Like, I mean... I'm pretty sure that the counterplay here is we just need Anatan to build Nest of Bees and then GG. Oh, wait. If only. All such are at least raiding on the flank. Anatan's trying to buy time to get his tech up. The question is whether Wham is actually far enough ahead that he doesn't have to overreact, and I think he is. Half of his army to commit to the defense, and then half to dive in the enemy base. Well, more than that, 2/3. Head on in into Anatan's hut. We still do not have 10,000 bolts. This is the easy version. Imagine what this looks like if Wham ever gets the double range unitags. Well, we won't even get to that point. The whole base explodes. That's what happens when Chuganu walk into your home. Oh my god. What a civ. Holy crap. Okay, so we're 1 game away from a Wham dub. Damn. That was crazy. I think this is still aligned to be like the weirdest grand finals we've ever had. There was something weirdly accelerated about that game. Like, even more so than usual, Kawasan, I want to say. Like, I'm used to seeing Kawasan kind of go like, you know, a little bit of contest into secure your side, into zoom. But that was like on a whole other level. That was crazy. All right, so we should have redraft. Let me pull that up now. Okay, so Hull coming through again. China, Shushi, both on one side. Man, Wham's got like all the heavy cav civs. Well, we don't talk about Mongols. That's an embarrassment. But the rest. Yo, Chum, are you here? I think they're using the wrong version of regions. We literally can't watch the game. Because, like, what maps have we got left? So, this week we've got... We need to do regions, coastal, and I think Dry Arabia? Is that right? Yeah, they fudged up. Someone has a local version which doesn't exist anymore, and they've initiated a game on it. I'm going to try and ring them. Problem is... Yeah, outdated map. All right. Shout out to Anatand. I think he's like going to get them rebooted. Sorry about that, guys. Because like we couldn't even be like, oh, let them play the game and then we'll watch it later because it wouldn't show up. So we'll get that sorted. Sorry about that, guys. But all good. Ugh. All right. So we'll get them into a new lobby. They're now setting up. Should be ready to launch in a sec. By the way, while we're waiting, reminder about that up there. I'm going to keep talking about it until I see us hit 300. You want to know why? Because I freaking love Jared Butler in that movie. I want to see at least 300 new users signed up this month to Opera GX, and I know you guys have the ability to help me because it's totally free to do. And I, for one, know how much esports people love things that are free. Trust me, I'm one of you. So, with that in mind, if you guys want to check out a new browser, free of charge, use my link, !Opera GX. We're working with them for the second month. I want to bring them back again. I'm doing a final big haul of a push because I know you guys are capable of delivering it. So if you use my link and download and then create an account, it lets them know that I sent you. And that means we get more monies for sponsors from them. So big, easy win. And it costs you guys no money whatsoever. Big buck. Also, it's made using the same like backend that you'd get on things like Google Chrome and Mozilla Firefox. So you're not venturing into dangerous territory, which I know is people's biggest concern. Hey, how do we get onto talking about Turkey? Where'd that come from? Rogan? Is Turkey a part of America? Wait, what did I just walk into in my chat? I think some people need to spend some time on GeoGuessr. Oh, wait, did I say Mozilla Chromium? Sorry, my bad. Not what I meant. My brain. My non-American brain. Oh, right, because it's like... Freedom Day? I don't know which one. You guys have too many holidays. Like, didn't you guys have one on Monday? I can't remember what it was called. I mean, we don't talk about July the 4th. That day didn't really happen. That's like, you know, like, we weren't invited to the party, and we were too busy, and, like, everything else, so we couldn't turn up. Sorry. Memorial Day. See, we have a different day for that. Isn't Memorial Day the one for the World Wars? So, like, we have one, but we call it Remembrance Day, and that's in November, where we wear the poppies. Do Americans do that one as well? Or did they just randomly like decide to have a different like Memorial Day for... Because I think Memorial Day is for the World Wars, right? Or am I wrong? They need public holidays because they only get 2 weeks off work. True. And remember, you don't get to, like, you're not meant to take those days off. Dude, that's always the most polarizing thing about, like, American work culture. You get judged if you take the allocated holiday days off. I feel so bad for you guys. Like, in the UK, like, your boss is like, yeah, I expect you to take those days off. I'm going to take those days off, right? It's crazy. Memorial Day is for all the military men. Wait, I thought there was one called Veteran Day for that. Wait, no, Veteran Day is the Remembrance Day? Okay, that's confusing. I guess, like, Memorial Day is for all the active military people, and then, yeah, Veteran Day for all, like, those who passed. Wait, Memorial is for the dead? Okay. Can we agree that's a little bit confusing on name standards? Like, I'd think of Memorial Day for Remembrance Day as a name. And then, like, Veteran Day would be, like, the military, like, thank you for your service and the people that are alive and the people that serve and the people that aren't. I'm confused. You just want more holidays to slack off? That's true. I need more holiday days so you can always be ready to do my stuff. I'm going to say MMDDYY. I'm going to say DDMMYYYY because we're sane. So, funny thing, guys. So, like, for those who don't know, I started up an agency about a year and a half ago. We're doing really well. Like, we're doing, well, pretty well. Like, for a boutique agency, we've got some amazing creators. And I'm the only non-North American on the team. There's some Canadians and some Americans. And Americans like, well, Canadians like just our secondary citizens, right? Kappa. But there was a lot of confusion because in our sheets for tracking deals, we have a like date for when the contact point came in and when we signed the contract. And for months and months and months, I was just listing the days in my date format, which is day, month, year. The accountant guy got very confused. He's like, I'm looking for the contract for this, but I have nothing for this month. And they were like, have you been? And I was like, yep, no one told me otherwise. And yeah, UK rules. So I do, like, one thing I don't like is that in Google Sheets, there should legitimately be a localized option so that if I'm entering the data, I enter it in my format and it shows up for the person who's American's format. I don't know why Google hasn't done that. It's pretty dented. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Send out a red alert because our champion faces elimination here, one and all. This is really happening. Anasand, who was able to unravel B, I think it was 4-1 in the last finals, now risks the same fate at the hand of NA Pride. Wham! On the French. It's actually quite funny how often in history NA has had to rely on French to get them to win a war. But it may be about to happen again. Anasand, looking to make that not the case here on Regions, has picked the Byzantines. Interesting. So Byzantines, we've been seeing a decent amount of picks of this on this map. It's a weird pick. And what I mean by that is if you ever get out to these berries, you are in heaven. If not, I feel like you're in hell. French on the other side is going to be a pro scout and Civ. We've seen a lot of pro scouts. I've even had one or two players. I think we have Mirrored in here the other day going, I think pro scouts might be a bait on this map. And I can see what he means. Like, it's quite easy for your opponent to remove their deer stack from the map. And yours is so close you could just gather it organically. So that really only leaves 12 deer up for contest. And the big problem is it leaves them all linearly in one direction. I think in this matchup, though, it can make a lot of sense because Byzantines, they're probably going to deploy Limitane to the east side to protect their berries. In fact, everything about this spawn is leaning east. Double berry stack moving that way, even the deer. Americans be like, I didn't know British people had 13 months. Don't get me started on it, man. It's like, it's one of the weird things I've encountered working in like spreadsheets with Americans. They're just like, your dates are wrong. It's like, are my dates wrong or are yours wrong? Wasn't that? I'm trying to remember. Was there an argument coming up recently about like changing the yearly calendar because it's technically like off, isn't it? What? I remember someone saying. I couldn't be bothered to look into it too much because I roll my eyes at the fact that we even have like daylight savings hours existing in the world. Those things always inevitably cause confusion on something every year. And I like this from Wham. Okay, so he's going to be moving out onto the deer. Looking like no pro scouts. This is cool. I think people are starting to realize that not just on regions, but maybe pro scouts are a little bit overrated in general. French used to be a civ that thrived off the fact that they got to be present on all of the food on the map freely. And then pro scouts came in and they got it discounted and everyone else is picking up the deer, so I need to pick up the deer. But now that a lot of people aren't snatching the resources off the map, organically playing out into them still, once again, now makes a lot of sense for French. The 13-month thing? Yeah. Even number of days, but Romans didn't like 13. I guess unlucky number, Kappa. Well, because there's been like two main calendar types. I forget the name of the Roman one. Caesar came up with it, right? I think. And then there was another one before that, which I believe like the main adopted one was it Zoroastrian? I think it might have been the Zoroastrian calendar. Those are the two historically I think were like most used. Okay, so Grand Winery going to be coming in as expected. So nothing unorthodox so far. We do have, like, what? One on the stone? Yeah, so Anatan, not a double stone boy. Oh, this is a bit tricky, though. Like, Ford Stone is going to make it pretty rough. So we're likely looking at a quite rushed timing into Limitane. I mean, all of his key or resources are forward-facing. July, August, September, all named after Roman emperors. I'm trying to remember July and September. I mean, August is the obvious one to people, right? September after... Was it Septimus? That's not in the way. Well, I'm already aware of the potential for deer shove is going to look to deny it. And yeah, July, Julius, that makes sense. But September was Septimus, right? I think. And this is all relevant because we're watching the Eastern Roman Empire. Look at that. Archer's also on the way. Well, I'm taking a very aggressive line here, but that's what we kind of expect when we see no pro scouts. I imagine we're looking at a classic Jav Limitane. Makes a lot of sense into French. Also gives you scalability into camels. Nice body block. I like that by Anatan. It's so underrated to do this. Like, the Scout's going to heal over time, so a great blocker unit against Knights. Especially with the way that this plays, because you can just stand in the choke point so that the Knight can never get the villages. And also, if you take away the initial charge, you can save villages easily. The reason why villagers die so quickly to Knights is that first hit, because that first hit enables the second strike to be an insta-kill. And remember, because of the attack intervals, that second strike comes very quickly. Like, if it was 2 sword strikes, that's 3 seconds. If it's lance into sword, it's 2 seconds. Looks like we did have a villager trying to sneak out. Or rather in. Wham. What? Okay, that's kind of crazy. He's gone for an outpost rush here. At 6 minutes into the game against Byzantines. I mean, I know this civ is vulnerable to outpost rushes, but that's crazy. But the archer's already here, though. It makes sense. Oh, my God. And Anatan's reaction. He's going Keshiks. Needs to be careful of the worker. I think maybe a bit of a slipsy duel there. Yeah, wham. He didn't expect the shield wall to carry that hard. So Anatan able to dodge death there. It's going to be cancelled on the outpost. I mean, if you're Wham, I think you're kind of happy about this, though. No? No. Words? I'm so confused by it. He has Keshiks. But... So what? I wonder what the thought is behind Keshiks here for Anno. Maybe he wants to cut reinforcements because it's a rush? I like how Marine Lord always turns up without failure just to criticize. Wait, Marine Lord, I thought you're on the Wham cheer bandwagon because Anatan's ego is getting too big, in your own words. So Keshik's revealed. I wonder what Wham's thoughts are right now. Like, are you pretty content with this? Because if Anatan stuck defending, like, javelins would have been more threatening, no? I mean, he's going to bail on the archers. This does leave Anatan with a pretty tumultuous scale point. I don't really know if you ever want golems in this matchup. I don't think you do. So I guess you could argue that means you only scale heavy cav, but you know, we've dissected on this channel many times why this contract sucks. Melee units as your mercenary feels bad because they're the limited thing for you. You can't build many of them because of having access to olive oil, right? They're your premium unit. So it makes a lot of sense for that reason why Archer Javelins is seen almost every game. It's much easier to keep those alive. They're your back line. The Keshiks is a front line, and in particular against French Knights. I think for Anno, this has to be about raiding. He's even trying to wall to maybe enable him to do so, but great charge there. Wham! Doesn't leave any wiggle room for the brace. And also, those limits aren't like, did they even strike back maybe once? No, like the attack speed reduction seemed to just kind of kill him on that one. So he's going to weave around, so still we'll get into the back of the base. Wolves are in on the backside. Keshiks are trying to cut reinforcements. I think, wow, the only thing that's really missing here is a timing distilled arrow, but look what Anatan's up to. Horseman archers now. Is he trying to force Wham to build spears? That would kind of explain the archers, right? Knights try to dive in. Akratoy defense activated, but we'll scare him away. This is a weird game. I mean, I've lost count of the amount of times in this grand finals I've said this is weird. I kind of dig the chaos of it. And there's the Stilled Arrow I've been waiting for. So that's something that Anatan is behind on. But the nice thing about playing Byzantines is you can be behind on Blacksmith Tech because of how quick you research them with Dialecticus. So it's going to be coming in now. And even though you can see Wham's already got like, what, a 30-second head start, you can catch up. You can actually match that timing. It only takes you 32 seconds. Wham now extending onto the ball, so accelerating his food gathering rates. By the way, we actually did get pro scouts in the end. A very funky way of doing it. But it's coming home. The other funny thing, by the way, is you can see how much Wham thought that outpost was going to go up because he did actually gather stone for the arrow slits. Is Wham French-Canadian, though? No, he's Moose Canadian. Actually, I'm trying to remember, like, didn't they say where the origins are from? Because their name is, I think the last name is Eastern European, if I remember correctly. Because it's Svoboda, right? Okay. Oh, Freya, you going to bed? Night-night. Of course she comes to visit me. With your big belly out. There. Right, who's belly out exposed in this one, though? I mean, Anatan should scale quicker with this lineup, maybe? I've got a co-caster for potentially the final game of the week. Say hello, stream.
Hey, stream.
Say, quick, get a sub train started. Louder.
Something.
Say, bye-bye, stream. I'm going bed.
I go to bed.
Low kisses.
What that?
That's the microphone. You said bye-bye. Bye, Freya. Go to mummy. She's very good at mimicking. Although she does rush the words when she's not sure. Okay, so looks like the dynamics have changed a bit, right? Anatan, I mean, this Keshik play looked a bit funky, but I like how he's made it not about the Keshiks. It's like a nice little incremental raid effect, but it's just raw bulk instead. And the Horseman's like an interesting padding for the raids in between, where you don't necessarily lose the Keshiks. The Horsemen are just the meat. Going to bed already? It's 7 p.m., mate. She's 3 years old. When are you putting 3-year-olds to bed? Something Ram is going to try to approach you into the berries. Only a single one, though, so it needs a lot of space and time. Ram is maintaining archer lead. The problem is the cavalry is getting a bit awkward. I think there was a point where Anatan looked decent here, but like obviously as the knight count scales up like this, you're basically one-to-one matching. That's not great for Anno. The other risk is like the more you do this, the more likely Wham techs. And who are you going to favor with attack? Are you going to favor horsemen vetted or knights vetted? The interesting part about that is the fact that Wham is the one still consistently pushing here. He's got second ram now coming. This 3-year-old goes to bed at 8 p.m. So like people do it different ways. So for example, one of Emma's friends like doesn't put her kid to bed until like 9 p.m. But it's kind of born out of a selfish element of like she wants to sleep in herself. Whereas I'm like the late riser, Emma's the early riser. But I'm the late to bed. She's going to be put to bed in this one nights. Not really even attacking. No, so just a lot of damage being taken. And it's had a great defense here. So a lot of archers get culled. Now, the important thing is you're noticing Wham is highly coveting those knights. He's trying to make sure he doesn't lose any. Spear and retreat now. Kind of abandoned. So yeah, he gets rid of the rams, but it comes at a price here. Dive's going to be in, and with this many knights, yeah, you just go for the burn through. Okay, so Anno about to lose 5 villages. He's going to try to square up for a defense. Needs to be fast about it. 2 more torches is all it takes. We'll hull those out. So there you go. Villagers on the front line. We'll turn around to club a few. Spear count is low, though. He's only got 6 Limitane against these 15 knights. And this feels like an unattainable hold. Anatan, he tries to rush up another outpost, but that's not going to do anything for him. So forced back into the base. In what could be his final game of KPMM 26. And wait, no! He selects the military. Okay, so I know exactly what this is because it's the type of behavior that I have set because it's so much nicer. Remember, guys, there's a setting so that when you select army, you don't select workers. And that's what happened there. I think Anatan selected all on the box drag, clicked away, but then the villagers weren't selected. Now, wham, going into Castle Age. This game becoming too expensive for Anatan to keep up with. And there we go. Christian Bishop in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. An American trying to take ownership of a Canadian here. I know that esports is tough for NA right now, but come on. That's why we need to get the GUAs and the Blades signing up to the midweek musters again. Where's Jiggly with the insta-ban on Byzantines every draft? Anno's doing his best to try and stay alive with these little raids. He has got level 4 systems, so like the interesting thing is economically, actually Anno's ahead. Like quite a bit. Remember, like 51 to 51, and then you got this 20% increase in gathering. That equates to an extra 10 workers. Anatan's definitely not dead yet, but this is looking a bit shaky. The castle up was Royal Institute, which means there is going to be raw bloodlines, i.e. unkillable knights. Well, the problem is, like, we can't really get Faye to sign up. She's a bit, bless her, she wanted to, but the problem is Faye has degen hours. So her scheduling wouldn't make sense. Like, she'd be wanting to play at, like, 7 a.m. when most European players are, you know, playing towards the midday evening. And we do indeed have a show match tomorrow. It's going to be a fun one, actually, featuring one of these two. Anatan's going to be going up against Wham's brother on a brand new game mode. I'm freaking excited for that as well. See, look, you say something about America, and that gets all of them to start talking in chat. There's Yaki as well. Big shout out to him, doing some charitable work for a big foundation in America now. Former esports aficionado. He somehow escaped it. Me, I'm stuck here forever. Shaking my little coin can. Hoping the gifted subs come in. Hoping that the esports events come in. Hoping that we get a game number 5. Wait, 6. Then aim math hit a bit too hard at home there. Fortifications are in, so it's going to be a slow burn. But Anatan's... I mean, 31 Limitane. If you can't defend this tower with 31 Limitane, what can you defend it with? He's going to march them in. The problem is these are vet archers. They do hurt. And the knights with royal bloodlines don't die fast either. Yeah, it's kind of weird that 30 Limitane actually doesn't look that scary. The other concern is Wham's probably thinking about a monastery next, so he'll be able to start hoovering up relics. You could even gradually make your way towards a keep drop, which I think is the idea here. Makes sense. Like, okay, it would make sense. I don't think he's got room there for a castle drop. I might be wrong, but that looks a tiny bit tight. Remember, the castle drop is important for the discounts. Dive coming in. He's in a choke point, so his knights aren't really doing that much. The archers need to be carrying, but difficult to do underneath TC and outpost fire. It's going to be a retreat. And Anatan. I got to respect the resilience here. Considering how quick GG some of these games were, this man is like a dog with a bone. Impressive that he's still surviving, but it's interesting because Wham, half of his knights actually aren't here. No, look at where all these troops are. So the reason these fights are looking close so far is admittedly because Wham's only showing about half of his firepower. Oh my god, he's going to go off the outpost again. 12 years later. I mean, he does have the castle torch damage, but still. I know, nice pinch. I love the way he's actually using cavalry here to just cut off the retreat. Because obviously over a long period, the knights will just decimate you because of the healing. They run away, he'll come back again. I do wonder if Wham would maybe benefit from, like, maybe a ram? Probably feels like it slows his tempo down. Then again, you need units that can build a ram. He's got 6 archers left alive. Oh, God, what? Alright, this game is getting wild. I know, if he wins this fight, he gets the breathing room for an age up. Remember, he's been spamming grows behind this. He's not as weak as you think. Anatan is sitting at 37 olive groves with level 5 system. In fact, at that point, you're miles ahead on economy. The only reason we haven't seen an age up is obviously Anatan cannot access the gold in the front. That's been his weak point. But now he gets the bream room. The gold has been gathered. He needs to fix the food, and then he's on his way up. Meanwhile, Wham, no guild hall for long-term scalability. And food can't be feeling too good, because it means he's going to have to start exploring the rest of the map, like the boars, like the berries. Are we headbutt again into the fight? I mean, shield wall is not even needed anymore. What are shield wall and why would I do? I just realized how loud that leak is. Can you guys hear that? Dude, look at the minimap. Look at how far away I am from the TC. Can you still hear it? Oh my god. That's like when you've been at work all day and you don't like using public toilets and it's a really hot day and you've drank 4 liters. Right? And then you just get home. It's immersive too, because it's playing out the correct hit holes. All right, anyway, we have got a switch on the way. Wham was thinking about arbitrary. I'm kind of glad he stopped. There isn't currently a reason he needs it. But he might be just showing respect to the likelihood of attack. Jano is about to achieve. I think Anatan's in control now. I mean, the gold is a little bit worrisome, but he's got 1.6k gold here. So if the spam is just going to be more Limitane, you can afford that. It would be nice to be able to get towards crossbows. I don't think necessarily the end of the world if you can't. The other awkward thing is Wham went for this all-in. He didn't give himself scale room. So, for example, relics haven't been a target for him. Okay, dive in again. Classic. When you hear a tech up, you want to punish. Remember, with the Dialecticus, these tech ups come in swiftly for the Byzantines. The veterancy already going to be there. Raid onto the ball. We'll idle them out. Wham now finds himself behind on villages. I mean, the creeping damage here, while the focus has been on the front of the base, Anatan has been slipping in and out and finding more worker kills. It's actually ridiculous how much value he's been getting. Look at the count. 14 worker kills now. And that's all without Exploratores, which is quite funny because for the low price of 50 gold, that would have gotten him plenty of gold to afford the tech that you couldn't access sooner. Once more in the breach. The Wham. If you couldn't break this against a feudal army, what changes now? It feels like the only thing that's going to change is how quickly Anatan will break out. I like this switch. Just, well, say switch. Focus on staying in veteran horsemen. He's already got Keshiks for his heavy cav. You don't want to be switching cataphracts. They're not going to do well cost-wise against French knights. And your opponent already is showing arbitrary. Yeah, and I think the growing concern for Wham is he won't be able to afford mass knights. With access to food looking dwindling at this rate. The melee blob is in. The fabulous-looking horsemen have arrived with their veterancy upgrade. And you've got arbitrary now in your formation, which is slowing down a retreat. Oh, this tug of war just gets weirder and weirder. Do we at least have cantle saddles? Still no cantles. I can kind of respect that. It's very hard to get the charge off when there's this many spears. And remember, it's not just that Wham has 2 less villages. It's that you have to add another 25% on Anatan. He's miles ahead. You can see it in the numbers. The farm transition is complete for one player and not the other. It just feels inevitable. I know now with the chase on. Barely any knights to hold him back in the front. I guess... Is Wham trying to raid? Like, where are the knights? Because it feels like there should be more than this. Oh my god, they're just getting dragged around by ponies. Dive onto the gold. And remember, Wham, he can't function without this. He already tapped his safe veins. So this pushback is critical. In fact, more than that, it's a knockout blow. There's nowhere to run anymore. A 2-to-1 advantage on military. And now... less of an advantage on score. Wham will not end it in the 5th. Anatan stands his ground with a remarkable Byzantine defense. And the castle drop. It's going to be nice from Wham to stop a dive for the time being, but... well, French without gold is like humans without air. It's like an Irish pub without Guinness. Or me without an energy drink. It just... doesn't make sense. And it's disgusting to think about. Or like a Knights Templar pick on water. That's mainly targeted the disgusting to think about part. Damn, crazy game. Well played to Anatan as well, because that defense did look shaky at times. I think Wham... I don't know if he can just feel like the balance of the game, maybe? I mean, he looked like he was in great position. And the constant diving, I mean, earlier on the berries, it worked out very well for him. But Anatan just pivoted very well. Like, in a situation where most people would have felt the pressure to rush Castle Age, he resisted it time and time again. And it benefited him so much. I mean, the olive oil kind of has a limited value with this type of approach with Keshiks and Gulams, but the raw food value made it worth it. 41 olive groves now. And enough torch power, he might just take this down. I mean, trapezites would be great. Just bring one scout in and burn this all. Although that would involve building scouts. Instead, it's just going to be unlimited RNA horsemen onto the castle. I'm always reminded of Wham like saying to me, sometimes castles feel OP and then sometimes they feel underpowered. This one looks very underpowered. Byzantines looking all too good on regions. I think for Wham, he'd like to be able to kind of like delay this final clash, but it's in his base. There's no more delays. This isn't an English transport system. It will arrive in duly time. Horsemen even peel off to deal with the archers. Means we're going to rear off deeper into the stat. I think we've got Dry Arabia and Coastal Cliffs left. So 2 maps that both are incredibly familiar with. Probably not the speed run that the start of this set was. Damn. That was crazy. He spent so long in feudal on that one. Oopsie. Okay, so let's update the score. Anatan, left side win with Biz versus French. Next up, we are heading into Dry Arabia with Delhi versus Shushi. I think we could get all the way here. This isn't like a complete stomp of a matchup from what I've been seeing. Eagle better than Pigeon? Depends. If we bring the whole population of pigeons, I'm pretty sure eagles get destroyed. Didn't think of that, did you? You know when people are like, oh, well, they haven't got guns, we'll win. And then you run out of ammo. Click, 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 click. A single eagle could wreck flocks of pigeons. Yeah, but if you can actually coordinate the pigeons to just attack something, like if you just found the frequency to make them go psycho, there's enough pigeons to eagles ratio that they could weigh an eagle down and just suffocate it. I didn't do this to your freedom bird. You did. You know what? And here's the weird thing. Like, at first, you're like, oh, yeah, you know, we're going to beat them. But then you made us fight back. We were pigeons, okay? We were happy with bread and occasionally exploding because people gave us rice. But then you made us taste eagle, okay? And we decided that we liked the taste of eagle. So we developed a system for pinning them down one by one and consume them. And now we're even fatter than we were before. You made a mistake. Should have stayed in your lane. Now the eagle population is in a plummet. That's right. It wasn't enough that we stole all the ice cream and the fish from poor little kids at the beach. Now we're coming from the eagles. You done this. All right. Let's get to it. Do we need a flip score? We do. Shout out to anyone who got the movie reference for that. And in we go to the potential recovery arc of the month. Anatan from behind, able to remind us he's not that easy to beat. We now head into Dry Arabia. Delhi up against Wham's Shushi. A powerful civ, to be sure. And actually, like, one of the most one-sided matchups I feel like we've had when we saw Shushi on the Kawasan map up against Roose. But in that game, I think the dynamics are a bit different. I mean, here in Dry Arabia, I think Delhi can do quite well. They have decent scalability. They have options. And what is up, Chrissy B? I see you with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. Soak it in, bathe in those subs, and also start spam those emotes. If you just received it, that's the least you can do. I want to see those emotes that we had made spammed everywhere. Might be a sad face emote here for Wham, though. Shushi versus Delhi. I'm trying to think how this normally has been playing out recently on Dry Arabia. I think Delhi have, like, good tempo control. Pro Scout's meta was a little bit different. That's where Shushi had an edge. But I'd say just before that, like, Delhi were looking pretty chill. The fact they didn't do Tower Victory is definitely a bit rough, but still, like, a lot of potential just because with the arrival of Pro Scout, Shushi were just able to get too much food to play Fast Castle. But now with the delayed return timing, like, there's an argument that, like, Ghazi archers can reach you in time while securing Sacred Sites behind. That is a pretty good meditation garden for Dry Arabia. Yeah. Okay, so he's going to end up getting the... Was that 60 food? Yeah, 60 food plus the 25 gold. So not crazy, but like remember when you play on Dry Arabia, it's not a Kawasan. You don't usually see triple digits. Spam PG and it's over. I have seen that build before, and I think in the Pro Scouts meta it's quite viable, but without getting all the food home, it's a little bit more difficult. Wait, what? Yo. We were literally just saying in the semifinals, I don't know if we're ever going to see people doing this until there's more nerfs on Dome of Faith. That's crazy. I'm shocked, man. Tower of Victory, rarely ever seen these days, but historically a very logical choice into Chinese and Shushi due to the Chiganu. So the reason is the dynamics at play here, if you don't have Tower of Victory, you struggle to get your archers to clear the spearmen quick enough, and if you can't clear the spearmen, you can't use your Ghazi against Chug. So you lose to Chug. That's the tug of war here. So by going TOV, it's going to give you the ability to peel the defensive element of Shushi's comp to overwhelm them with feudal. I wonder how Wham's going to respond to this. Like, does he just try to skip out on the age? I think if you want to do that, you probably need at least one deer stack shoved in. He's got 12 sheep to work with. I mean, this close deer is definitely viable for a shove, but very slow with just one scout. And honestly, it feels like he's already committed to it. It's Pro Scouts. Look at the gold gathering compared to the food. So yeah, he's going to rush the wood to be able to get into the stables, plus the house. I mean, this is either going to make him look like the most overpowered Delhi player in the world, or it's going to be a quick way of falling flat on your face in your final game. I'm curious, though. I do wonder if people have really been exploring Tower of Victory recently in pub games. Like, how much do people go into scrims practicing Delhi, or on ladder practicing Delhi, and how often do they pull this out? Because Dome of Faith has looked oppressively good for a long time. It just gives you so much free research accelerated across the game. Free Skull is an interesting choice. It makes sense because you're going to want to have a timing here for Sanctity, plus you're going to want to have the production rate increases. Anatan's slow rolling this, though. Now, that's very interesting. He wants Sanctity. So you're going to keep the mosque garrisoned? You might as well get the most out of technology. And then slowly scale racks to prevent Pro Scouts. So it's not going to be a Ghazi rush. Which makes sense. Like, Ghazi definitely still very valuable, but loses some value when you get TOV compared to just infantry units. Still, this is going to be 2 deer stacks before you can do anything about it. This is a lot of give over, folks. Is Anatan just going to do... Yeah, Archer Spear. No Ghazi at all. Which makes sense. Like, if you think about the way Shushi play this, they're always going to begin stables for Pro Scouts, and then racks because they expect Ghazi. So you're avoiding your Ghazi just being kind of redundant. Because there'll be no archers to kill. Even when there is eventually archers, we talked about that Chuganu dynamic. But, like, the thing that pushes it over the edge is the attack speed. The 15% increase. Wait. I don't know. It's less I know and more oh no. Oh no. I don't think he realizes. Remember, the Tower of Victory got changed. A long time ago, it was a radial thing, but now it's a chain effect. It's not linked. None of these spears have increased attack speed. So he's built this landmark, and currently it's getting no value. The good news, at least, is the archers are buffed. So they're down to the 1.37 attack speed from 1.6. And finally he realizes, okay, so he did build quite a few spears before coming to the realization. but it is going to be chained for the future. Yeah, just unfortunate. I mean, 15% attack speed buff would be useful in this spear off. He does get in position quick enough to deny the full deer pack returned. Most of it is going to make its way home, though. And because these spears don't have the extra attack speed, this equal number fight is an L. I think that's worse. He has to waste time going after scouts. So has got the archer follow-up coming, but wham, and now with the Chiganu switch. And this, folks, is where things get interesting. Normally, the edge with this type of composition would be Ghazi. We do not have Ghazi yet from Anno. So although it's going to be a quicker attack speed archer, you are doing this into a Chug. And although your attack speeds increase, you still only hit for 5 compared to 12 damage. Wait, did he fix it? Oh no, he didn't. I just realized, yeah, the houses don't chain. Oh! It's, if I remember correctly, it's blacksmith, archery range, like basically anything that is, I think, 2-tile. Does lumber camp chain? And if so, why does lumber camp chain but house doesn't? I feel so bad for Anatam right now. That almost feels like a bug. Anything of a tech. Okay, but like, why is it anything of a tech? I guess it's because of the mosque, right? Yeah, the mosque is the factor. I feel so bad for him, man. Yeah, because the aura's coming from mosque, isn't it? It's coming. There you go. Mosque, the Tower Victory, and the Madrasa. This is rough. Especially if he has to lean into Spearman now with Horseman arriving. Chiganu quantity's looking good. The good news, at least for Anatan fans, is the majority of his comp is experiencing that 15% attack speed buff. In his defense, by the way, a lot of things do logically chain off of houses. Yeah, this is rough. Stables doesn't matter before anyone wants to criticize that. Remember, it's only going to buff the attack speed of infantry. This is just getting Ghazi because Ghazi is the answer to Chug. How did you guys gamble on this one, by the way? 63% for Anatan. I don't think too many people want to refund their bet. Like, the spear detail matters. It's not as important as you'd think. It's nice, but the spearman is more like a blocker play, an absorber. Your archer is your DPS exchange. If he'd built an archery range out of range, then we'd have a really big problem here. My attempts to decap are going to fail there for Wham. Is there a world in which he tries to just tech up? Not sure if he do it with urgency here. He's doing the right thing, at least getting under mesh. There's a lot of archers on the other side currently. And we do have Pro Scout Yoink on the north side, which Anansan never scouted. He's eventually going to find it, so maybe able to play to deny. But he might feel pressured to just camp on the sacred site. Chuk are going to walk up. Wham maybe a little bit overconfident here. Did jump without the horseman. And again, his ponies are here. Anatan's yet to arrive. Flash over the central sacred site. Southern one is at least still being held temporarily, but maybe not for long. The spear's overwhelmed down there. And lack of front line now. Anatan, it's only archers. Ghazi's key to unlocking the door here. He's lacking in that department, though, so it's going to be a full decap. Pro Scouts is still coming home. Things are improving for Wham in this game now. Reminder that Anatan also can't get additional techs quickly like Bloomer, etc. Teching up, also not a great option. You've sacrificed your scalability with Scholars because you don't have the cheap Scholars anymore. Good fight here, at least, as the Ghazi trap gets revealed. And this is where you see how Chiganu suck. The moment they have to run away is where they can actually look quite weak. And that's the Ghazi effect. Wow, I'm losing quite a lot of push power here. Down to just 15 Chug. We'll have to reset on his side of the base, which means he's going to be sacking about another 5 Chug. Good micro to try and minimize the losses on the retreat. Slightly problematic. I think Wham probably just needs to lean more into Horseman now. Yeah, they are starting to arrive. I feel like this matchup is simply going to be whoever has more Horsemen wins. Which makes sense. Like, they're both relying on the backline to be their damage. So the front line is their tank. PG is not a great option here for Shushi, by the way. The problem with Palace Guard is they aren't going to move anywhere near as quick as Horsemen, and they'll have the same tankiness to them. And do less damage. Usually, you only tend to see Palace Guard aimed towards when your real goal is to castle. The risk of doing that is, like, you can see your opponent's kind of all in. So if you try to castle, you're just going to get rolled. So that recap's coming in. I think Wham's done with the age. Yeah, we're going towards castle now. Okay, makes sense. Lancers. Anatan is now blobbed into Mass Archer. He only has 6 scholars to his name. He doesn't really have a timing to mirror. His Sacred Sight's got delayed. I mean, this is the thing. When you go for Tower Victory, the old school build, the onus is on you to attack, to pressure, to suffocate. Right? We've seen this build. If you guys remember, across the AoE 4, this has been like the most dominant build. You just get up in people's faces, you secure triple Sacred Sight, and you look to end at Feudal or the very beginning of Castle. The new gen Delhi has been more about, I can easily go Castle as well. It offset a weakness, right? You slightly crippled your early game to fully enable your mid-late. This build is removing that late game potential. At least anytime soon. It's hard-earned instead. It's me diving the base. Maybe not a hard defense here. There's not many Ghazi for the dive. However, he does see the tech ups. Shala Monastery being built. Chugar going to front this. With the TC fire, this is a good enough defense. Anatan realizes it's a bit too ambitious. So has to back away. Especially with no Ghazi. Like, if this was like 10 Ghazi, that dive is GG of worthy. But with just archers, an impossible one. Age up now complete. And Anatan, I guess he just has to double down here. The problem is the veterancy for Chu can be fast. 20 seconds out. And TC5 to assist is going to be enough to keep Anatan in check. Chu going to just stand their ground. That's all he needs to do. And also you're pushing into production. This is already a wipe though. And I mean, Anatan, he's not saving for age 3. He's now a complete DPS loss. Wham, firmly in the driving seat. So next goal for him should be Shaolin Monks. Just start hoovering relics. He could keep lobbing Chug. You could even consider just adding in a few Palace Guard. I feel rough for him, man. I mean, Tower Victory. Does it really just suck? Is it just not worth it ever now? I know people are going to try to highlight like this detail here around the daisy chain effect and TOV. I don't think that mattered. That really didn't matter. It was 5 spears. It's unfortunate it's a small hit, but maybe the thing for Anatan is like not enough Ghazi? It's tough. I think the timing on this strategy from Delhi makes sense if Pro Scouts isn't meta. But Pro Scout still being decent enough for Shushi gives them what they need. And Wham played it well. Chuganu are going to step up. Looks like a bit of an overextension, but the Ghazi are going to struggle to get the best of exchanges here. The damage is too high. It's going to be 7 damage per strike, and you've only got 3 armor. So we'll just get the initial wipe. Now, hold on a second. Where's Wham's production? Did he sidestep? I think there was gaps somewhere. Maybe the gold gathering had to move across. So good pushback. Anatan. We have been here before. Like, this looks good, but this is the moment we now need him to answer. Every time he reaches this base, the TC is reset him. Could it do it again? We're diving in. Food gathering is on the front side. Wham doesn't have much in reserve. Lancers are being queued up, though. The Ghazi count, not high. It's all on archers to carry this. He lives or dies by the bow. Shifting across towards the woodworkers. They're going to be able to pull away. Lancer now arrives. That's the pushback that Anatan was not looking forward to. Gets him out of the base and now can chase him all the way home. Spears are being queued up by Anatan, but at the same pace as Lancers. Ooh, and worse still is when you have to dive past like this to kill the Chug. Means that Lancers just get to stand their ground with maximum damage. And keeps the press going, though. The actual big conundrum now is how do reinforcements get through. If the Lancers are standing here, then one by one, your troopers fall. I think for Anathan, he probably feels like he needs, what, maybe another, like, 5-6 worker kills, and then you can start trending towards castle. Sacred sites have also been a problem. He hasn't been able to lock in more than one. And now the retreat. Horsemen also arriving. I know. Our reigning champion looked like he'd be capable of getting us all the way to 7 games, but now wham, after diving around in the mud with his Shushi Chuganumas, he's arrived at Shushi's big GG to the jugular. Mass Lancers into a flood, into the kill. Yeah, and Anatand, I mean, he has at least now got the attack speed increase on spears, but it's an entire age behind. And not only that, Wham has at least got enough Zook here to clear those spears. To make matters worse, he's already going hunting. Damn. Okay, crazy series. It's kind of funny, like, the way this opened up was in such a wacky, okay, what were these games fashion? Like, 10 minutes GGs. A little bit more orderly with these final games of the series. And yeah, who would have thought it? Shushi winning again. I was told that this is meant to be the way that, like, you could do better against this Chuganu timing as well, is the crazier thing. But I don't know, watching, like, Anatan try to struggle through this, if anything, it feels like the Tower of Victory just stripped you of options. So I guess we did get to answer the question why we never see TOV. Nice raid on the farms. Anatan starting to hemorrhage some workers. And Wham behind this has got relics coming home. Sacred sites are also now being decapped, so Anatan is going to lap the gold to tech. And he still has to micro to get the win, right? Like, if Wham just A-clicks right now, the spears can clear the Lancers to keep Anno alive. But the whole idea here is you just want to poke, retreat, poke, retreat, poke, retreat. Your win rate is versus Juji as Delhi back when TV was met was like 20%. Jukes just delete everything Delhi has in feudal. It's interesting because like back in those days, I think the main thing that gave China the edge is they could deny the sacred side victory. Shushi is a bit different. Like Juke is stronger in some ways and it's timing. When you play Shushi instead of China, you're going to produce, on average, with the same build into Chug, 7 or 8 more, because you're not having to go into Song Dynasty. Well, someone will have to sing a song for Anno, though, of his valiant efforts, but they end here. There you have it. NA Pride, go rise up high. They've finally done it, back on top in the midweek musters. As Wham is going to be your week 26 champion. Whew. And NA needed this, folks. It's been a while. They had to dust themselves off. Let me show you. Like when I say they've been hungry for it. Check this. The last time that NA won midweek muster was in 2024. You have to go all the way back to the last year. So our boy Wham has come to raise the flag for all NA Pride. Puppy hasn't played in a bit. Also, it'll be Puppy first. All right, now, like, dude, if you keep pumping him up like that, Wham, he's going to have to sign up to prove it. Now would be the time. Louis not playing. It's actually kind of crazy. How, like, you know, like we talked about B, maybe people catching up now that the meta's settling a little bit. But even at the start of the year, B was doing really well, now that I think about it. But yes, GG's, Mr. Wham. Well played. That was a cool series. And speaking of Puppy Paw, speaking of bro, folks, we will be seeing Puppy Paw tomorrow. Reminder, we have got another tournament happening. We've got our Hims Cup returning tomorrow, where the lads are going to face off Oh my god, that is so cursed. Let me pull that up. Well, the lads are going to be facing off in a best of 9 in the new game mode. Keep it up to see who can keep it up the longest. It's a new game mode where the players have a number of castles spawning in, and they have to kill each other's castles to kill the other player. That's going to be a BO9. That may end up being the longest show match I've ever done. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to that. Head-to-head, 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like usually when like it's against your scrim partner, it's going to be tight, right? Like Vortex and Lucifron, I think, have a similar situation where the win percentile between them is like within 5%, I want to say it was. In fact, we can check that via our amazing Opera GX. Should we do that now? I'm curious.
Now you're my...
Yo, what's up, Deniska? Thank you very much for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're just talking about win rates of players. So like, if I go have a look... I didn't intentionally pull up one where you lost Wham. I just wanted like one where Vortex shows so I can quickly use this menu. So okay, yeah. So it's Lucifron's 60%. I like, you know, but because you're regular scrim partners, or these guys are, right? It kind of makes sense. And also, are most of them close? No, they're not. Some of them are quite one-sided. But guys, that is gonna be it. We're gonna get ready to round out the stream. Big GG's again to Wham on an amazing performance to win 4-2. Anatand will not remain the champion, but he has an opportunity to defend his other champion title tomorrow. Remember, we return tomorrow for the Hymns Cup. Anatand, the reigning champ there, is going to be going up against Puppy Paw as the challenger in the new game mode. Keep it up. That is going to kick off at 3 p.m. UK time, so 1 hour later than when we started today. Reminder, though, don't forget to do the things that do support the channel. Tomorrow, when we do have Hymns running, you see that Hymns link, be sure to click on it and check it out. Maybe you know someone who needs some happy pills. Outside that, the other sponsors which you can click on to support, the AMD link is a simple one. It's an awareness campaign. You click on it. That is a result that they're looking for because it's got people talking about Ryzen, which you should be talking about the Ryzen CPUs because they are incredible. We've been using them now myself for 7 or 8 years, I think it is. The other thing, of course, is the Opera GX. I want a big push on this. I know you guys are capable of it because you're absolute superstars. We've managed to get 258 new signups for Opera GX, which is a browser, which I think once you've experienced it, you'll definitely use it to replace all your efforts you normally do in Chrome. We're looking to at least hit 300 signups. We've got, I think, 2 or 3 days left to do that. So let's get a big push going. All you need to do is download it for free and create a free account. And that will register you as a new user. That increases the likelihood that we get them back in the future. Because when sponsors come back, we can make more tournament stuff happen. The Hymns Cup's being like a winner stays on. At the moment, we'll see if it holds. So like, it was and wasn't winner stays on, and that Louis wasn't invited back for one because I wanted to let him focus on the final weekend of Elite Classic 3, which I just expected to decline anyway. We did originally, I think the first person we offered it to was him, and then the second was Puppy Paw. He wasn't available because it would have been like a Clash of the Champions. So we'll see how this goes. At some point, I'm going to give Louis an invite back because he didn't lose. But it would be cool if we could circulate between the top players. The problem you normally run into in a winner stays on format is if you get someone who's insanely dominant, the games can become boring. I talked with like Pesty about this before. It's actually one of the big reasons why the Winner Stays On series stopped. Is because you think it's going to be cool and you're going to get this circulation of like fresh faces every week, etc., whatever. But normally what would end up happening is you might have like Marine Lord wins and then Marine Lord keeps winning. And like that can be cool for viewership. But like if the series aren't close because you're trying to go through all the different players, sometimes it might just be better to take the approach of like, okay, who's a like close matchup? But we'll see how it develops. For the time being, it is kind of a winner stays on thing. But guys, I'm going to get ready to round out the stream. So reminder once more, back with another show match, 3 p.m. UK time tomorrow. YouTube, make sure to tune in then for a brand new game mode, which provides a very interesting approach to Age of Empires.